151 Krikratro. After the short mental memorial for Bayard, it was time to assess the actual loot. The dungeon had likely claimed the other adventurers already, meaning that he would be able to easily find some goodies. Let's hope it makes up for my lost robe. Ed wasn't expecting the knights to have anything major related, but accessories like his anklet of the wind and the ring of fire should still be among the acquired loot. Otherwise, the knight order that attacked him should have asked for a pay raise or better funding. It was downright embarrassing. No, it can't be that a skeleton in a dungeon would have better rewards. Ed busied himself with idle thoughts as he walked past the hole in the blockade. He exited the corridor where the ground was still wet but no bodies could be found. That included that of his skeletons. That's rather mean. It shouldn't take his hard work without properly rewarding him, right? His thoughts garnered no response. Ed immediately got to sorting through the knight's armor and accessories. Molten windstone helmet, molten windstone chest plate. That was when Ed realized that lava was not the best thing to use for traps. While it would kill your enemies, it would also kill your loot. I guess it isn't all bad he couldn't recognize the material windstone, but melting the armor and using it as a material for skeletons wouldn't be a bad idea. Burn True Night Blade gloves mildly increases sword proficiency. Ed chanced upon an interesting item. It was one that he was desperately in need of, but unfortunately, the glove had signs of burning. It was already quite miraculous that the glove functioned, given that the knight that wore it likely tried to instinctively get rid of the lava with their hands. But it was a pity they were still damaged. Ed picked up the gloves and closely examined them. He wanted to fix them. His sword skills were in the negative, but the glove could at least even things out for him. If he fixed it, he might be able to finally advance his sword skills. I should return to the Orc Plains. Soon most of his preliminary work for his skeleton legion was done. Once he taught all the skeletons to read and write, it should be possible for him to return to the Orc Plains. His skeleton legion would be mostly self-sufficient past that point, assuming there were frequent attacks, which didn't seem to be the norm for the moment. It was only a matter of returning for gradual maintenance or collecting and assessing of loot. If I create some sort of workshop in Sanctuary 1, I'd be able to level up my craftsperson's skill and make improvements to the skeletons. He would lose nothing with this approach. The only uncertainty was if the dungeon would allow for constant switching between bodies. It was little more than wishful thinking for the moment. Ed finished sifting through the equipment and found little more of use. Windstone boots. Light yet sturdy boots. Windstone seemed to boast of resilient yet light qualities. The boots could still be worn by himself alongside a robe, even if it looked ridiculous. I guess my orc body would benefit more. It was only a question of whether or not the shoe would be the right size. Ed wasn't optimistic in that regard. Roll call. It was time to move this time's heist. But before that, Ed wanted to check which skeletons survived the ordeal. He called over every skeleton in the vicinity and called the named ones in the form of broadcast. If they switched or ditched their armor, Ed wouldn't be able to tell them apart without assessing them. It was therefore easier for them to come forward. Prairie injured, Brutus anti-skeleton, Iron injured, Scavenger anti-skeleton. 2 are missing. They were naturally Settler and Soul. Given that Ed never even noticed its body, Settler was most likely one of the skeletons that fell into the fissure near the beginning of the fight. I wonder if it's still alive. The fissure wasn't tightly closed. At least Ed didn't get that impression. But seeing that Settler was completely outclassed, it was very much possible that the Earthen Knight simply didn't break a sweat when crushing him. Ed thus decided to give up on checking for Settler. It never treated him with as much respect as the others anyway. He did roll call for the mages instead, and it turned out that none of them had been part of the melted. I must question your loyalty under such circumstances. If they had cared enough, they would have surely jumped into the fire for him, right? The named skeletons were put to lead, so their position was not the back of the line. Take the items. We are going back. Ed wasn't going to press that matter. He would much rather quickly settle everything he had to do at the crypt in a timely fashion to move back to the Orc Plains. He was starting to feel alone. Plus, who would be keen on playing with dead bodies all the time? It was an isolated mountainous terrain. There were a father and son duo fishing by a creek with serene expressions. That was until the sun broke the silence. Dad, I caught one. Sammy, Samuel's only son, yelled enthusiastically. "Great job!" Samuel replied with a smile. How could he not? Seeing his son's excitement was a heartwarming scene for sure. "Cook it," Sammy said while holding the small fish by the line. Samuel was made an awkward smile seeing how small the thing looked, but agreed nonetheless. "Watch this." But first, Samuel decided to put on a small performance. The wind in the area, which blew freely by the secluded creeks, started to converge near the small fish. Like magic, because it was, the fish flew off the hook and floated slowly above the air. Wow! Needless to say, the small Samuel was impressed. His eyes were as wide as they could be. He didn't want to miss a single detail. With a silly grin, Samuel motioned for Sammy to get up. Sammy's eyes sparkled with mischief and they both walked back towards a small cabin while the fish floated lifelessly near them. They didn't enter however, and it wasn't to enjoy the forested mountain terrain. The fish floated into the small cabin through a window. Way! It was a shrill scream of surprise and fear. It was also a signal to break out into laughter. Ha ha ha! Samuel laughed boisterously and his son did the same. Mother was not amused. However, she exited the small cabin fuming. "What?" Samuel feigned ignorance. Her steady glare however made him break into a cold sweat. "Sammy, did you catch that fish?" she asked sweetly. "Yes," Sammy earnestly replied. "I see. To commemorate, your dad will only eat that for dinner. Is that all right?" she continued asking calmly. "Yes." Sammy was confused but ultimately agreed. Samuel wanted to voice a complaint but decided to keep his mouth shut. He was asking for it. "I just wanted to form some precious memories," he muttered weakly. The main reason for that yearning was that he rarely received a vacation. Most importantly, his main goal in entering the mountains this time was training. He, therefore, rented a cabin at the bottom of his training mountain. The mountain was located just outside the Galeburst mountain range and was known for its windy atmosphere. The nearby creek and river also made it convenient to casually train his water elements. So far, he had made tremendous progress. Controlling the elements wasn't that straightforward. It was actually making use of the Manu already in the air to directly command the surroundings. While it got the same end results, it was certainly different in concept. The main reason why it was important to make that distinction was that the practice would boil down to improving one's control over mana rather than futilely trying to make the elements move with one's mind. Once he got a better understanding of the principle, Samuel felt it was almost too simple. Of course, he then found it went deeper. It was also about simplifying one's commands and thoughts, to make them concise enough to be held by a single wisp of mana. Only after that was achieved would it seem as if the earth heeded by a person's thoughts and actions. It was exhausting. He needed breaks. It was like straining one's eyes to write in an extremely small font, yet making it understandable enough when put under a microscope. The pen would need to be extremely fine. That was why one's manipulation needed to be pushed to the extreme, and the mind needed to make sure it was legible. No complaints. His wife murmured in surprise due to Samuel's lack of response. If that wasn't enough, she planned to make him sleep on the couch. It was too bad Samuel hadn't responded. "I heard that," Samuel said, flabbergasted. He wasn't the type to complain, was he? The family of three then entered the small cabin. It just so happened that Samuel's wife had been cooking at the time they scared her. Of course, Samuel could only watch and wait for her to cook a new dish. One the Orc City had left to be led by Sharog. 152 Sword Glove Zed and his skeletons made their way back to the Bossgate corridor. Once there, the skeletons orderly threw each item in the appropriate pile and then returned to Ed for new instructions. The skeletons numbered less than 40. Ed wasn't disappointed however for one sole reason. That was fewer skeletons to teach things to. He was rather eager to train up his own skills. He had already spent a rather substantial amount of time assembling and training skeletons. "I will impart knowledge into every one of you. The mages will train," Ed transmitted towards the gathered group. The mages were basically already scholars. there was no point in teaching them a second time. He also wanted to quickly get the teaching out of the way and set up a somewhat self-sufficient society. Upon receiving the message, the Liches quickly excused themselves. They went over to the pile of crystals that best represented their element to meditate. The other skeletons only stayed in their place as Ed had not given them any instruction. "All right then, you all form a group," Ed transmitted to the ones he was referring to, and they huddled together. Ed neared them and activated his instruction skill. For the next 2 hours, he did nothing but painstakingly teach the large mass of skeletons. He went from one group to another without any breaks. He would spread academia today once and for all. "And that's how you use it in a sentence," Ed transmitted to conclude his lesson. The skeletons, who were initially confused, slowly lifted their heads as if experiencing an epiphany. "Instruction has leveled up. Class dismissed. Practice your swordsmanship." Ed waved them away and said. The skeletons that were sitting stood up to leave and get a weapon, while the ones standing had already gone to get a sword. "Wait, I feel like something similar happened before." Ed had a weird sense of déjà vu but quickly dismissed it. Wouldn't it be weird for his concluding words to just so happen to be near identical to his previous lecture? Reassured that he didn't need to expand his vocabulary, Ed equipped the burnt true night gloves he had picked up. They fit rather loosely, but as he would be gripping things, it didn't matter too much to him as long as his sword proficiency showed any hint of improvement. The previous battle was a close one, and Ed obviously didn't like that. It didn't reflect well on how he might fare against stronger opponents later. Luckily, as the battle had been somewhat of a slugfest, Ed was able to clearly observe and realize one of his glaring flaws: close combat. With a great weapon like the Dragon Blade Vint, it wouldn't do to leave that flaw unresolved. "You will be my sparring partner," Ed told it as it handed him a simple iron broadsword. Scavenger backed up slightly once it heard this, though almost as if to demonstrate its unwillingness. It was a natural reaction to have when your boss had super strength. No matter how bad their sword skills, they would still beat you. Scavenger was not a masochist. Guard up, Ed wasn't letting it off the hook. However, he wasn't afraid of making Scavenger lose an arm or two either. He could always reattach them. Scavenger was left without a choice and had to comply. Its end might be much worse if it continued to refuse Ed's insistence. Ed got into a stance, saw what he presumed would work best from observing the adventurers and his skeletons. He led with his right foot and had his waist facing the opponent. The sword was essentially held at shoulder level. Overall, his weight seemed well distributed, and his stance firm. Scavenger's own stance wasn't too different. The main contrast would be how his stance seemed more flexible. The weapon he had ultimately grabbed also had a smaller reach than Ed's own, so it was natural that it seemed that way. While there was a science to swordsmanship, it was also a matter of what weapon one held and personal preference. It was normal for things to differ. "Let's begin," Ed transmitted and quickly began the sparring session. He led by bringing his sword forward and performing a downward slash. The strike seemed rather basic, but the plain iron sword cut through the stale dungeon air with vengeance. Seeing this, Scavenger didn't even think to block it as it evaded to perform a counter-attacking swing. Ed would have likely suffered a loss from this if it weren't for his overwhelmingly superior attributes. This might be too easy. Ed was even able to think freely in the midst of it. Ed evaded the horizontal attack by ducking and pressed forward with vigor. With that same momentum, he performed another deadly swing towards Scavenger. As he did, Ed couldn't help but praise the gloves. "I can already tell there is improvement." The swing he was currently performing seemed almost undeterred. The air around made way for Ed's blades to not be sliced apart. That was a definite sign of good form. At the thought of that, Ed couldn't help but question his understanding of the word mild. It couldn't be he was a sword genius, right? The downward swing was too fast for the simple Scavenger to evade. Blocking it also seemed like a far-off dream. It could only grit its teeth as Ed's sword cut through its shoulder. Ed had precisely targeted the connection between the arm and shoulder to make it easy to reassemble Scavenger. Nonetheless, he had to admit that the disparity in skill made the spar a bit pointless. These thoughts only entered after the sword cut off Scavenger's arm and it fell to the ground with a thud. However, swordsmanship has leveled up. But it worked. Even with such a blatant advantage, Ed was able to increase the skills level to 0. It's a bit embarrassing when put that way. It was as if a student celebrated over finally entering the double digits on their class exams. They were still failing. Still, Scavenger had done its role very well. Ed couldn't help but praise it. "You did me a large favor. I'll let you pick a nice weapon later and an arm." Scavenger, who was brooding over its lost arm by looking down at it, couldn't help but perk up when hearing Ed's transmission. It liked to search for good loot, but it actually had no idea what was good loot. It basically picked whatever it felt most comfortable with. Ed, however, possessed assessment. Although this wasn't explicitly known by the skeletons, it was painfully obvious that Ed knew what the items did when picking them. He always picked the best after all. Scavenger was then dismissed by Ed. It picked up its arm and left with a skip in its step. Ed wasn't sure if it was due to the reward or if it was great to be rid of him. He didn't pay it any mind as he needed to assess his gain. Ed got into a stance once more. He held a broadsword firmly and swung out horizontally with a single hand. The swing seemed rather fierce from afar, but as Ed performed it, he realized there was definitely room for improvement. His swing even seemed a bit wobbly. "Is the difference that I can tell it's wobbly?" Ed asked himself. Before, he would at most think something felt wrong. Things were different now though, as he could clearly see that his grasp was not sufficient. "Am I officially a swordsman now?" Ed was secretly elated but forced the thoughts aside. He wanted to continue training his swordsmanship, but seeing that it could level up, he put it aside. He wanted to test if the system space was open to fix Scavenger's arm as well as give all the skeletons a mana core. Aiden Flamewood. He was the Count. But it hadn't always been the case. He was once a normal titleless teenager too. He could understand Felix's frustrations. When growing up, Aiden wanted to be an alchemist. His father didn't stop him since the estate had long since taken up alchemy. It was natural to have a basic understanding of it. One day he talked to his father about taking things further from basic to have him train under some of the estate's big wigs. His father stubbornly refused and forced him to learn sword fighting. As he only cared for alchemy, he had felt rather rebellious. He convinced some of his friends and escaped from home. It didn't take him long to realize his mistake. However, he was the young master of the Flamewood estate. That was it. He didn't know how to do a single thing for himself. Through that identity, he could get a large assortment of things in the estate, but that would imply getting caught by his father. He didn't want to resort to such a measure. Aiden decided to become an adventurer of his own volition. He met people and went on adventures with them. Through those adventures, he earned materials and performed alchemy. He felt very satisfied with himself. His potions proved useful for his party. He even renounced his father inwardly. It wasn't until months later that he would realize his father had been rather happy with his decisions. Did he not go and learn to defend himself in the end anyway? His father had been keeping track of him all along, even going as far as planning which quests he could take on. He had been dancing on his father's palms. He had tried the same tactic with Felix, but it seemed he could not compare to his own father. Felix still acted rebellious and entitled. He realized it was a mistake to only orchestrate victories. Felix had grown arrogant and conceited. But where was he supposed to use this new knowledge if his son didn't return? Aiden Flamewood was anxious. He was currently waiting for Bayard's return, counting every minute and second that passed. Did I really make a mistake? Aiden muttered under his breath while pacing inside of Cull's office. 153 Death Knight. A door then opened in the office. It was Cull, who had been away for a good day or two. He saw the pacing Aiden Flamewood suddenly come to a stop after noticing his presence. Hello Mr. Flamewood. Didn't expect to. Still, Cull was caught off guard by Aiden's presence. He was actually somewhat intoxicated and had completely ignored his subordinate's words. Seeing the Count sobered him up instantly. Regardless, he was cut off by the Count before he could continue speaking. Cull, any news? Aiden was originally going to inquire about Cull's whereabouts, but quickly realized he didn't care. He instead pressed for any new developments. Cull was instantly put in an awkward spot, but as to not lose any face, he decided to tell him something he might or might not know. Yes, the royal family will be sending their knights to clear the dungeon soon. Enough. Kull's words weren't confidential. The news had even spread to foreign nations in the form of rumors, causing great upset. Still, Kull hadn't seen any of the rumors reach Arbortown, at least not through anything but official means like the Union. That's true? How soon, do you know? Adam's tones seemed to have calmed down slightly as he asked for a time. He was already informed by his servant, Carlton, of the expedition. He had even been slightly worried that the royal family would take his alchemy materials. He was a noble and couldn't be pushed aside so easily, but the royal family would likely take a large cut of profits if the situation came to pass. He found his worry to be unfounded once he realized they wouldn't be taking action too soon. He could still benefit greatly from the matter as long as he took the initiative. Unfortunately, taking the initiative seemed to have backfired. The time. 20 days. Kull himself didn't know what he was jabbering about anymore. Still, 20 days was a somewhat accurate measurement. The royal family had said within the month. 20 days. Aiden suddenly felt that the royal family couldn't come any sooner. It wasn't soon enough at all. He began to pace anxiously once more. Kull didn't stop him and only crept past him to go to his desk. Aiden seemed deep in thought the whole time. Suddenly his eyes shined with realization. That's it, he even exclaimed loudly without noticing. Aiden then basically ran out of the office, forgetting about etiquette or upholding his reputation. He had bolted out of the office as if he had come up with the world's greatest idea. Kull was left utterly confused and stunned. At the same time, he was glad that Headache Flamewood had left his office. He eyed a bottle of booze from Samuel's collection. He planned to celebrate the occasion. What he didn't know though, was that Adam's plan would cause him infinitely more pain. System space. Ed thought about the space and activated the system link skill. His upright posture turned slouchy as he slid down the dungeon wall he leaned on. His consciousness was sent to dreamland as he felt himself enter the system space. When he regained his thinking, he was inside the great blankness. Perfect. He only activated the skill to verify its return, so he couldn't help but feel cheery. Maybe it was some leftover happiness from leveling up swordsmanship. Nevertheless, he needed to return for his materials, namely the anti-skeletons. Ed triggered the White Temple cutscene and quickly left his own mind. He knew the Holy White Building would be awaiting his return, so he started it in advance. Once outside, Ed found himself essentially sitting against the wall. He got up and rapidly made his way over to the many crystals. He planned on taking a lot of them back with him. Once he gathered the 4 elements, he called over the anti-skeletons and gathered them too. Some were caught off guard by Ed's sudden killing and froze on the spot, while others seemed to have accepted their fate. The smarter ones knew that nothing would happen though, as Kenny Jr. had returned from a similar situation. After collecting the anti-skeletons, Ed returned to the system space and made his way to the storeroom. There were piles of anti-skeleton limbs. He grabbed a handful from all the piles and even caught sight of his own bones in there. He had found his missing limbs scattered around the corridor from the explosion before. He collected the many materials and threw them into the holding box inside of the forge room. A prompt appeared. Compatible materials detected. Start the combination process. Ed agreed and the process started itself. The anti-skeletons had their bones float and assemble in the furnace by the quarter. The crystals that Ed placed in the box also floated into the white flame and started to attach themselves to the sets. Good, Ed thought inwardly as he watched the process happen rather rapidly. He still left the system space while it happened though. There was another matter worth testing, so he needed more materials. He went over to the armor pile and grabbed the newly acquired loot as well as some of the older ones. He was going to turn some of them into materials. Ed wanted to know how many materials could be combined into a set of bones. Was it possible to infinitely combine them as long as the materials were compatible? And if that was true, what would be the end result? If he wanted to ensure he wouldn't fall into a disadvantageous situation due to numbers, he needed to strengthen his group. He had no way to know how many people as strong as Samuel and Bayard existed in the world outside. If there were many, or all of them ever assembled to go after him, he would be completely hopeless. Ed sent the armor to the storeroom and quickly returned to the system space to retrieve them. Do I need to turn them into scrap metal first though? Ed wondered as he entered the storeroom from the forge. The reason he asked himself this was due to the forge retaining an object's shape. The system might be responsible for that. He threw the matter to the back of his mind. The system would know what he wanted. Otherwise, the skeleton bones would have fused with the antimony instead of the other way around. No. As Ed entered the room, a new thought appeared. Would that still count as a body available for habitation? He had actually always been rather curious as to why the skeleton bones could receive a consciousness even though they weren't alive. Or what mattered was that they once lived. A human figure? But that seemed rather unlikely. The boars were living and had a consciousness. Were the two things mutually exclusive? Fusing the skeleton bones with a set of armor, for example, might make for a good test. Although doing so would still leave the question of whether it was their human figure or the skeletons being previously alive. Well, I guess I can already just try that. He could use spirit insertion on the floor as well for good measure. It would make for a fun trap house to have the walls, floor, and ceiling come alive. But such a thing would rely on him finding out what gave each thing the right to housing a consciousness. And I thought I could return to the Orc Plains already. Things to do were piling up just as he planned to return as soon as possible. Luckily such tests were a piece of cake to perform. Ed grabbed the multiple sets of armors with his many arms of lights and exited the room. When he returned to the forge, the anti-skeletons had already been turned into liches and were ready to be assembled. The system kept on pumping out more as the process was automatic, meaning that there were already 8 waiting for him. Ed pushed them aside and used one of the open furnaces to toss in a windstone chest plate. It floated above the white flames to slowly liquefy. Ed then went into the holding box and tossed in a skeleton torso to undergo the same process. He then waited eagerly for the result, while the anti-skeletons continued to receive cores on the side. Ed waited for a good while before he was finally met with a prompt. Compatible materials detected. Combine? If you can read my mind, I am not sure why go through all this hassle. Yes. Ed needed to agree anyway though. The armor and torso, which had clearly been liquefied, started the combination process. Unlike with the chunks of antimony, the skeleton torso seemed to first phase into the armor. It made Ed worry slightly that the skeleton was simply having the armor stuck to it. Is that how Death Knights are made? It wouldn't be too far-fetched for that to be the case. But, it would be a disappointing end. As the seconds slowly passed, Ed couldn't help but feel really curious. 154 placeholder unedited. What's the benefit of this? Can't they just wear armor? As the forge had put it together, Ed had to assume it was in some way useful. No, maybe the skeletons become more in tune with their armor. Ed was thinking that having one's senses and influence extend to the lifeless armor might increase close combat skills. He wasn't sure if the difference would be sufficiently substantial, however. Well, I'll create only this one for now. Ed figured liches mixed with knights might prove more useful, so he opted for that option. He went to the holding box and threw in the other body parts. The forge showed him the prompt and Ed readily agreed. The process began once again. Ed's thoughts wandered as he waited. The anti-skeletons were being built automatically and he only needed to wait for the Death Knight. His thinking was thus focused on the knight. What consciousness do I put in it? This thought popped into Ed's mind. He had only now realized this point. He was inclined towards putting in iron simply due to his knightly bearing, but that won't do. He needed to at least upgrade him first. Yes, Ed now knew a potential benefit. A bigger consciousness wouldn't armor help house a larger consciousness? Ed was even inclined to believe it might end up being more beneficial than a simple change of material structure. Ed, therefore, left the forge room with a gleaming expectation. He entered the spirit room and searched for his target through assessment. Iron Wisp of Consciousness. One of the glowing windows finally displayed Iron's name on its text. Ed walked over to it and even floated slightly to catch it in his hands. He also followed it up by grabbing 3 other orc consciousnesses. He was going to wipe their memories and fuse them with ions. Let's hope this works. It would suck for the Windstone armor he worked so hard to loot to break apart as a result of a failure. Ed exited the room with the 4 consciousnesses in tow. The forge was still going strong and pumping out lashes while Ed's Death Knight experiment was being performed on the side. Ed threw the consciousnesses belonging to the dead orcs into the holding box while allowing iron to float around. He didn't need to, but he didn't see a need to restrict iron. He grabbed a chisel and started hacking away at the consciousnesses, occasionally throwing a skeleton limb with the corresponding armor piece into the forge. In less than half an hour, Ed's Death Knight was completed. He only needed to fuse the 4 wisps now. There were a couple of things that required some extra attention, like the mending of scratches and injuries, but the system took care of it with some leftover antimony. Once the 4 wisps merged, Ed would be able to leave the space and begin his experiment. He made use of the holding box and had the wisps fall into the forge. Iron's floating wisp was also thrown in there with the system's help. The white flame flickered violently as it started to melt the 4 wisps. The resplendent wisps lost their light as they slowly turned into a floating ball of liquid. Ed watched on until 2 of the wisps finally collided with one another, doubling in size. The other 2 did the same, and then the new and bigger wisps also collided. The ultimate result: iron consciousness, an independent being made of thought. After assessing the new consciousness, Ed was astonished. It was a new description. It says nothing of remnants. It's its own person now? Ed was starting to think that having eliminated all memories coupled with the 4 fusions deleted all dungeon influence, resulting in such an assessment. Of course, he couldn't be sure, as that was just conjecture. Food for thought. But he still didn't eat much of it. He needed to proceed with his plans. What if someone came to avenge the knights, and then someone came to avenge the people that avenged the knights? He would be caught with his pants down every time. Ed grabbed all the necessary items. He couldn't do it one fell swoop, however, given the sheer quantity of anti-skeleton bones. Once out, the bones and the death armor all fell by his feet. Ed scooted to another side and quickly returned to space for the rest of the bones. It took him many trips to finally have every bone out of the system space. In retrospect, I might have only needed the anti-skeleton torso. Ed convinced himself that the whole point was to not arouse the dungeon's suspicion and began to assemble the anti-skeletons. But not before calling over some helpers. All of you, come over. Ed called upon the 12 Liches. He would get them to prepare the bodies. He first did so himself to demonstrate, and the others followed soon after. It wasn't the first time that they had seen Ed do this either, so they weren't all unacquainted with the procedure. Kenny Jr. had his moments of confusion, but it didn't take him long to get the hang of it. If he hadn't the greater intelligence Ed provided, it would have gone to waste. Sure, it was only 1 consciousness, but for Kenny it was a substantial increment in thought. Ed continued assembling the skeletons. He had long since had it down to a science. Hoarding has leveled up. It looks like this counts as hoarding too, Ed thought as he finished assembling another one. He assessed the field of dead skeletons and checked on a small pile. More than half are done. Leave it to the mages, then he would instead start allocating consciousnesses to each skeleton. He started with the named ones. Prairie. Ed inserted Prairie's consciousness. The skeleton took a good bit to come to itself, but once it did, it knelt with extreme reverence and gratitude. Ed couldn't see any expressions, so he took it from the way it trembled. Prairie's core was of the water element. If there was a plant element, he would go with that, but the closest was the pseudo-element spells like Entangle. For that, 2 elements were needed. The water could be said to be a preparation for that. I will get all of the elements. He would make sure his core and that of his skeletons housed every element. How he would achieve that was yet to be seen. Maybe add new cores? The main reason why that was not a common choice was that the approach could backfire. The pressure on the body could be counterintuitive. The second option he could think of had been discussed long ago. To only house clashing elements, like that they would keep each other at bay. The issue was that this would only allow for 2 elements. Ed proceeded with the spirit insertion process. Scavenger, Brutus. Ed did those two in quick succession. Brutus' body housed the fire element. Ed imagined that it would match its fiery personality. Scavenger accommodated the wind. Ed figured it might help it snatch items in battle. It also matched its preferred sword length. Scavenger was akin to a rogue. Ed briefly gauged their reactions and quickly proceeded with the insertion. Ed managed to catch from the corner of his vision how Scavenger waved its reattached arm as if in relief. If you doubt my work, I can't promise you won't lose another arm. If he had done a shoddy job, he would need to practice to make up for it, right? Scavenger was a fitting test subject. No, Scavenger froze after hearing Ed's unkind message. It instead walked away from the vicinity to assess its new mana core. Am I a bully? Ed asked himself as if having a moment of doubt. He dismissed the thought soon after, however, and continued with the insertion process. There were now 36 new leashes. That meant a new class on mana circulation. But that didn't yet matter. It was time for the Death Knight. Ed assessed the final set, which no one had yet to assemble. From the outside, it only seemed to be armor apart from the helmet, which held a skull. Ed brought the pieces closer together and approached the helmet. He then inserted a consciousness, Iron's consciousness. There was no reaction. But that was all right. Ed knew to be patient. A minute passed. This takes a bit, huh? Ed was starting to feel a bit worried, but he soon found it was unfounded. There was a small rattle. The pieces started to vibrate quite fiercely. The helmet slid itself onto the chest plate so as if affected by a ghostly presence. The arms and legs did the same. There was the sound of the armor locking into place, which left Ed satisfied. The skeleton was left on the ground before it suddenly shook vigorously. Following that, the armor came to life. Iron seemed confused as it found itself laying on the ground. It slowly stood up, surprised about its body's change. Now to observe for anomalies he needed to make sure it wouldn't break down later. 154 Iron. Now what's the benefit of this? Can't they just wear armor? As the Forge had put it together, Ed had to assume it was in some way useful. No, maybe the skeletons become more in tune with their armor. Ed was thinking that having one's senses and influence extend to the lifeless armor might increase close combat skills. He wasn't sure if the difference would be sufficiently substantial, however. Well, I'll create only this one for now. Ed figured leashes mixed with knights might prove more useful, so he opted for that option. He went to the holding box and threw in the other body parts. The Forge showed him the prompt and Ed readily agreed. The process began once again. Ed's thoughts wandered as he waited. The anti-skeletons were being built automatically and he only needed to wait for the Death Knight. His thinking was thus focused on the knight. What consciousness do I put in it? This thought popped into Ed's mind. He had only now realized this point. He was inclined towards putting in Iron simply due to his knightly bearing, but that won't do. He needed to at least upgrade him first. Yes, Ed now knew a potential benefit. A bigger consciousness wouldn't armor help house a larger consciousness? Ed was even inclined to believe it might end up being more beneficial than a simple change of material structure. Ed, therefore, left the Forge room with a gleaming expectation. He entered the spirit room and searched for his target through assessment. Iron Wisp of Consciousness. One of the glowing windows finally displayed Iron's name on its text. Ed walked over to it and even floated slightly to catch it in his hands. He also followed it up by grabbing 3 other orc consciousnesses. He was going to wipe their memories and fuse them with Iron's. Let's hope this works. It would suck for the Windstone armor he worked so hard to loot to break apart as a result of a failure. Ed exited the room with the 4 consciousnesses in tow. The Forge was still going strong and pumping out leashes while Ed's Death Knight experiment was being performed on the side. Ed threw the consciousnesses belonging to the dead orcs into the holding box while allowing Iron to float around. He didn't need to, but he didn't see a need to restrict Iron. He grabbed a chisel and started hacking away at the consciousnesses, occasionally throwing a skeleton limb with the corresponding armor piece into the Forge. In less than half an hour, Ed's Death Knight was completed. He only needed to fuse the 4 wisps now. There were a couple of things that required some extra attention, like the mending of scratches and injuries, but the system took care of it with some leftover antimony. Once the 4 wisps merged, Ed would be able to leave the space and begin his experiment. He made use of the holding box and had the wisps fall into the forge. Iron's floating wisp was also thrown in there with the system's help. The white flame flickered violently as it started to melt the 4 wisps. The resplendent wisps lost their light as they slowly turned into a floating ball of liquid. Ed watched on until 2 of the wisps finally collided with one another, doubling in size. The other 2 did the same, and then the new and bigger wisps also collided. The ultimate result: iron consciousness, an independent being made of thought. After assessing the new consciousness, Ed was astonished. It was a new description. It says nothing of remnants. It's its own person now? Ed was starting to think that having eliminated all memories coupled with the 4 fusions deleted all dungeon influence, resulting in such an assessment. Of course, he couldn't be sure, as that was just conjecture. Food for thought. But he still didn't eat much of it. He needed to proceed with his plans. What if someone came to avenge the knights, and then someone came to avenge the people that avenged the knights? He would be caught with his pants down every time. Ed grabbed all the necessary items. He couldn't do it one fell swoop, however, given the sheer quantity of anti-skeleton bones. Once out, the bones and the death armor all fell by his feet. Ed scooted to another side and quickly returned to space for the rest of the bones. It took him many trips to finally have every bone out of the system's space. In retrospect, I might have only needed the anti-skeleton torso. Ed convinced himself that the whole point was to not arouse the dungeon's suspicion and began to assemble the anti-skeletons. But not before calling over some helpers. All of you, come over. Ed called upon the 12 liches. He would get them to prepare the bodies. He first did so himself to demonstrate, and the others followed soon after. It wasn't the first time that they had seen Ed do this either, so they weren't all unacquainted with the procedure. Kenny Jr. had his moments of confusion, but it didn't take him long to get the hang of it. If he hadn't the greater intelligence Ed provided, it would have gone to waste. Sure, it was only one consciousness, but for Kenny it was a substantial increment in thought. Ed continued assembling the skeletons. He had long since had it down to a science. Hoarding has leveled up. It looks like this counts as hoarding too, Ed thought as he finished assembling another one. He assessed the field of dead skeletons and checked on a small pile. More than half are done. He'll leave it to the mages, then he would instead start allocating consciousnesses to each skeleton. He started with the named ones. Prairie. Ed inserted Prairie's consciousness. The skeleton took a good bit to come to itself, but once it did, it knelt with extreme reverence and gratitude. Ed couldn't see any expressions, so he took it from the way it trembled. Prairie's core was of the water element. If there was a plant element, he would go with that, but the closest was the pseudo-element spells like Entangle. For that, 2 elements were needed. The water could be said to be a preparation for that. I will get all of the elements. He would make sure his core and that of his skeletons housed every element. How he would achieve that was yet to be seen. Maybe add new cores? The main reason why that was not a common choice was that the approach could backfire. The pressure on the body could be counterintuitive. The second option he could think of had been discussed long ago. To only house clashing elements, like that they would keep each other at bay. The issue was that this would only allow for 2 elements. Ed proceeded with the spirit insertion process. Scavenger, Brutus. Ed did those 2 in quick succession. Brutus' body housed the fire element. Ed imagined that it would match its fiery personality. Scavenger accommodated the wind. Ed figured it might help it snatch items in battle. It also matched its preferred sword length. Scavenger was akin to a rogue. Ed briefly gauged their reactions and quickly proceeded with the insertion. Ed managed to catch from the corner of his vision how Scavenger waved its reattached arm as if in relief. If you doubt my work, I can't promise you won't lose another arm. If he had done a shoddy job, he would need to practice to make up for it, right? Scavenger was a fitting test subject. No, Scavenger froze after hearing Ed's unkind message. It instead walked away from the vicinity to assess its new mana core. Am I a bully? Ed asked himself as if having a moment of doubt. He dismissed the thought soon after however and continued with the insertion process. There were now 36 new leashes. That meant a new class on mana circulation. But that didn't yet matter. It was time for the Death Knight. Ed assessed the final set which no one had yet to assemble. From the outside, it only seemed to be armor apart from the helmet which held a skull. Ed brought the pieces closer together and approached the helmet. He then inserted a consciousness, Ian's consciousness. There was no reaction. But that was alright. Ed knew to be patient. A minute passed. This takes a bit, huh? Ed was starting to feel a bit worried, but he soon found it was unfounded. There was a small rattle. The pieces started to vibrate quite fiercely. The helmet slid itself onto the chest plate so as if affected by a ghostly presence. The arms and legs did the same. There was the sound of the armor locking into place which left Ed satisfied. The skeleton was left on the ground before it suddenly shook vigorously. Following that, the armor came to life. Ian seemed confused as it found itself laying on the ground. It slowly stood up, surprised about its body's change. Now to observe for anomalies he needed to make sure it wouldn't break down later. 155 Monty Auction. It was very regularly visited by outstanding adventurers and powerful magnates. As a matter of fact, there would at times even be foreigners joining from other countries. It ranged from small ones like the Marines Archipelago east of Bosk, or even large ones like the Galeburst dynasty. Overall, it was a distinguished auction house. Its location made it so as it was near the Bosk Kingdom's northwestern border which bordered 3 countries. Currently, there was an auction and a very special one too. The auction house always had a monthly event where they sold all of the best items they gathered throughout that month at once. Still, that alone wasn't enough to make it special. What really made it stand out were the many rumors that had been generated less than a day before the auction took place. "Do you really think such a potion exists?" muttered a commoner as he gazed at the Grand Monty auction house. Weldon Monty was the one checking people in as instructed to him by his father. He couldn't help but inwardly scoff when he heard the commoner's distant trumbling. Of course, it exists. The Monty auction house was partnered with most if not all of the famous alchemists. This meant having a partnership with large families as well, such as the Flamewood County, who as a matter of fact were the ones that provided the wonder drug. It had been sent over soon after concoction. The shelf life was estimated to be around 3 months. The auction house was not going to sell it until the next month, however. The main reason being that the Flamewood County had instructed so rather last minute. The Monts didn't dare disagree either. They already planned to catch everyone's attention by selling an ancient magic weapon. It was estimated to be over 300 years old and its origins seemed to be some sort of oceanic civilization. Weldon started to feel his ego swell at the thought alone. His Monty family was not as small as people made it seem. Otherwise, how could they get their hands on such luxury goods? To the point where such a good thing could even be overshadowed by another. As a matter of fact, the Monty noble family was only at the rank of Viscount. They had a substantial amount of wealth so that ranking at times felt unfitting. Weldon was greatly displeased whenever someone brought it up. The only ones he might not be able to compete against in Bosk would be the Harvest March. The Marquis, Hail Harvest, was single-handedly responsible for feeding nearly 50% of the entire Bosk kingdom. That was a substantial number for a single house to take charge of. Damn, Weldon ended up lowering his self-esteem just by thinking about it. He then heard a confident voice. Weldon's melancholy quickly faded after catching a glimpse of the gold-suited figure. He couldn't show an ugly face. Yikes. He ended up being caught off guard. Ha ha ha. Why so tense? The man laughed boisterously before asking with a wide smile. I just didn't expect to see you here, Master Archippus. Weldon told the gold-suited middle-aged man. It's all right, I get it. Ha ha ha. The master laughed again, causing Weldon's eye to involuntarily twitch. He actually really hated the man. The problem was that this man was one of the main contributors to the magic devices sold at the auction. The Monty house was wealthy, but they still couldn't go around showing off lest they piss off one of their sponsors. Enough of that. "He'll see you inside, I suppose," Archippus said, and Weldon naturally didn't stop him. He would usually check and verify the identity, but he already knew the flamboyant man. He watched the man's retreating figure and once more drowned in his melancholy. Was he really supposed to simply wait for guests? Where was the Mont's dignity? Iron Knight. Well, a Windstone Knight. That was a fit description for Iron's new appearance. The armor even seemed as if it had come to life on its own. The dark anti-skeletons, coupled with the dim lighting, meant that Iron's skull could barely be seen through the helmet's opening. "How do you feel?" Ed asked the curious Iron. Iron's attention was taken away from the surreal feelings he felt. His attention was instead taken by Ed and his transmission. Almost instinctively, Iron knelt. Its memories as Iron were still so it was more than well aware of who Ed was and his strength. Iron, therefore, felt rather grateful. It knew that Ed had provided it the chance to see the world in a new light. It felt as if it could suddenly absorb all of the knowledge in the land. That was obviously not the case, but the amount of memory space it had gained was substantial. "Very good. You are my knight now," Ed told it. With an increase in consciousness, size came not only increased memory but also increased understanding. Ed didn't know how much the increase attributed, but as he had fused a total of 4 orc consciousness, it was bound to be significant. This meant that all Ed needed to do now was set up law and order, set up a hierarchy and leave himself a representative. He was going to set up his undead realm. He could occasionally return to the crypt, namely when intruders entered, or simply to check up on things. Whenever his strength grew, it wouldn't be bad to give the skeletons an upgrade either. "I wonder if the Liches can receive robes. Was there a thing as a death mage? Those are Liches, I suppose." Ed's thoughts only reached this point because if not, his mages had reached a bottleneck. Their intelligence and understanding would fall behind when compared to the knights who could simply wear stronger suits of armor to house a stronger consciousness. Whoever heard of such a thing? That was too backward. He could just give Iron a core assuming it was possible, but its mana manipulation would be inhibited by the armor. "If I was a craftsman I could solve that, but I'm not." Ed imagined that creating some sort mana channels inside the armors should be possible. He could add runes to the armors, but that wouldn't really help the channeling as much as one thought it would. A robe would still be more fitting as they were specifically made to allow for easy passage of mana and often boosted magical capabilities as opposed to armor which was for withstanding blows. The point in case being, it was possible to have armor and cast magic, but it wouldn't be up to mage standards. He'll think about that later. Ed still needed to know what constituted as a body. The Death Knight in front of him was obviously still valid since the skeleton was inside. He didn't need to ask any questions on that matter. "Let's try this then." Ed raised an earthen cube. He would use it as a body. He placed his polished bony white palm atop of the cube and activated his spirit insertion. If it worked, someone would undoubtedly be an unlucky fellow. Ed activated his sixth sense. He saw no swirling clouds on his palm even as he slowly raised it off the cube. It failed. The consciousness didn't even make it into the cube. But what about golems? Ed wasn't sure if they existed, but he did have vague memories of them. Some were iron giants, others were humanoid to the point of being indistinguishable. It varied by media. So what kind of media am I in? The fantasy world he had been sent to seemed to adhere by some sort of magical common sense. There were proper laws in place when it came to anything magical. Is this system logical? What laws was the system acting under? Who was to say it wasn't possible to turn that cube into a living thing? Until he learned of any proper laws, nothing was off the table. I must be missing the correct requirements. Ed began to ponder on what those requirements might be. Let's assume that the requirements are living. They had to be living or have lived. Ed followed this route. With this logic, how can I make this dirt come to life? Ed asked himself once more while gazing intently at the cube of earth. It was to the point where there existed hidden tension. Living. So what if I stuff something living into it? He didn't mean stuffing in an alive animal, as that would just be animal cruelty. He meant a carcass or remnant of a creature. Ed started thinking of his undead. He saw the shining mana cores of different colors and the anti-skeletons inspecting them. Yes, a sort of core. Glumcore. Suddenly Ed's vague memories of golems seemed to have become clearer, bringing him a slight headache. It soon faded, however. I can bring this dungeon to life, and he didn't mean the dungeon entity but the rooms and such. He just needed to create a core to house consciousness. 156 Headlich. Well, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. He needed to first verify it was possible. The only way to do so was to use the regular dungeon-spawned skeletons or to return to the Orc Plains and experiment there. The latter is a better idea. The Orc Plains had vastly superior resources. For one, he didn't need to make his own magic crystals. He also wouldn't need to worry about running out of boar blood ink. He could also experiment using an orc's body rather than a skeleton once there. Of course, he would first have to make sure the orc was either unaffiliated to him in any way or an enemy. Even though he was powerful, it wouldn't do to become a tyrant. That could lead to some sort of uprising against him. Why do I feel like they wouldn't really mind that much? Ed could already hear orcs defending him, claiming that it was only possible because he was strong. Orc society is weird. He could straighten out the orcs eventually. He first needed to sort things down here, and that meant getting smart allies. The piece of consciousness is enough for the time being, but Ed wasn't reassured by that much alone. Knowing that getting a full consciousness was nothing but an armor away made him greatly hesitant to leave the others at just a piece. But it'll have to do. Although he gave himself the task of creating these civilizations, he knew that the undead would not survive for long. It was inevitable. He would likely be recalled by the dungeon whenever an intruder appeared, but once the enemy was too strong, all would go down the drain. If he died too soon, he might even lose the tempered consciousnesses as well. The only thing he had to gain from this was time. The chances of injuring intruders or weakening them would also grow significantly. Time for a new lesson. Then Ed planned to finish his reading and writing lectures. He would have them write using magic. The earthen mages would have a particularly easy time for this. The others would have to carve in the dirt or walls. The earthen mages could aid in that process as well. It shouldn't be impossible to write using water and fire, as they are fairly tangible, but the skill it would take to actually perform such a deed was not small. The skeletons weren't currently up to the task. As for wind, it was best not to consider it too deeply. Gather. Ed transmitted a single word, but all of the curious skeletons instantly knew what would follow. The skeletons had just received a mana core, so they would need to learn how to manipulate mana. Right? All of the skeletons gathered. Some were sitting on the hard ground and others stood by with blank expressions. They were skeletons. They couldn't really express themselves. Ed didn't care why, but he needed the skeleton up front. He had already taken the liberty to fix its consciousness. Trench wouldn't randomly freeze or experience signs of breakdown anymore. Trench made its way through the skeletons surrounding Ed and came next to him. It was likely confused, so Ed didn't waste any more time and got to the crux of the matter. "Do you remember the letters I taught you?" Ed inquired. Trench's treatment required cutting off a small wisp of consciousness from it. Who knew if some knowledge was stored in there? But Trench nodded. Good. Create one using the earth. Ed's instruction was simple, so Trench wasn't in any way confused. Its brown core began to shine slightly as Trench made the mana inside it travel towards the ground. A protrusion appeared. It was the first letter of the local alphabet. It didn't differ too greatly from a sideways A. Well done. Write your name. In the process of learning to read and write, the skeletons obviously learned of their names. Trench was no different. The sideways A disappeared and was replaced by a word. It spelled drench, capitalized and all. The skeletons were quite talented. But it was expected. He was their teacher after all. If I brought instruction to my past life, it'd be a world-class talent in regards to teaching. There was also a chance his brain would be dissected instead, so it was best to not ponder on it too deeply. Did you see that? Use it to communicate. Trench will be in charge of all of you from now on. Ed transmitted his final decision. He had chosen the smartest earthen mage to represent him since it was convenient. Trench would be able to write, and his consciousness was only any lesser to iron at the moment. The ones with the orc consciousness, the majority, didn't show any strong emotions. Maybe a small shaking of surprise or complete indifference. Blaze however seemed to be opposed to the idea. By the way, its skull suddenly turned to gaze at Trench. It didn't have a face, but it still managed to exude some killing intent. Any of you is free to challenge him for that, right? The anti-skeletons with orc consciousnesses would likely be unable to defeat Trench even if they had the same skills. Their understanding and intellect was at different levels. Kenny Jr. and Blaze could give it a whirl. Blaze would likely lose simply because of the nature of his element. Kenny was also of the fire element and had an inferior intellect to Blaze. There was no need to wonder about the outcome, but it made things competitive. The orc ones had the intelligence of the orcs. That didn't mean they would be rash and battle-crazed, but they might still be rather short-sighted. They might not know that Trench was an insurmountable wall. For the right to become the head lich, Ed was considering naming the position, things ranging from executive to sovereign, but settled for the head. Greater Lich was also an option, but could be confusing and was not necessarily a proper title. Then it became time to denote responsibility. What exactly was the head lich supposed to do? Teach students, of course. Ed didn't want to waste time with that every time. At times of war, it could also lead the troops in a battle. No, Trench, do as I did to you. Teach the new liches to manipulate mana. Ed had taught Trench to manipulate mana before instruction came into play. Trench would be able to mimic his teaching methods. It appeared to Ed that consciousnesses had a great memory. So, what was next? His undead legion needed a base. The corridor was nice enough for the job, but that being the case, he couldn't leave it as it was. He had level 6 mana manipulation. What was stopping him from building a castle? My architectural skills, I guess. Ed couldn't build everything willy-nilly, as he had run out of boar blood. He wouldn't be able to reinforce any crappy build through a formation and a crystal. A simple fort would do for now. Then Ed nodded to himself and asked Trench to begin its lessons near the boss gate. He was sending them as far back as possible. Take the crystals with you too. You can use magic for that. He could do it himself, but he needed to focus on building his dirt and rock castle. The ground thus trembled under Ed's command. He would create a fortress wall. After that, he could create a throne room of sorts where he could rest his body. Of course, by rest, he meant to leave it lifelessly. He didn't want to return only to find himself on the ground. Wasn't that demeaning to his status? He didn't really care, but the idea of having a large chair to boss people from seemed kind of cool. Plus, if he created one for all bodies he was to ever gain, wouldn't it eventually evolve into some sort of legend or religion among his subjects? That was definitely really cool. Ahem, it is to instill reverence in my subjects. Yes, he wasn't childish. He was only 18 anyway. Who was to say that was necessarily an adult? That actually sounds kind of pathetic when putting it that way. Ed decided to cast aside all useless thoughts and simply watched his work unfold. The corridor was now sealed by a tall wall. It was at least half as tall as the boss gate. Ed stylized it a bit by making it seem like bricks on the surface. His manipulation had reached such a level even if it was somewhat straining. After that, he created simple yet sturdy steps. It was like a classic fortress wall. There was no need to make anything look extravagant. If the skeletons need out, they can just use magic. Ed didn't make a gate. He could have, but opted not to, as they didn't need one. After that, he shifted his attention towards the leftover space. He was asking himself how to go about building his shrine/throne room. I got it. He'll use the system space for reference. Ed could hop in and out of it, so why not? It would in its own sort of way be consistent. Thus, a miniature earthen temple started to raise from the still ground. Ed had to see the process of the system's white temple rising so many times that the ground was forming in a similar way. An ancient-like roof style. Thick decorative pillars upholding said roof. Grand steps. It was a spitting image of the white temple. The only difference was the color and some minor details that Ed couldn't be bothered with. Perfect. Ed smiled inwardly, gazing at his work. He felt satisfied. 157 Duma escape. Seeing the sight, Duma couldn't help but become speechless. He was also having an internal struggle. He was being tempted to run away. Ed had been nice to him. He couldn't deny that. He could also see prosperity under him, but the current situation seemed rather hopeless. There was no prosperity for the dead. So, Like the coward he was, he made a decision. While the others conversed, he sneaked further and further down the great walls of his tribe. He would turn their back on them. But that was fine. Wasn't he just a figurehead at this point anyway? None of the rules and laws ever ran through him. Worst of all, Ed had stolen his spotlight. One could say he was jealous. Of course, he wouldn't dare admit it. But what he felt the most was resentment. He didn't choose to become a figurehead. He actually wanted power. He wanted to be in control, to be admired, to be cared for, to be acknowledged. Yet, he received nothing. He only received orders that took away from his freedom. He couldn't even get with girls anymore due to his busy schedule. Juma thus sprinted away from the battlefield. What was he to gain? Death. Forget that. To get what he wanted, he first needed to be alive. He finally touched upon the soft grass of the settlement's ground. He planned to grab some food and quietly leave the premises. Juma? Where are you headed? An orc warrior asked after seeing Duma's distressed countenance and his hurried steps as he got off the stair. Duma was almost frightened to death. I'm going to get something, he answered in passing, for his feet hadn't stopped moving forward. It wasn't a lie either. He headed for the boars. Hours passed since then. Duma had no way to know the result of the battle. The only thing he knew was that no matter what, he couldn't return. Am I lost? He couldn't help but ask himself. Duma subconsciously tightened the grip on his dual axes. He had run deep into the forest as opposed to the open plain. The reason was a no-brainer. Nevertheless, the forest was pitch black due to the thick canopy above his head. Every step he took in the dark filled him with hidden unease and tension. But at the same time, there came some security. In such a place he would never be found, that was for sure. More time passed, but Duma wasn't sure how long. His legs were aching from the long march and he had to inevitably settle down for the day. He began to eat from his boar meat rations. He took all of the raw or cooked food he could find at the time. He couldn't waste time killing or carrying a boar, as unfortunate as it was. After some more time, Duma fell asleep defenselessly. When he woke up, he was still right where he went to sleep. Yes, this place isn't dangerous, he told himself before being suddenly spooked by the sound of footsteps. They weren't too far either. Duma hurriedly tried his best to hide. He didn't want to be discovered without knowing about the other party first. Hey, do you think old Lagaka was for real? It was a rough voice of a young orc. Duma's eyes shinned. He could see hope. He only needed to join a new tribe. Maybe he could even try his luck and become the leader of the tribe. Thus, Duma continued to eavesdrop on the conversation, but for a couple of seconds, there was nothing. Respect, suddenly said a loud, similarly young voice. It nearly made Duma jump from the abruptness. How can I respect that? I won't let anyone sacrifice my sister. The first young orc roared in anger. Duma didn't really care about whatever they were talking about at first, but now, he couldn't help but perk up his ears. Sacrifice. He involuntarily shuddered. He thought there was hope, but who knew it would turn out he could become someone or something's dinner? Guln, you've changed, the second teenage orc said with anger. It seemed his friend's ideas were blasphemous. Ah, what do you know? Guln yelled. His friend didn't take it kindly. Fight me. That was his response to Guln's exasperation. Duma could feel a wedge forming between both parties by the second. The only problem he needed to consider, however, was whether or not to jump out and introduce himself. At the height of tension, Duma made his presence known. Hey! He yelled with vigor in an imposing manner. He exited from the darkness and showed up in front of both teens. The way he held his dual axes and yelled gave him a tyrannical aura. The two boys momentarily forgot about their dissension. They had a tinge of fear, but both also felt a great bit of indignation. Why was that orc talking to them like that? You want to fight too? Guln's friend didn't back down as he shot Duma a glare. Take me to your tribe. Duma didn't care for the kid. He might be a coward, but there was no way he would fear an inexperienced young orc. Huh? Guln instantly found the situation to be odd. At first, Both of them had simply assumed that the orc in front of them was from another part of the tribe, but it seemed he had been wrong. Okay, but Gurln decided to agree due to his curiosity. He also felt that perhaps the fierce-looking orc could change things in the tribe. His friend tried to greatly oppose the idea, even going as far as challenging both of them, but was easily beaten down. He had no choice but to take Duma to the tribe alongside Gurln. Light. Duma, who was walking behind Gurln, exclaimed inwardly. As they continued to approach, Duma could see things more clearly. There was a trail. The trail was covered with leaves that crumbled with each step. The trail's destination was a clearing. Illuminated by sunlight were stone walls aged by time, covered in green vines and leafy plants. There was also a sturdy gate. Duma could not help but feel nervous at the beautiful sight. A tribe that had fed the test of time was bound to be rather tough. As if to prove it, once inside the clearing, which unlike his tribe's clearing had no extra space, they met a couple of orc guards. They even wore rudimentary armor. Luckily he was cleared by Gurln and there were no issues getting inside. I'll take you to our chiefess, Gurln said once inside, to which Duma simply nodded. The main reason was that he was currently dazed. The tribe he had just entered was huge. He could barely see an end to the stone buildings and wood buildings around. He felt as if he traveled to a more advanced society. Perhaps having noticed Duma's surprise, Yam, as Duma had learned he was called, decided to boast a little. I can't imagine what outsiders like you could do without the ancestors' knowledge. Those were Yam's words to the dazed Duma. Duma didn't reply and simply followed after both of them. The further they got, the nicer the buildings became. There was a weird ghostly atmosphere at the same time. However, it was as if the place had been abandoned. After about 10 minutes, they finally came upon a stone and wood temple. It was stood out from the other buildings and even seemed a bit weathered. It also had green vines growing in many places. There were more guards there. Gurln spoke to them and they gave Duma a stink eye but let them in anyway. Once inside, Duma was surprised. The walls were full of all sorts of carving. There was also a stage in the middle and an altar where an old orc woman wearing shamanistic attire could be seen piously praying. Duma was unsure if he should make his voice be heard or not. Seeing this, he had actually never seen such an elderly orc before. The old lady slowly picked up her staff by her side and unsteadily stood up. She then turned to look at them. "Well done, Gurln," the old orc woman said with her aged voice. Duma instantly realized something was wrong. "It is my duty, chiefess," Gurln said respectfully and bowed from the distance. Duma couldn't help but become agape. Wasn't he the one denouncing her earlier? If it isn't too much, can I stay while you interrogate him, chiefess? Gurln asked with respect and yearning. He wanted to know more about the orc. "It was God's will that you found him. Then it must mean you are fated." "Yes, my child." The old woman sounded kind and holy. Crap. Duma bolted for the door as a first response. He didn't even consider fighting the old lady. Suddenly he found his legs unable to move. However, he recognized the things that bound his feet. Vines. He quickly became tied by the plants that grew around the cathedral-like building. "Why have you turned your back on God, ancestors Shaf, who only sought for our salvation?" The old orc was taking slow steps towards Duma from the altar and stage while speaking like a regular and generous old lady. "But it's okay. You were only lost due to your ancestors' mistakes. Tell me where you came from. Their punishment will atone for your sin." Duma turned ashen. What did he do? 158 visiting sanctuary, that was their name and their purpose for existence. They were blessed, for they had piously followed Safa's suggestions. The god asked for sacrifices in exchange for peace and they obliged. They could feast for a long time thanks to God's care. Old Lagakar, as Gurln would call her, was admiring a mural. It depicted the story of Safa, the youngest of the orc ancestors, and how he was betrayed by the others. They had abandoned him and taken some of the knowledge they together compiled. "Oh, great Safa, "We will definitely avenge this injustice," the old orc woman piously swore. Duma had squealed. He had told the lady of the situation back on his settlement. He told a glorious story of a migrating orc who fled to search for valiant warriors to join him in a cause. That was also how he ended up in their sacred tribe's settlement. Of course, the sacred tribe had considered his story to be true, but they still needed to verify. The old lady thus did more probing, and Duma had decided to retell his valiant tale. "Even if the heretics lost, we will need to get rid of outsiders." It was one of Safa's commandments. Thus, the sacred tribe, who had inherited most of the ancestors' knowledge, would exit the deep forest that had been their home for generations to sanctify and punish wrongdoings. Back in the present, Ed was admiring his work. The Brown Temple seemed somewhat historical in nature, as if it held great meaning and importance for some ancient civilization. "Iron, you will be in charge of me as Ed's knight." Iron obviously needed to safeguard his body. Iron nodded. Ed walked towards the temple. Iron followed. He climbed up the sets of steps and entered the building. It was nothing but an empty square room. The earth shifted once more. The floor, which was simple dirt, turned into bricks. The bricks directly in front of the entrance protruded slightly as if to form a path. At the end of the path was a throne. Ed walked towards it and examined it. He inscribed the 3 letters of his name he could remember in their original language. To outsiders, it would seem like gibberish. To Ed it was meaningful. Vertical bar EDW vertical bar. Ed was hit by melancholy. He hence quickly shifted his gaze to other matters. "Let's give it a few finishing touches," Ed thought as he opened his palm and created a small shard. It glowed a soft red. Thanks to the crystallized skills level, it took only a minute to create entire crystals. That meant that a single shard could be made almost instantly. Ed tossed it towards the wall where it was caught by the earth. It then shaped itself into a torch. The light it gave off was extremely dim. It could hardly be used to illuminate anything. Ed repeated this until the room was enveloped in a dim soft red. "Iron, you are to guard this place. You will help Trench maintain the status quo. Expect my return." Ed sent Iron his intention. His last words carried a hint of expectation, as if once he returned, Ed would do something great. The Glum Core would definitely be a game changer. At the very least it would be an unexpected change. The adventurers would be shell-shocked. Ed was the one most looking forward to it. System: inform the dungeon. Ed didn't make a fool of himself this time, as he had suspected that the system sent the dungeon information rather than it is capable of reading his thoughts. It wouldn't make sense for him to dance around in front of Iron. There was no response, but Ed still waited patiently, recalling Champion's soul. The message took about a good minute to appear, but appear it did. Ed felt his mind become woozy. His vision started to fade and he could soon no longer think as his thoughts became distant. When things regained normality, he was inside of the black-red void. He turned off Sixth Sense and the void lost the red sheen. Ed then waited for another message. 10 minutes before respawning, Ed nodded inwardly. The dungeon was more likely than not pleased with Ed's recent actions and thus allowed him free reign around the dungeon. He was after all strengthening its defenses. There was no need to punish or hinder him. Glum Core. The dungeon definitely wouldn't prevent him from creating such a thing. The best method had to be throwing the carcass of an orc or boar into the system, however, which could make the dungeon displeased. I might need to keep a certain level of secrecy. Then Ed didn't think more than that. It would likely not be impossible for the dungeon to read his mind when he was literally in it. Of course, the opposite could also be true. Still, no chances. He distracted himself with idle thoughts instead. Summoning Dungeon Champion. Great. The 10 minutes passed and Ed was resummoned. He could feel his consciousness being sucked by a void-like vacuum. His thoughts grew hazy and languid. Before he knew it, he was sucked away and thrown into another body. His orc body. his senses returned to him. Ed's vision was covered with nothing but the brown of the dirt and the soft glow of the brown earthen crystal formation he set up. Him still in the same place, Ed rejoiced inwardly. It meant that no trouble had been kicked up during his absence, or at the very least it wasn't anything catastrophic. Ed expanded the dirt as he stood up ready to leave. As he did, he felt completely full of energy. The sleep had not turned his muscles lethargic. It was also simply possible that having spent a good while as a skeleton, returning to his orc body felt that much more invigorating. His attributes were a bit ridiculous, so it was rather natural. He paid it to mind no longer as he pocketed the earthen crystal and dug himself out of his hidey hole. The first thing that assaulted him was the smell of the wilderness and the rays of sunlight that passed through the foliage of the trees. Having all of your senses is a good thing. Everything felt better, but what would feel best was returning to Sanctuary. Ed thus ignored the trees that softly blew in the wind and ran towards the settlement. He sprinted at top speed, kicking up some dirt in his wake. Soon the light was more resplendent as the trees became scarce and opened up to a clearing. Beyond the clearing was a tall wall. The wall seemed new, which was to be expected as a large portion of it had burned down. The issue was that there were also signs of damage. There was an attack, most likely from an enemy tribe. Ed didn't fear such an encounter and thus continued running towards the settlement. That was when a new thought emerged. Or did all of the humans not escape before? He felt as though that was a possibility. It wasn't like the system had sent him many alerts. The damage on the walls was also not in any way small. It looked like it had been struck by powerful magic. Ed felt some panic once he came to this conclusion. If the orcs inside were hurt or killed, then this was the most short-lived sanctuary ever. He would have failed in his promise, and worst of all, Shul and Sharog could be dead. His sprint became much faster as Ed put some serious power into it. He basically launched himself forward at frightening speeds. No orc should be so nimble. Ed then controlled the earth to create steps for himself. He jumped over the tall wall with the help of these steps. With a thud, he landed atop the wooden wall. Ed then heard some screeching. The sounds came from some goblins who were frightened by his appearance. They are still using goblins. That had put Ed at ease to a certain extent, but he still peered down the wall and into the settlement. The sight before him was the regular settlement. There were no burnt buildings or pillaged housing. It looks like I was worried over nothing. He was confident in Sanctuary's ability to resist any orc invaders. So even if there had been a tribe's attack, he wasn't worried. Ed looked over the settlement from the high vantage point for a good couple of seconds before finally deciding to go down the wall. He was currently thinking of how he should surprise Sharog or Shul. Shul wasn't really surprised by my revival, though she did faint at first, but her attitude afterward was completely unbelievable. If she could overlook something like that, Ed felt that surprising her wouldn't be effective. To Sharog it is then he also needed to catch up on the situation following his leave. For example, it wasn't impossible that someone tried to become a new leader, or for the three tribes to separate and fall apart. Wait. Ed finally got down the settlement walls, but there was no one. 159 Atonement Daku is asking for support. They are under attack. Nag was reporting to Sharog urgent news. A couple of days ago such a thing would be odd, but as she was made the leader of the settlement, it was normal for Nag to report to her. It wasn't easy though. Less than 3 days after Ed's departure, Sharog had told everyone of Ed's wishes and her new position. There was obviously opposition, primarily from Duma tribe, who had until recently had nothing to do with Sharog and Vorgarag. It was only an alliance. Why were they getting absorbed? If Duma had perished, then someone from their tribe would step up. They wouldn't accept anything less. The settlement thus suffered from internal conflict. The outsiders were trying to take their home. Physical conflict broke out. This was obviously within Sharog's expectations. However, that meant she had a lot of time to prepare, but the plan she concocted on was, from an outsider's perspective, unreliable. Even she had to admit it was less than optimal. She had many limiting factors when coming up with a plan within a short amount of time. For example, She wanted to avoid a pointless massacre. It wouldn't do for Ed to return and see Sanctuary having half of its population. Vorgarag's Anchkok tribe and Sharon's Bloodshed tribe, therefore, ran out of the settlement. Not an hour later, however, they went to forcefully retake hold of the situation. There were many valiant orcs on Duma tribe who showed their mettle, but their mettle alone was not enough. Sharog wasn't stupid. Ed and Vorgarag had taught her a couple of things. For example, if you were losing, you probably weren't using enough crystals. She had stealthily arranged to have a large amount of the stored crystals taken outside the settlement. Duma had provided a lot of manpower for the crystal mine, though making it hard for such actions to go unnoticed. Luckily, most of the orcs were only interested in celebrating their victory. That was also why Sharog decided to rush the matter rather than playing the long con. Most of the orcs wouldn't even think twice about some suspicious activity. Using the crystals, her firepower was overwhelming. She even left various marks on the newly rebuilt wall. She also used various wind spells to incapacitate the aspiring orc leaders. The more rowdy ones were killed on the spot. The rest of Duma tribesmen had no choice but to submit to Sharog once their potential leader candidates were killed or incapacitated. They can't handle it? Sharog asked with skepticism. While the news in the Orc Plains was basically non-existent, most tribes would try to keep up on the number of orcs a tribe held and their combat capabilities. Fighting blindly wasn't a smart strategy. Make-who ran all the way here. I think no, they are in trouble. Nag corrected himself and reassured Sharog of the urgency of the situation. Make-who was Dak's best friend. For him to be sent off was rather serious. Sharog now needed to make a decision. Allies help each other, it was a no-brainer. But in actuality, the tribes were no longer allies. The agreement was for one, not permanent, and also solely for dealing against humans. After a short period of silent deliberation, Sharog decided on what to do. We will help them, Sharog resolutely told Nag as she stood up from her seat. They were both inside of Duma's old cabin. The place was currently serving as her home and where people could find her. They both headed out of it to gather the warriors and spur them for battle. As they did, Sharog's thoughts were preoccupied with another matter. I hope Ed returns soon. Sharog was actually quite afraid that her decision was a bad one and couldn't help but think back on Ed's overwhelming strength. For if he was there, then there would be nothing to fear. The issue was that he wasn't. Leading a small tribe like her depleting Bloodshed tribe was not an issue, but taking care of the entirety of Sanctuary put surmountable pressure on her mind. It was taxing, but she still chose to participate in an unexpected and uncertain battle. Why was that? It was certainly not confidence. The Thundercry tribe was without Ed and Vorgarag superior in strength. If they couldn't handle the foes, then what chance did they stand? Would the Thundercry tribe not suffer defeat before they ever even made it there? What was she fighting for then? There were no benefits, right? Ed told her his plans to leave a mark in the dungeon's history. She wasn't sure what he meant, but she wanted to do her best to help him accomplish that lofty ideal. Ed had spared her and given her unconditional trust. It was the least she could do. She couldn't subvert his expectations. At the very least, she needed to keep things as they had been. Hours later, inside of the Sacred Tribe's cathedral, Ma'am Chiefess, an orc warrior wearing light armor, came to Chiefess Lagaka. "Yes, my child?" An aged voice asked back warmly. "The outsider's information has been confirmed to be true," the orc warrior answered solemnly. The old orc woman seemed to have expected that and showed no surprise. She instead decided it was a perfect time to denounce the outsiders. "Those heretics have no sense of companionship." The old lady was of course referring to Duma's recount of the Orc Plains. The ancestors' tribes were killing each other. The descendants were living in turmoil among one another in order to survive another day. In her eyes, they were savages. They were like a pack of goblins. Brainless. Duma had even sold out all of the locations of the tribes he knew and their status. The old lady felt like laughing out loud. No, she actually did start laughing. Ha ha ha. Ha ha! It was a hearty and aged laugh that resonated inside the old stone cathedral. It was chilling. She laughed because the situation was completely unlike their tribe, who had chosen to sacrifice some orcs to God every now and then. They were blessed with peace deep within the forest and were allowed to advance their magic knowledge through the ancestors' stones of knowledge. Although one of them was missing, it was more than enough for them to maintain peace and live unrivaled. The orc warrior didn't bat an eye at the chiefess' eccentric behavior and simply behaved himself. They were baptized in the religion from a young age and knew better than to disrespect the chief. They were the ones that could communicate with God and were usually immersed in magic knowledge from a young age. They were strong and unfathomable. Kill him. The old lady composed herself and sent down a new order. Since they knew the knowledge was true, they could simply kill him. Yes ma'am, the warrior said and left the cathedral. He circled around it before finding a set of stairs. The prison was located underneath the cathedral, but the entrance was from the outside. Duma, who was locked inside of a cell in the dark, suddenly covered his eyes. Following the sound of a door opening, a light had entered the eerie and dusty location. His eyes quickly adjusted to the new light and they even sparkled with understanding. Two warriors, one carrying a simple torch, had entered the premise. They must have verified his information. See, I would never dare lie. Duma spoke enthusiastically as he blatantly lied. He would surely be posing if it weren't for his arms and legs being restrained. Your sins have surely been forgiven, one of the warriors said piously. The image of the strong orc holding a sharpened bloody axe while looking up at the ceiling with faithful devotion was jarring. It painted an odd contrast that gave Duma a great sense of unease. He subconsciously gulped with nervosity as the warrior holding the torch removed the rope that tightly held together his cell door and allowed the fierce hulky warrior inside. You don't need to have that axe in hand, do you? You can untie me without it. Duma spoke with delirium. If it weren't for the fact that he was bound, Duma would have already shot out running. You will now join God. But the warrior didn't share his same concerns. He had glanced over them as if he had heard nothing but a buzzing in his ears. What? No. You said I was forgiven. You said I could atone. Duma yelled madly after hearing his worst fears come to pass. The burly orc lifted his bloodied axe. You have been forgiven and God will now grant you much deserved peace. Was there a better reward? The forgiven heretic would be absorbed into God's kingdom following his death. Yes, the orc truly believed this to be the case. No. Duma started to violently shake as he struggled to remove the rope confining his arms and legs. The axe started moving. Yes, Duma's frantic eyes, which were biting away at the rope that tied his hands, caught glimpse of the sharp edge that darted towards his body. He was desperate. No. The sound of his despairing cries was cut short. Desperation didn't mean he would get any results. Blood spluttered as the axe dug right into Duma's unprotected head. His head was split apart like a melon. In a way, Duma did atone. He atoned for his betrayal. Let's go, the other warrior that held the torch outside said after watching the spectacle with indifferent eyes. The other nodded and picked up a nearby cloth to gently wipe his axe. He left Duma's corpse to lay on the cell without any regard. His job was done. Duma was now in God's hands. 160 Dakuit slammed open and Ed was able to get a glimpse inside. There were basic straw beds and thatching work in progress. The orc that lived likely dealt with thatching as a profession. That was beside the point though. Ed could not see any trace of a hurried escape. Nonetheless, he could definitely tell that it wasn't voluntary either. The orc's work was half finished. Confirming this, Ed didn't check any other houses. He instead ran towards the butchery, the boar farm. With a bang, he opened up a door into the building. He had already caught sight of the boars and could even hear them, but he wouldn't feel assured until entering. There is no one here, Ed thought as he made his way into the backyard. The pig pen. He was checking to see if the numbers were perchance small. That would indicate that they gathered food and were probably not returning anytime soon. There are only young ones. It indicated that they would return, so it swore Ed still remembered when Vorgarag had taken his whole tribe to capture some boars. Vorgarag mentioned it being a risk to leave the defenseless at home. Only strong tribes or those with large numbers could afford to leave their residence in the settlement. This isn't a small one. They were also rather strong. Ed felt uneasy. Are they hiding then? Upon reaching this thought, Ed felt that this was the most reasonable explanation. The only problem was that he wouldn't know where they might be hiding if it was true. The Angecox tribe old settlement had a secret hatch, but Ed wasn't sure if the same applied to Sanctuary. Nevertheless, he would have to check out the leader's cabin. It was the most likely location as well as a place where he could find more clues. He thus hurried over, keeping his eyes and ears peeled all the while. Once there, he pushed open the door and examined the entire house. There weren't any signs of struggles or anything, nor were there any letters addressed to him. Ed frowned. He was running out of options. It wasn't like he could simply run in a random direction trying to find them. Oh, right. The goblins. He didn't need to pick a random direction. The goblins were there for scouting purposes. They could spot enemies and friendlies leaving or entering the settlement. Ed was in another room of the cabin but quickly left and headed for the front door when realizing this. His steps faltered, however. He had heard a set of footsteps. He warily and slowly approached the front door while ascertaining that the weight of the footsteps corresponded with an orc's. He hastily opened the door and behind it was. She was ready to play the part of a maiden waiting for her loved one to triumphantly return to pick her up. It would be super romantic. But given how sudden it was, the muscle woman was caught off guard and showed an ugly confused expression. She admonished herself inwardly, entirely forgetting about Ed's presence. I guess she is still the same. Ed's hidden tension was completely gone after seeing the simple shell. He didn't know where she came from, but things couldn't be too bad if she could afford to stay back. Still, he needed to snap her out of her daze and learn of the situation. Shell. Ed called her name softly yet audibly. Shell was instantly reminded and broken out of her momentary stupor. Ah, right. Sharog took most of the capable warriors to assist Dakka's tribe. Shell reported, expecting Ed to be concerned on the matter. It was obvious. She could only imagine that she would scour the entire settlement if she found no one. Assist Dakka. Ed was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected the Thundercry tribe to need any assistance. They were supposed to be close to unrivaled in the area. Although that was past glory, with the old veterans recovering their injuries, most of it had to have been regained. Yeah. It was urgent too. Shell really wanted to catch up with Ed, even though the time they had spent apart was not much, but clearly the situation would not allow it. Ed's assistance was necessary when facing the unknown. Thank you. Where did they head? Ed thanked Shell for the information and pressed for more. He intended to hurry over. They went that way. Shell pointed towards one of the settlement's corners. It was deeper into the forest but more or less diagonally. Thanks again. I'll go there. Ned wanted to ask more things. For example, how did Shell know someone had entered? Where were they hiding? How much time? He could have these answered in under a minute, but how was he supposed to know if he had a minute to spare? He was still confident that the tribe could beat most of the ones in the area, but seeing how even Dakka's tribe was having trouble, the casualties would pile up. Shell was reluctant but didn't stop him. She was starting to feel a bit useless but didn't voice this concern. She had considered going with Ed, but not only would she slow him down, but she was left to guard the others under Sharog's orders. Ed left as he came, hurriedly. As the orc body had lied dormant for a while, it was full of mana and ready to burst. Ed applied the wind element to his body and swiftly evaded houses as he headed towards the back rightmost corner of the settlement. Once there, he hopped over the walls and disappeared into the darkness caused by the forest's thick canopy. Following the event of the battle against the humans, the Thundercry tribe had lost many members. Nonetheless, the way the sun shone seemed much brighter. It was as if they were given a new lease on life. Even the potions allowed the Thundercry's dignity to be regained and their valor to be rekindled. They mourned for their brothers, but it was brief. almost non-existent. They most of all celebrated. Dagger seemed to be the only that was devastated. He truly felt horrible after finding out about his teacher and master's death. He had lost his actual father in battle and taken in by Dagash, who was a great friend of him. Growing up, Dagash exhibited tough love. Nonetheless, Dagger didn't grow rebellious. He even became rather shy. The teachings had backfired, but Dagash was still like a father to him. He had lost two fathers. But orcs didn't dwell on death for too long though. What was wrong with dying valiantly in battle? He should even feel happy for him. That was their teachings. That was Dagash's teachings. Dagger would take them to heart. A couple of days after he was willingly admitted to the position of chief, becoming the youngest chief of the Thundercry tribe, he was given Dagash's house, where he found words addressed to himself. Deku, there is a secret hatch under my bed. Inside is a room with some teachings that I couldn't master. Please, put it to good use. Most of all, fight valiantly with them. Otherwise, don't dare call yourself my student. It was short and to the point. Dagger spent all of his days practicing his control over lightning in the secret basement. He would only occasionally talk to his best friend Makehu. At one point he was visited by Nag and some others to check up on them, but that was all. This peace was however broken by sudden attackers. Dagger, we will go ahead, ha ha ha. Towards victory. The Thundercry tribe riled themselves up and headed towards battle. Dagger was forced to finish whatever he was doing and grab a weapon. Dagger caught up eventually. He stood at the settlement's open gate, agape by the sight. Orcs of his tribe, dead by the dozens. It wasn't so undecided, but the prospects weren't looking good. The enemy orcs were wearing armor and were skillful in the way they handled their weaponry. There were even bows being put into action. Dagger had never encountered such a situation. Makehu, go get help. Dagger yelled at Makehu, who had just caught up alongside him while eyeing the enemies. What about you, chief? Makehu asked unwillingly. I will fight valiantly. Dagger had told Makehu with evident determination, resulting in the latter caving in without much resistance. Retreat. Dagger roared with his young voice after seeing Makehu reluctantly retreat. Since he had asked for help, they naturally needed to first hold out. The orcs who had exited the settlement walls to fight heard this and looked past their bloodlust. Unfortunately, however, retreating didn't prove easy. Most of the orcs that had gone down prematurely ended up dying. Dagger was forced to close the gate and use the survivors to hold on until Dagger brought back help. It wasn't until many hours later that Sharog's group was able to get there. By that point though, the settlement was in a less than optimal state. Deku, the young orc, was alone, surrounded atop the settlement's stone walls. He was on the edge, looking as if about to fall. An arrow pierced his thigh, causing him to grimace. Deku, Sharog roared towards him. It appeared rather feeble since she was a magician and had a skinny figure. Nonetheless, the young tribal chief was able to hear her cry. He turned his hopeful eyes towards Sharog and saw blades of wind darting towards his direction. He knew they were there to assist. Suddenly, a heavy sword hit his exposed back, sending blood spurting out. Deku was effectively pushed off the settlement wall for averting his eyes in battle. Sharog reached out towards him on instinct, but she knew she could do nothing for him. 161 Gorlag. That was alright. It never bothered Hugum. The pained scream of the youngster who they surrounded on the wall didn't make him rethink his choice either. It didn't bother him. Because in death one gets to meet the grace of God. To kill the orc that was nothing more than a child meant to prevent him from committing sins from a younger age. What was wrong with such a thing? Nothing. So even as he saw the young orc's bloodied body fall off the ledge with unyielding eyes, his only thought was to locate the next heretic. To kill more, make more sacrifices for their god. That feeling was euphoric. Hugum couldn't get enough of it. He was lusting for more blood. Hugum, you are in charge of captives. Stay back. A burly voice and a rough hand shoved on Hugum's back. It was their captain for this venture, Gorlag. Those words however doused his enthusiasm. Okay, Hugum replied with a hint of reluctance. It was nice to have a considerate captain, but he didn't want to be in charge of captives. Still, He knew it was an important thing. Sacrificing those captives would get them food just as sacrificing those of their tribe would. Safeguarding the captives meant safeguarding more of their members' lives. Hugum knew all too well that it was an important role. His brother had once been chosen to be sacrificed. To engage in this crusade also meant to prevent more of his tribesmen from going through the same experience. Although they would be sent to God and be in its care, a death, a loss, of friends and family was never something to be happy about. One could at most force a smile. Thus, Hugum, who was initially against leaving the battlefield, now perked up. He was more than happy to tend to and take back the captives. Gorlag hadn't paid him any mind though. He was preoccupied with assessing the new heretic army and the barrage of wind that darted towards their location. Orcs, get ready to spill more blood, Gorlag yelled as he raised his heavy stone sword into the air. He then swung down the large blade to block the blades of wind that were aiming for his person. The other orcs beside him did the same, although not all of them were as lucky or skilled. Their armor ensured that the attack wasn't life-threatening, but they had indeed suffered injuries. Gorlag noted down the names of those failures inwardly. He would have to double their training. Suddenly, Gorlag looked down the settlement wall and noticed an oddity. He still lives? He was obviously referring to Daku. The childish orc must have pulled off some sort of desperate move to save himself. Kill them. The orcs beside him had their morale instantly boosted by his ferocity. The thundering command reached the ones down on the ground, who immediately put that plan into action. They ran out of the settlement to enthusiastically engage with the new heretics. Seeing the sight, Gorlag started going down the settlement's wall himself. Sharog got to witness the whole situation from her position. That included Daku's weird trick of attempting to slow down his speed by using his lightning steps on the wall. In a way, he had been really lucky. If he was pushed instead of forced to slip off, then he would have spluttered on the ground. Get ready to hold your ground, Sharog screamed at her allied orcs. She did not suggest confronting the enemy directly, since they might need to retreat. The plan was to assist the Thundercry tribe, but they had been nearly annihilated. Daku, who was one of the survivors, didn't show any signs of getting up from the location he fell. Sharog was also not willing to go over to retrieve them. They weren't capable of holding out for as long as the Thundercry tribe had. They didn't have any sort of fortifications or traps to make use of. They weren't inside of a settlement after all. While she had considered all of these factors, the much simpler orcs hadn't. Sharog's words therefore didn't enact the same effect as Gorlag's. If anything, they were rather disheartening. Was she implying they couldn't eliminate the enemy? They, who were so valiant and fierce. The enemy had been in a fight for hours too. Sanctuary's orcs roared loudly as they were ready to intercept the Sacred Tribe's armored goons. They would clinch victory and prove their strength. They even had a number advantage of more than 20 orcs. They all started charging forward following their vicious roars. Even those of Sharog's bloodshed tribe had charged forward, perhaps getting caught in the bloodthirsty atmosphere. That was not in line with Sharog's intention, but there was nothing she could do about it. Her leadership had not really been acknowledged. By taking command of the settlement, she showed that she was able to think and also able to make use of resources. In the orcs' eyes, however, that wasn't her strength. To make them acknowledge her implied showing her battle prowess. This was her first battle in which they could witness it though. She brought out a green wind crystal from her shamanistic robe. She knew a couple of wind spells that could prove useful there. The mana inside her whirled as she cast the incantation for the vortex spell. She used the crystal to improve the distance and summoned a whirlwind within the ranks of the approaching enemies. The whirlwind had at most slowed down the enemy orcs. Its lethality could be improved, but given the distance she had summoned it from, it would require much more mana. Still, there were all sorts of screams inside that immediate area. Most were stubborn screams and roars of the strong orcs and their indomitable will. Get that BTCH. Some even yelled while pointing their blades towards the somewhat distant Sharog. She was behind the frontline fighters, making such a deed a tall task, but none of them seemed intimidated, only invigorated. Yeah, there were more cries of agreement. The rowdy bunch was just about to meet the Sanctuary's orcs. A slugfest began. Both sides attacked with their fierce weapons and even kicks, wanting to tear one another to pieces. The Sanctuary Orcs had shiny new weaponry from the C and B class adventurers, making their attacks tough to handle. On the other hand, the Sacred Tribe's Orcs wore armor crafted with arguably poor craftsmanship and weapons that were in a similar situation. They were more balanced in attack and defense. Gorlag, who was in the backline due to starting off from atop the settlement walls, started sprinting towards the battlefield with his heavy blade. Ha ha ha! Make way! He yelled, and the Sacred Tribe's Orcs immediately parted. Gorlag shifted the momentum from his sprint into a devastating overhead swing that struck down on the ground with great violence. The ground nearly shook from the force, and some of the nearby orcs were forced back or crushed. Then a flurry of wind charged towards Gorlag's location. The wind was in the shape of javelins. Sharog was trying to skewer Gorlag after he had left himself open to attacks. The javelins cut through the air, but most missed their marks as Gorlag used his heavy and thick blade to guard himself. The one that did hit pierced straight through his shoulder, and another one near his abdomen. Ugh! This F-King. Gorlag was infuriated by the backline mage. Judging by Sharog's figure, he could even snap her like a twig. It was only a matter of getting closer. "I'm coming for you," Gorlag declared as more of his foes charged towards him with their sharp weapons. Gorlag ignored his bleeding and injured shoulder as he lifted the blade and performed a sweeping strike. It seemed rather slow given that the attack was done hurriedly and without much force, but the orcs were still forced to back off. They didn't wear armor, and they all weren't willing to sacrifice their bodies just yet. Sharog threw forward another volley of attacks. There was a mix of javelins and blades, pierce and slash. Most were targeting Gorlag as he was most open, but others were also darting towards nearby opponents. Gorlag didn't try to block such a thing and instead planned to retreat. That was when he felt a force suddenly push him forward. His eyes widened and in realization, but he was very much unwilling to die so simply. The blades of wind starting to cut his body, and the many javelins pierced right through, creating a sieve out of Gorlag's body. Still, as blood dripped from every orifice, Gorlag still stood. He made sure that each javelin missed the vitals and that each cut was superficial. Even as his body was drained of color from the lack of blood, Gorlag stood tall. Sharog, on the other hand, tossed aside the wind crystal. She had expended most of its energy. She had used the breeze spell and the crystal to push Gorlag back into the barrage. "Don't get too cocky," Sharog said from her position. Most of the enemies were likely not able to hear her, but those words were undoubtedly full of sass. Gorlag could not have heard her words either, but "This is just an advance party," Gorlag said and chuckled, finally dropping to one knee. They could keep up the meaningless fight. In his eyes, they wouldn't amount to much. Ha 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 ha. Gorlag laughed as blood continued to seep from his body and he inevitably fell on the grassy ground with a thud. The worst had yet to come. 162 lingering traces. The main reason was that he had nothing to hide. He also wasn't willing to see orc lives being sacrificed. Especially not if he wasn't present. At least he could give them a second chance at life if he was. Although that depends on whether one considers reincarnating without one's old memories as a second life. Ed felt that it really wasn't, but some might think differently. Regardless, Ed couldn't possibly delve into the topic at the current moment. His first thoughts were thinking about where the enemies could have come from. The only two occasions he could think of that would make the Thundercry tribe face danger was overwhelming numbers or strong elites, as they themselves are arguably considered. He was sure that the famine made it impossible to be the former, so it would have to strong elites. 100 orcs with a strong inheritance, maybe some sort of flaming fists or stellar rock-like constitution. 100 such orcs would be difficult for anyone to handle. I suppose the orcs' inheritance determines a lot about where they place the Thundercry tribe. Would not be an elite without their lightning steps. Similarly, no matter how good Vorgarag's potential was, if he didn't have anyone teach him, he would be no different from others. If anything, a little smart. That's good for me. Ed hadn't considered expanding Sanctuary before. He had only thought to let it grow naturally. People were attracted to good places, right? But when he thought about inheritances, it wouldn't be a bad idea whatsoever to forcefully absorb the others. Of course, It wasn't like he would massacre the opposing orcs and then take their knowledge. He could give them chances to surrender along the way. I can't be too merciful either. Mercy is for the weak. Fundamentally the quote was down to interpretation. Was the one showing mercy the weak one, or was it the one being pitied? Ed was believing it to be the former on this occasion. Orcs idolized power, strength. It spoke millions to them. There were exceptions as there was to every rule, but that also meant they could be easily blinded by power. Taking Slug One as an example, Ed was never able to find out the reason why he did what he did. But it could be inferred. Food was short, yes, but teaming up would only make it scarcer. His ideals were likely much greater than that. He perhaps hoped to conquer the entire Orc plains. If Ed showed weakness, the orcs would think he was undeserving of his power. They would then convince themselves that it was their time to shine. That would at most be annoying, but as Ed would have to often enter the system space, it was best to eliminate any hidden dangers. It wouldn't do to suddenly die while researching something like the Glum cores. Ed continued considering his development plans among other things as he continued down the trail that led to the Thundercry settlement, and it didn't take him very long to finally get a glimpse of it. The contrast of light and dark cleared and he could clearly see the blood-tainted stone walls. His brows instantly furrowed with worry. The most alarming part was that he could not hear the sounds of battle. What did that mean? That the members of Sanctuary were not present. If one were to think positively, it was very much possible that the orcs were chasing down the enemy, but the other alternative was their defeat. Ed continued sprinting until he was showered under the sun's rays and could directly see the messy aftermath of the battlefield. It was covered in all sorts of loot, damaged crude orc iron armor poorly constructed by the sacred tribe's armor smiths, made of orc iron in a crude form, faulty orc iron longsword, refined iron war axe. The first thing Ed did was to scan the armor and weapons scattered across the ground. The two types of weapons, some dropped from adventurers and others crafted by the sacred tribe. Ed's furrowed brows somehow creased further. It was a bad sign to see weapons from adventurers, as it meant that the orcs were likely evenly matched. I need to find where they came from. There were two ways for Ed to find this out. One was to look for trails. A large army moving around would leave trails. It was difficult to conceal. The second option was to investigate where most of the encounters occurred. That would at least point him in an overall direction. The sacred tribe, as the system calls them, were defending in this side of the settlement. It suggested that when Sharog entered the fray, the Thundercry tribe had already been conquered. Ed continued walking. He headed towards the settlement's walls and climbed up them through the use of the earth. The gate wasn't too far off, but Ed wanted to get a bird's eye view. With a single glance, one could tell the attackers were not merciful. Most of their homes inside of the settlement had been trashed or set on fire. It made it seem as if they had an incorrigible grudge against the tribe. Ed continued walking on the dry blood-soaked walls. He was rounding the area to determine where the attackers came from. Something had caught his eye. However, Daku wounded. He had managed to catch the figure of a young orc laying next to one of the burnt-down buildings. To top it off, the fellow was even alive. Daku. Ed felt the name was familiar. Dugash's disciple? He didn't believe he ever personally met the Thundercry's successor. It was just that Dugash didn't miss a chance to boast about him. It reminded Ed of how a proud father would boast of a child. Although I can't really remember what that's like, he could take solace in the fact that he could at least vaguely remember. He likely had good parents. Ed jumped down from the settlement walls and hurried over towards the young orc. His arrival was similarly not unnoticed. Daku, who was holding a potion bottle, looked up with a scrutinizing gaze towards Ed, who had jumped down the walls. His figure was imposing and his constitution seemed lean yet sturdy. Daku did not think he stood a chance against such a person. The orc's aura that exuded strength instilled a sense of respect in him. He didn't even think to resist, as he knew that if he was wanted dead, his head would be rolling on the dirty ground. "Who are you?" Still, he couldn't help but be curious. Who knew? Perhaps this orc came to be his saving grace. "I am Ed," Ed answered simply as he finally stopped in front of the orc. The bottle he had was one of the ones he made. It was an Alivio potion bottle. As Dugash's successor, Dagger must have known in which building they were kept and dug through its ashes and rubble to find one to drink. Ed had to commend the young orc's desire to live. Ed Dagger wasn't sure I'd heard of it. Dagash was one to handle matters by himself. It was already a miracle that he was able to learn Sharog's name. It was perhaps only possible since the meeting first took place in their tribe. Ed ignored the child's pensive state and got straight to the point. How did you survive? A good leader would be the first to put themselves at risk and fight to the bitter end. While not always true, it did tend to apply to the orcs and their savage style. Dagger was a bit reluctant to say it. While at first, he had blacked out. Seeing that he continued to live, he likely had a chance to scamper away or hide. Ed knew it had to be one of those, as he didn't think the enemies would be so merciful. I hid. I fell off the wall and fainted. But once I woke up I hid. Dagger chose to be frank. Ed was a bit threatening even as he simply looked down at him. He also thought that this much could be deduced, so he continued. He told Ed how the battle was reaching its climax once he finally woke up. This meant that he could sneak away unseen even as he crawled his way back into the settlement to hide inside of the tribe's secret inheritance. He only got out of his hiding spot nearly an hour later when he was certain the enemies had left. As he had lost too much blood, he had to weakly scour for a potion and lay numbly next to the building as he recovered. Once he did. You didn't see what happened to the tribe? Ed was now certain that things had gone awry, so he asked the question with a solemn expression. Dagger could only meekly shake his head to reply under such scrutiny. Where did they come from? Ed asked. Dagger, who weakly pointed deeper into the forest. Ed's gaze turned sharp. It was as if his eyes could drill past the wall that surrounded the settlement and look directly at the backs of the sacred tribe members. His eyes were chilling and full of murderous intent. Dagger felt a shiver down his spine. Those guys were screwed for sure. 163 sacred settlement, what? He instead exclaimed in surprise. He had thought that Ed came from Sanctuary, but it seemed he was coveting the Thundercry tribe's ancestry. Hurry and tell me. Ed wanted to quickly memorize the lightning steps, or at least get a quick glance over it to integrate it into his own techniques. The quicker he headed towards the direction Dagger pointed, the higher the chances he could catch up to the attackers. I can't. Dagger felt that as long as he lived the tribe would continue to live on, but if he gave away their ancestry then that would be the same as betraying the tribe. He wasn't willing. Hearing the kid's response, Ed did not get angry. On the contrary, he understood that asking for such crucial information on a first meeting would beget flat-out rejection. Were it not for the urgency of the situation, he wouldn't think to ask. Well, not now at least. I need to catch up quickly. Ed decided to offer some short words of explanation. Dagger seemed to be smarter than Dagash, so much more was not needed. Dagger was still reluctant, but for some reason, he felt guilty. He felt guilty as Ed's piercing eyes sent a shiver down his spine, as fear gripped firmly onto his heart and sent terror coursing through his every nerve. He couldn't help but feel guilty at the thought of not assisting the ones that came to his rescue. When he thought this, he felt all the more that his life would be cut short. This decision to uphold his tribe's honor would mark the end of his journey. Dagger heard Ed's words and couldn't help but do a double take. Did he hear correctly? Ed's tone did not hold a hint of anger. As a matter of fact, Dagger's pressure was significantly lessened as Ed took his gaze away. "Leave you here," Ed told him with a hesitant glance before sprinting off. It was against his conscience to leave the kid like that, but he had wasted enough time without any fruits for his labor. Ed's legs had been wrapped in a soft green hue as the wind mana in his body condensed onto his strong legs. He darted around the trashed and burnt buildings, kicking up dust and ash, the only trace that he had ever been present. He then skipped across pillars of the earth and swiftly left the settlement before Dagger could even process what had happened. For Ed, acquiring the lightning steps technique was not an urgent matter. For the time being, he could make do with his overwhelming attributes and level 6 mana manipulation. If anything, it was only good to have to test his lightning affinity as well as insurance for any future bodies he might come to own. They wouldn't all start off as attribute junkies and would need techniques to overpower the natives. Assimilation is off cooldown. I guess I'm already like that, huh? More time passed, Ed did not even stop to instantly assimilate an item, afraid to waste much time. Plus, his close call in the crypts taught him that when encountering the unknown it was smart to keep assimilation available. Not even a minute after, his wind mana was exhausted and Ed was forced to decelerate. He still didn't stop as he continued running through the shadows on empty. After some more trekking, Ed was able to see a faint light at the end of the forest. He knew what such a thing meant, a settlement or some sort of other structure. Ed doubted that forest fires were a natural or frequent occurrence inside of the dungeon, leaving those as the only options. Ed slowed down and came to a halt once he entered the area hardly illuminated by the setting sun. From there, he could properly admire the structure in front of him. It was an area dominated by wildlife, stone walls covered in green vines and a field of shrubberies. There was however a clear path of dirt that led towards the structure's tall and rusty metal gate. This is a place full of history, Ed thought with excitement. A long history meant lots of knowledge. He couldn't help but feel even more eager to investigate what happened to Sharog and the others. Of course, no matter how eager he was, he still thought to be careful. Lots of knowledge meant greater danger. Although he doubted the orcs would prove to be a greater threat than the humans on the outside, it wouldn't do to get complacent. I only see 2 guards. Ed's expression turned into confusion. He was deeply troubled by the revelation. Is this actually an abandoned settlement with 2 orcs coincidentally guarding it? Ed knew this wasn't the case, but wasn't the security too pitiful? Or were they so confident in their walls? If they were simply too confident, then there had to be a higher power at work. Like maybe they were hiding some sort of all-powerful warding array. It doesn't matter. I should head closer. Thankfully the sun was setting, meaning he would be much harder to spot. Ed made sure that the guarding orcs were glancing away before finally walking his way over to the aged stone wall. Once there, he placed his palm on the grass-covered stone and nothing happened. It's just a normal wall. Ed couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed but glad at the same time. On one hand, this would be a piece of cake. On the other, he wouldn't receive an all-powerful warding array. Ed made the earth beneath him lift him upwards. He planned to do exactly as he had done to Duma once. The main difference being that he was too brazen this time. The guards were rather far enough that they wouldn't notice him as long as he didn't make himself shown. The moon, which had made its appearance, made him cast a long shadow on the ground next to him. Luckily the shrubberies made it hard to notice. Thus, Ed hopped onto the wall, now given free rein over it. Wow! Ed was rather surprised by the settlement. It wasn't that it was technologically advanced, but rather the sheer size of it. The housing stretched into the horizon in a rectangular fashion. Once this small sense of astonishment left, Ed was left with a feeling of deep solitude and abandonment. The streets were dark and eerie as they were illuminated by the lonely moonlight. What happened here? This thought popped into Ed's head, but he didn't ruminate over it and instead began to run atop the walls. The easiest way to find out was to find the leader. As he ran, he only saw the desolate vine-covered buildings and the overgrown weeds that threatened to consume some of the buildings. This kept on for about a whole minute until Ed was finally able to get a glimpse of something new. Light, torchlight. In the distance, there was orange light, and what seemed to be a stone cathedral. Ed found it to be weird but didn't think too hard about it. The residents had been shown to believe in the dungeon as some sort of god. Such a large settlement had to have a developed religion. It was a basic for all primitive civilizations. More importantly, Ed jumped off the settlement wall. He landed on a couple of earth pillars before finally reaching the ground with a thud. Once there, he dashed off. The clues are at the cathedral. Ed did not catch a glimpse of the movings of a large army. He didn't know if Sharog and the others were still alive. But if anything merited holding a meeting under torchlight in front of the cathedral was the sacred tribe's recent war. Be graced by God's divine will. Amen. Ed, who had been dashing towards the location, heard voices. There was an aged voice whose message had been cut off, and there were also the deep voices of the orcs as they listened to what Ed could only assume to be a prayer. Following that, there was silence. Ed, who was now only about a building away, was curious but dared not take another step. begin. The aged voice then yelled as a shrill scream. Begin what? Ed for some reason felt a bad premonition. Ha ha ha. Die you heretics, feast. Who? Ed then heard a series of cheers and jeers. Ed didn't even bother to hide as he had heard more than enough. He rounded the block and his eyes didn't even need time to adjust as he could see a dirty stage illuminated by the orange torchlight. With a swoosh, an axe cut through the air. Blood spluttered and a head fell with a thud. Abdurrah's decapitated head. Warrior Orc of Sanctuary, part-time crystal miner. It was an orc's head. One gagged and frozen in a perpetual state of anger and unwillingness. The striking image made Ed furious. His fists clenched and his vessels threatened to pop right off his head. He was seething as the anger that the long journey had dulled reignited. 164 Upheaval. Who? Death to the traitors. May God have. Hey, can I use this head as a vase? He. The boisterous cries were still ongoing, and one of the orcs acted on their cries, went over and grabbed the decapitated head of Abdurrah, which had rolled to the edge of the murky stage. Hey uck. The orc then turned around, head held high, to brag to the crowd directly behind him. He was however forced to reorganize his thoughts before speaking out. Reorganize his thoughts. But the only sound that could be heard whenever he opened his mouth was the dripping sound of blood that gushed out from it. Ah! Gasp. The orcs near him all reacted differently to the scene in front of them. A thick earthen spike had cleanly pierced through the orc's skull. The head he picked up fell with a thud. And that wasn't the only thing. The spike retreated. The orc fell to the ground with a loud thud. The orc's eyes seemed to be filled with evident confusion before noticing Abdurrah's perpetually angry expression laying next to him. Fear finally dawned upon him as he realized something had gone wrong and that he would soon be greeted by God himself in its holy kingdom. The curtains were drawn on the orc's life as he was forced to draw his last breath under the wrathful and unyielding eyes of Abdurrah. Silence. As quiet prevailed, the seconds seemed to tick by the hour, and the previously rowdy crowd of pious orcs were clearly affected by this as their thoughts grew to a halt and their bodies froze mid-motion. Nonetheless, the eternal silence did not last. Enemy. Someone finally broke it as they shouted with a mix of fear and anger. Get that heretic. The old lady on the stage also reacted. She yelled and pointed behind the crowd towards Ed's figure. The crowd instinctively reacted and turned around to beat the heretic, but something about the orc's eyes instilled a deep sense of awe into them. Ed was standing there with what could only be described as a poker face. Nonetheless, the dim torchlight did not fail to hide the killing intent within Ed's nonchalant expression. The sharp gaze that seemed to completely disregard the crowd before him was particularly frightening. But orcs were not the type to be deterred by fear alone. Get him. Die, heretic. Once they overcame the initial sense of awe, they were raring to free Ed de Villemore too. Unfortunately, they hadn't brought any weapons. Their bodies and fists would have to do the talking. A burly orc came forward with a savage grin and struck out with his whole body towards the unmoving Ed. But the orcs didn't spare him a glance. They had already overrun his body to get a piece of the stupid heretic. Ed couldn't help but hold a wry smile at the sight of more than 10 orcs charging towards him at once. He could still remember when 2 orcs had scared him out of his wits. With his 5 dexterity attributes and 2 agility alone, it would be a piece of cake to incapacitate the orcs in front of him. Ed threw one jab. It hit the face of one of the orcs, causing his fist to be clearly imprinted on their face. Not only that, they were sent flying from whence they came. Without a doubt, they would have more than a broken jaw. Another jab soon followed. No. A flurry. Ed's arms seemed like a blurry shadow under the poor lightning, adding further awe that captivated the other approaching orcs. But they still persisted, and one after the other the orcs that approached Ed would be sent flying backward with a fist clearly imprinted on them, indicating their admittance into Ed's radius. Occasionally, a foot would find its way towards one of their legs. Instinctors leveled up. Time to take an armor-bearing orc who came with a whistling axe was forced to shut up by a fierce hook prepared especially for them. While Ed's dexterity and agility meant he would be adept in a fist fight, the most overwhelming difference was his 6 points of strength. With a simple jab, the orcs would be made to regret their decisions. This meant that in less than 10 seconds there were already 12 orcs that were down for the count. Ed's carefully thought out plan actually never existed. Tak, one of the pious believers, didn't even get a chance to get out their words before a piece of their tusk was sent flying alongside their yellow teeth. Ed had kept his rationality. Nevertheless, savage and straightforward thoughts still invaded his mind. It was inevitable, for not a single of the orcs present seemed to be capable of giving him even a hint of pressure. The rattling sound of armored orcs approaching then sounded over the groans of the cowed orcs. Their fleeting consciousnesses saw signs of hope once they heard their warriors approaching from within the inside of the cathedral. Ed had been rather curious as to where the settlement's army had gone, but it seemed that all along they were cooped inside the cathedral. That begged the question, where were the other orcs? He could only see 3 or 4 figures behind the old lady. Well, if it's for the food, they wouldn't kill them all at once. That was right. It was a detail that tended to fly over his head. Ed had, as a matter of fact, not gotten anything to eat ever since returning. Ha ha ha, you are too impudent. I'll show you your way towards God. Ed sent a cursory glance at the figure that had spoken. It was a complete tank of an orc. Surprisingly, they didn't seem to be wearing much armor, unlike the orcs behind him. The towering orc was instead dressed in weird tattoos, which with a second glance seemed to be runes. Ed's interest was piqued. Ugh! Another armored orc who had been overlooking the mass was swiftly dealt a powerful blow. They weren't knocked too far back, however, as Ed still needed something. Crude orcine axe. Ed picked up and briefly scanned the warrior's battle axe. It seemed to be better than the dungeon mass-produced products, so Ed had no complaints as he casually brandished it. Humphrey, not even the twig-like class dared ignore me, shook the towering orc. Shook, boasted as the warriors behind him went past him and pressed towards Ed. In response to the words, Ed frowned. He knew a certain twig-like class after all. Shook. Stop playing around. I'll help you suddenly. The quiet granny spoke. This put Ed on alarm, as he only expected her to be some sort of retired priestess. Lagaku-aged chiefess of the sacred tribe, an experienced shaman. Ed had the idea to scan her for details, but things did not become much clearer. He suddenly felt that assessment was not all he cracked it up to be. The deduction skill could come up with more information than assessment, although the usefulness of that information was not always up to standard. This wasn't the time for idle thoughts, however. The grass beneath Ed's feet started to move and come to life. It grew sharply. In a literal sense, the grass grew sharp, pointy spikes disguised as thorns that aimed to bound Ed's legs. That was, however, a futile wish, as Ed's legs ignited, emitting a bright orange light. The thorny grass was burnt upon touch. Even the orc warriors that had moved ahead of Shook were forced to halt and look away from the flames. What are you doing? Get in there. The old lady admonished Shook, who like a fumbling giant finally started to move forward. The runes in his body then started to glow dimly, and Shook's clumsiness seemed to have disappeared instantly. Ru-oo-oo-ah! The meat giant emitted an ear-piercing roar under the moon's light. The sound's intensity was akin to that of thunder. The earth then trembled and rumbled as if to compete with the thundering roar as Shook started to dash forward with bloodshot eyes. Ed didn't panic. He used his blazing legs for an explosive boost. The flames flared and boomed as Ed pulled back his axe for a swing. The plants in the vicinity which had burned up were still unwilling to see Ed successfully charge forward. They grew thick and woody. It was as if trees were growing out of the nearby ground, each competing to grab hold of Ed's fleeting figure that arced towards Shook. 165 Decisive gag. A painful roar was what followed. The dazzling sight was blinding yet clear. Ed's flames, which seemed to have come to life, hopped on over to Shook's terrifying body seconds before contact. It wasn't over though. The giant's bloodshot eyes did not fail to miss the axe that came from the ball of fire. With a horizontal arc, with a bang, the axe dug into Shook's thick skull and red blood seeped out of the egregious wound like the start of a river. It hurts. Shook screamed out as he instinctively reached out to save its face. Ed was still clinging to the axe's handle, adding his weight onto the axe head which was lodged in Shook's skull. The pain was amplified with every second. The thick woody vines reached out to help. They tugged at Ed's free arm, ignoring the flames that burned its newly grown bark. But Ed didn't focus on anything other than attacking. A tremendous force that moved the air around it came about as Ed's fist darted towards the giant's face. The vines could not afford to hold on as they simply broke apart under the heat and tension. An audible crack then followed. Shrek's face, which had turned a mix of crispy brown and viscous red from the overbearing flames and the river of blood that come from its skull, was further slighted as scattered shards of his skull dug into his brain. His entire body lost support and he fell to his knees. Ed dropped slightly from his elevated position, axe in hand, while Shrek's giant and desecrated body fell next to him with a thud. The flames did not extinguish, however, and instead continued to melt the already dead orc. Ed did not even spare him a glance. As far as the adventurers went, the orc in front of him could hardly compare to even the ones his anti-skeletons had fought. For orc standards, Shrek was a tough opponent. Yes, his tanky body might even be impervious to spells to a certain degree. The excessive flesh also automatically made it so blunt attacks would be nearly ineffective and pointed blades to leave mostly superficial wounds. But to Ed, this didn't matter. The flames manipulated by him would almost seem to come to life. Their offensive power was not something a fleshy body could easily contend with. The runes also had a clear flaw when faced with Ed's scorching hot flames. The moment one of them was burned off his skin, the entire array would either go haywire or not work altogether. Ed was interested in how an array could even be drawn onto a body, so he had to give credit where credit was due. Still, who didn't like to boast a little? Looks like those runes were just for show. Ed spoke mockingly as he turned to face the elderly orc lady. Get him, she told the other orc warriors who had all along been frozen in place. In between the large writhing vines and the glaring flames, where exactly were they supposed to place? Still, for their god, it was a privilege to die. Avenge him. One of the orc warriors in the lead yelled to spur himself and the others forward. They were more or less 30 orcs, all armored and equipped, charging towards Ed. This grandma sure likes to delegate. Ed still had no complaints though. If all these orcs were willing to kindly offer him their consciousness, then who was he to intervene? While at it, it wouldn't be a bad idea to pick out a new body for Vorgarag, although it would be troublesome if he were to accidentally break their bones or rupture some organs, so maybe it would be better to postpone the matter. I could just try storing them. Ed had almost forgotten about that, in which case he wouldn't need to worry about breaking much. In fact, it might even be a nice idea to only capture the orcs to perform similar experiments as he had with the skeletons. He, for example, did not know if the bodies would die without a consciousness. Was there a limit? AAA. One of the orcs ran over with a battle cry, but its head was cleanly sliced off its body. The others still plowed through though, and Ed simply had to wave his weapon back and forth to harvest their heads as if harvesting wheat. The blood spewed like fountains as the mindless drones continued to charge forward without too much regard for their own safety. Fanaticism was clearly evident in each of their eyes as they trudged through the bodies of their fallen comrades to try and even touch a single hair on Ed's body. Ed had also not failed to realize the abnormal growth of the plants in the surrounding. Soon enough, a green dome started to form around him. The lively plants looked like a thicket of squirming worms coming at Ed from all directions. The green tsunami threatened to consume him, but Ed remained unfazed. In his eyes, the old lady's spell repertoire was not very varied. Her skills even seemed to be solely limited towards plant life, which was a bizarre sight. Is it possible to have an affinity towards a pseudo-element? He hadn't considered such a thought before, but now it seemed entirely practical. As long as it became a new element, it would be different from being simply earth and water. Ed formed a dome. Why? His fire spells were rather limited. He only had 2 such spells that could qualify, one being namely, Meteor Rain. The old lady had kindly procured him shelter, so why not take advantage of it? Ed's chant was ominous and deep. Anyone that heard it would feel alarmed. But inside of a thick dome of earth and among the squirming plants, Who was going to hear a thing? The meteor rain spell was cast with evident success as Ed's earth mana and fire mana traveled through a small opening Ed created to form giant chunks of rock in the airspace. The rocks cast a shadow down on the green dome and on the direct surroundings of the small plaza such as the houses and cathedral. The rocks then became lit with hell-raising wild flames. The rocks turned hot and red, almost as if they would turn into sloshing magma. A clear whistling sound as if a bomb was dropping from the high skies resounded in the desolate ruin-like settlement. The bombs being of course thick chunks of molten rock. The earth trembled, no, quaked. The earth quaked violently with rumbling vibrations under the deadly bombardment. Even Ed in his supposed safety felt nervous from the shocks that followed the landing of any given meteor. His dome shook and cracks formed whenever a given meteor landed on it. The plant padding had likely come undone after the first few, making the situation that much more precarious. Ed spent the rest of his earth mana on reinforcing the dome and waited until the spell had finally finished with its destruction. Everything was silent. Ed opened up a small hole on the dome by the side and the overpowering smell of dirt and smoke entered from the opening. He ignored it to the best of his abilities and looked into the hole. The ground had caved and formed a crater. There were chunks of rocks and burning plants or bodies littering the surrounding. It was a sorry sight, like that of a disaster. Realistically, the use of meteor rain had been rather excessive. Still, he was confident that all of the orcs in the settlement were not present at the moment, as there were bound to be some guarding the captives. It didn't matter to give those that were present a quick death. The dome came undone and burnt vines fell on Ed. He dusted them off and looked towards the cathedral. Part of its front entrance had collapsed, perhaps a result of the tremors. As for the old chiefess, Ed could not see much of her. He didn't know if her body had been so badly mangled or if she had somehow escaped. He was more inclined to believe she had escaped, though. That's troublesome. Assuming it was true, of course. The reason why he was inclined to believe it was due to the chiefess' age. Her spell repertoire might not be varied, but her experience most certainly was. That's not to say she had seen meteors rain before, but rather that she knew better than to stand around when hearing what could only be an enemy attack. Note to self: meteor rain has a long TTK. The spell was balanced though, since shortening the time to kill implied less damage and destruction. The altitude was the sole determinant of this factor after all. Ed looked up at the artificial night sky. The moon had not moved much closer to its peak, meaning that not much time had passed. I should find the captives and explore the cathedral. Ed refocused his thoughts and gazed at the crumbled entrance of the weathered cathedral. 166 scriptures. Ed opened his palm and created a small ball of flame. He made it burn bright enough to illuminate a large part of his surrounding, enough so for him to notice the various writings and drawings all over the cathedral walls. Ed all of a sudden started to regret using such an over-the-top method to quell all resistance. While most of the knowledge held inside had remained mostly unharmed, the walls that had already crumbled would be a pain to restore. Whatever. I can think about that another time. He couldn't dally. He needed to free the captives as well as quickly take in some information. The best way to go about it would be to assess things. The walls might have a clue as to where exactly the captives were held. New Dawn. A mural of the first apostle of the dungeon faith, Safu. Scriptures of Dawn. Great Connect Part 2. The continuation of Safa's journey and his quest to impart his wisdom onto the floor's main inhabitants. Scriptures of Dawn. Dissemination Part 3. The continuation of Safa's journey. Scriptures of Dawn. Parting Part 4. The continuation of. Ed performed a quick scan of every wall and even the ceiling. The walls had large and uneven writing chiseled into it, while the ceiling had a cracked mural of a slender orc. The orc, Safu, seemed to be wearing a robe and holding a simple staff as he held his arms out in praise towards the sun. The Scriptures of Dawn, as Ed learned they were called, were separated into 4 parts. The first part was more likely than not near the entrance wall, meaning it had crumbled away. No magic knowledge. It was a pity, but studying the writing on the walls, messy as they may be, would be fruitful enough on its own. Therefore, Ed began by approaching scriptures depicting the Great Connect. The writing was legible and understandable even though it was large and uneven. The orc's chiseling skills were simply not quite up to par. This seems to be the beginning. Ed ran his finger across the large letters and words until identifying the start. He began to promptly read through it. Great Connect. It wasn't unfitting. To put things bluntly, 3 floors merged into one. This didn't come without its consequences, however. The Dawn tribe, which Safu formed a part of and acted as a prominent figure in, faced shortcomings. The food which was abundant in trees and animals suddenly seemed scarce and limited. To be specific, the animals all became mentally disabled. It was as if their souls had been reaped and only their flesh body remained. This puts a hamper on their reproduction. Luckily, Hergub, the only herbalist of the tribe, came through with his experiments on making the grass and roots of plants more edible. They could eat, even if poorly. Everything became an even larger commotion since the tribe had food. The Dawn tribe was a prime target. Some tribes had already resorted to cannibalism as a mean of survival. At that point, the scriptures follow the sights Safu witnesses under battle in a gruesome tale of pity. Safu felt deeply saddened by the endless bloodshed and turmoil. He sounds quite compassionate, Ed thought, amused. He felt the part most worthy of pity was the way Safu was being used. Throughout the warring period, Safu continued to attempt to expand the dungeon faith. Ed moved on to dissemination. It could only entail the spread of said faith. And as he read, it proved true. Rumors started up that Safu had predicted this all along. As a prominent figure of the tribe, he had a positive reputation. The rumors were not in any way malicious. They were trustworthy in the eyes of the Dawn tribe. Safu's prediction having come true gave him a large foothold in the tribe. He immediately became the most important figure. He was the shaman that delivered God's prophecies. Not even Hergub could compete, and he had more or less delayed the starvation problem. The cathedral was built during this period as a means to contain his wisdom and expand on it. Ed paid particular attention to this point as it might clue him in on where the captives were held. Unfortunately, the writing was not in any way a blueprint. With his expanding influence, Safu made another prediction. He told another prophecy. The great God is benevolent. Those willing to sacrifice themselves for his needs are always dutifully rewarded. Much time had passed and the faith had solidified. Although lots of them were doubtful, it only took a single zealot to shut them up. Through an exaggerated ritual, a boar had come to life. It shocked the entire Dawn tribe to the core. At this point, the scriptures cursed out the other prominent figures of the tribe who refused to condone the sacrificial rituals. It spoke of them as heretics and even went as far as calling them a disgrace. The hearty meals of the Dawn tribe did not go unnoticed. The curious orcs could not help but notice. The Dawn tribe's countenance was healthy in comparison to their own. Safu used it as an opportunity to further display his benevolence by letting them in on the secret. The tribes were hesitant, but luckily Safu offered them an olive branch. They could witness the monumental occasion themselves. Desperate, they didn't even bother to consider if it was a trap. And it wasn't. Well sought. The tribes ended up being taken over by Safu as most of the orcs had converted to his belief. The leaders or skeptical figures didn't even see it coming. News spread. Safu was a man connected to God and capable of providing hearty meals. This became key as even enemy orc and tribes would acknowledge Safu and treat him as some sort of sage. This meant Safu's Dawn tribe was free from strife during the warring period that followed the Great Connect, and that the Dawn tribe became a safe space. Thus, further expanding on the faith through refugees. Part 3 spoke of the spread of the dungeon faith. Ed did not really enjoy to see the orcs becoming fanatics. Ed read it. It was rather short when compared to the others, but it was perhaps the most enlightening. The history ingrained in that fourth wall was monumental. It explained the current state of affairs and how the sacred tribe was lost in history. The Dawn tribe's original leader betrayed Safu. They managed to work together to steal the Dawn tribe's legacy, one of the boulders of knowledge. They moved it to who knows where while Safu piously spread peace. After that, they took all of the orcs dissatisfied with the sacrifices The hardcore orcs that believed that suicide was not a warrior's way to die. They took the ones smart enough to not become religious zealots. They took with them a large chunk of people. These people all united under different leaders and went off into the forest. They claimed they would search for a sustainable source of food. They would venture out of the orc thickets until they reached the end of the world. Those were their claims, but to Safu, this seemed like petty revenge driven by jealousy. What was wrong with his methods? He stopped the wars, didn't he? He fed the orcs. He gave them a proper lifestyle. He established a large community. He expanded the Dawn tribe to the point where every day new residents would come. It was the pinnacle of peace. It was the pinnacle of prosperity. I wonder if this was all written by Safu himself. Ed felt that it might not be all that unlikely, especially with all of the grief the scriptures of parting imparted. But whether or not that was the case was a triviality. Ed felt rather disappointed after finding that nowhere did the writings mention the tribe's architecture. Of course, to expect as much was perhaps a bit silly. The greatest clue he heard was that of the stones of knowledge. The structure where they were held would likely have a high security, making it ideal to also house prisoners, although it was also possible that was a safety hazard. Not to mention that Safu might have moved the stones after having one of them stolen. That might actually work. The prison would most likely not be moved. Keeping the prisoners near the stones was likely a safety hazard anyways. Thus, Ed concluded that the prisoners had to be in the cathedral or wherever the stones used to be held. Apart from that, it wouldn't be a bad idea to put together his other new knowledge. There used to be animals leaving freely. Ed didn't know why this was stopped. The best he could think up was that following the merge, the dungeon was in desperate need of energy. It called back the pieces of its consciousness it had given the animals as a failsafe, and as to further save energy, it only responded to sacrifices. It would use the orcs' bodies and consciousness to create boars. Safu was a Safool. He spread words of compassion and benevolence when in reality the dungeon never cared. The famine, the merger, it was all created by it, and it could have been prevented by it. Now, many years later, the Sacred Tribe, formerly the Dawn Tribe, had become decadent from maintaining themselves on sacrifices alone. They became decadent for refusing to leave their holy ground, for refusing to advance, to progress. Ed witnessed the rise and fall of a community through these scriptures. He could only say that history was fascinating. As an outsider, one could see the mistakes of the past and learn from them. There is a moral to every story. That includes history. Ed was now ready to find and free the captives. He needed to find a room in the cathedral. 167 Lagaca. I should check outside, Ed thought after a bit of pondering. The chance of finding something by circling the cathedral was not nil. He jogged out of the place and managed to keep his ears and eyes perked. In the end, it barely even mattered as he easily located a set of stairs. I better hurry. Although feeling somewhat stupid, Ed still felt the urgency of the situation. What if the old orc lady decided to kill all the captives as a form of revenge? Ed stormed down the set of stairs. He slammed his entire body against a door at the bottom, opening it with a loud bang. His eyes were greeted by the dim lighting of torches and the voices of those surprised inside. Efkin. What? Ha 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 ha. Scaredy cats. Ed quickly scanned the situation and found that there were 2 Sacred Tribe guards who had been shocked by his arrival. Apart from that, there were also captives inside rows of prison cells. Are you the one who caused that commotion earlier? Where is the one of the guard? Orcs shouted as he pointed a blade at the not too far off Ed. Before he could continue ranting, however, the earth grabbed a hold of him and swallowed him alive. Where the other guard couldn't react. He also received the same treatment, except that his head was still above the floor. Bula Thunder Cry, Urog Thunder Cry, Bola Thunder Cry, Grikug Sanctuary. A slew of messages quickly appeared over Ed's field of vision as he promptly scanned the row of cells. On a quick count, there were approximately 15 cells. This is bad. Although he found a prison, clearly this was not where most of the captives were held. If it was, hey, the rooted orc shouted, let's hope it isn't. The 15 cells each seemed to hold 1 or 2 orcs. That was a maximum of 30 orcs. There were captives of the Thundercry tribe though, meaning that most of the members of Sanctuary had perished or were held elsewhere. You won't get away with this. God watches over. The orc who was initially ignored decided to threaten Ed. He was cut off by Ed's terrifying glance. "Where are the other captives?" Ed asked with a chilly voice. You won't get anything out of them." Before the orc could continue, the earth writhed and he was swallowed alive. Not more than 3 seconds after, he resurfaced. Wow! The orc seemed terrified after coming back to the surface. His breathing had been stopped and he truly felt death's hand gripping at his lungs, exhausting any ounce of oxygen. "Where are the other captives?" Ed asked again. "You won't kill them." The orc didn't even get to finish his sentence once more as Ed gave him first-hand experience of what it was like to be a corpse buried in a casket. "That's not the answer I'm looking for," Ed said 5 seconds after, when the guard returned. The fearfulness he had briefly forgotten had returned, and with a vengeance too. The extra 2 seconds seemed to add a lifetime of torture. To make matters worse, Ed's expression showed he was losing his patience. "God will ugh." Before he could continue, a swift axe swing cut off one of the orc's ears. His head started to bleed profusely, and that wasn't all. The ground swallowed him whole again. Once Ed returned him with extended time, the unyielding orc seemed terrified but still didn't speak. His sense of smell paid the price. After that, his sense of hearing was further impaired. More and more body parts and limbs were being cut up until the orc finally gave in. Now a husk of his former self, the pale orc agreed to show Ed the direction of the prison. It was good that he did too. All he had left now were his legs, torso, and head. As for the bleeding, it was a non-issue. Some well-controlled fire took care of it. Ed didn't forget to free the orc's present either. It was actually rather hard to forget. Throughout the whole torture, a large chunk of them was cheering and jeering. Others were clamoring to be let out. "Thanks, Ed. I knew you would come for us. Ha ha ha." One of them even tried to get chummy with him. Sarul, exhausted, overseer of Sanctuary's crystal mine, part-time warrior, overseer. Ed had a vague impression of this orc. If he remembered correctly, he was Duma right-hand orc. Still, Ed ignored him and instantly addressed the crowd instead. There were 28 orcs, excluding the mangled guard of course. "I am going to rescue the rest. Who wants to come along?" Ed didn't beat around the bush. The orcs, which were initially either making fun of the guard or thanking and boasting to Ed, instantly became silent. "Ilgo, I need to find my brother." One of the orcs stepped and yelled with resolution. The other orcs glanced at each other before quickly mimicking him. "Yeah, I'm with you. I'll teach those bastards a lesson." Imuef King Warrior. The silence was broken as all of the orcs started to clamor their willingness to follow Ed. The guard, who was weak and pale by the side, felt pain from the constant screaming. He really wanted to die, but at the moment Ed was in charge of his life. The last way he wished to perish was being buried alive. "All right," Ed finally responded. He had a resolute expression as he turned towards the mangled orc. Even the tears that welled at the side of the orc's eyes couldn't stop him from vividly catching the wild resolution in Ed's eyes. He gulped even though his throat had long since been dried of its saliva. "Lead the way," Ed told the orc, who barely heard this and nodded. They walked out of the small prison. Moonlight greeted the captured orcs, letting them know how much time had passed since their captivity. They didn't dwell on it though and followed rowdily after Ed and the living corpse. Lagika was an experienced woman. The dread she felt as she stared at the rocks that illuminated the night skies was not small. Perhaps her dwindling lifespan had made her more familiar with death and its harrowing claws. She no longer bothered to maintain her sea of plants, as she instead made the grass carry her swiftly out of the area. Nonetheless, the area of effect of the crashing meteors was not small, nor was its effects, as even the dust and dirt that flew from the impact was enough to aggrieve her aged body. Her hasty retreat was not hasty enough. Her garbs had been tattered and dirtied, but she didn't dare stay. The monstrous orc that summoned such a calamity was still inside her dome of grass. With a bloodied and bruised body, she continued her swift retreat while being carried away by the grass. She only felt reassured of her safety minutes after the actual event. Cough cough, she coughed dryly as she finally stood on her 2 feet. The grass that carried and stretched to do her bidding dried and died behind her. She walked as fast as her exhausted and aged body could muster. She finally reached a large building. The architecture was plain, but the history behind it was anything but that. Regardless, the place was both a prison and a barrack. Only about half of the sacred warriors were present inside of the cathedral. They were the ones placed in charge of her safety as well as those that piously prayed at the cathedral come sunset. "Let me in." "Come on." There was the young voice of an orc. Girl. He was still curious about the orcs outside the tribe and wanted to be let into the prison. Girl. This isn't a good idea. His friend, who one would have expected to break ties with him, was still there. "Listen to your friend. You are not the warrior on guard duty." Stopped as he noticed a figure emerging from the dark streets on the corner of his vision. "Chief Tess," he exclaimed in fright as he hurried over to support her small body. "Hey, go get the others." The guard finally didn't care if Girl entered anymore as he commanded the teenage orc to inform his comrades. "Sure," Girl said without a trace of reluctance. He was curious about the Chief Tess situation, but he was far more interested in getting to know more about the living conditions outside of the tribe. Yam, Girl's friend, was however concerned about her and deliberated on whether or not to follow. "Sanuk," the chiefess said weakly at the orc that supported her. "Chiefess, don't say anything." The orc warrior, Sanuk, said tearfully. The chiefess might seem cruel to outsiders, but to them, she was more like a mother. She even knew the names of every single orc in the settlement. Even without her elderly age, that would be a tough task. "Sanuk. He is too powerful. Destroy the boulders." The chiefess spoke faintly. Her life had always been on the decline. She didn't handle matters personally due to this. Mana kept the body healthy. Once someone expanded their lifespan, it was detrimental to lower their mana pool, never mind empty it. It was asking for death. "Chiefess, there's no need. I'll avenge you," Sanuk said raspily. His throat felt sore and pained as he held back the urge to cry. "Sanuk," the chiefess interrupted. "Yes, chiefess?" he asked faintly while looking at the aged orc woman straight on the eyes. He saw compassion, he saw warmth, he saw his mother. "Do it," she muttered softly as her eyes slowly drew to a close 168 bloody declaration. Ed was currently thinking with a solemn expression. He followed behind the living corpse whose name he never bothered to learn. "I need a body for Vorgarag." He couldn't delay it. After this altercation, it was unlikely for any tribe in the vicinity of Sanctuary to challenge him. That brought the issue of what would an ideal body for his teacher. Let's try to find someone similar. Although Vorgarag was a magician, he had a lean body and adept close-quarter skills. Finding someone similar was already a tall order. It was especially so due to something that kept nagging at Ed's mind. Affinity. Magic affinity. Would it carry over? Well, if he were any example, then the answer was a plain and simple number. That worried Ed, as Vorgarag taught by example. Ed's study on arrays would not be hindered. Inscribing boar blood needed no magic. The mana source could be the abundant crystal supply. Everything else would be inhibited, however. Isn't that all I need to know? Vorgarag's inheritance was large by orc standards, but Ed had already learned Vorgarag's collection of spells, and swiftly to boot. Realistically, he was the freak for accomplishing that within a single day, but there was no arguing that Vorgarag's spells were not large in quantity. Ed no longer bothered to ponder on the matter. He would have plenty of time to pick and choose if he captured all of the enemy orcs while getting what he wanted. He would need to keep a special eye out for shamans though. "We are here," the beaten orc said with a troubled expression and labored breath. He was troubled. In front of him were some of his comrades, his fellow warriors. But he had betrayed not just them, even God itself. Was he still worthy of eternal salvation? He wanted to tear up, but that well had long dried. "Heretics!" An orc yelled to alert his comrades from atop cobbled steps. Soon the sound of heavy footsteps resonated in the immediate vicinity as orcs exited a plain thatched stone building. The first thing they noticed was a group of ragtag orcs. They were stripped to their bare necessities. A couple of them held weapons likely stolen from the cathedral's prison. In front of the ragtag group was a tall, imposing figure. The figure had a bloodied axe and fierce eyes. The figure was Ed. Next to the figure was a living corpse. A pale orc tainted red with his own clotted blood. Ears, nose, arms, pieces of their flesh, gone. Most likely than not a husk of their former selves, unrecognizable by any regard. The orcs surrounding him reacted similarly, finding the orc's identity. That heretic was really unhinged. They were already prepared to fight tooth and nail with the murderer of their chiefess, but to think someone had the gall to torture their tribesman so. It was unforgivable. You are going to pay, you demon, to leave such a shell. The orc had to be a demon. On the other side, the orcs that followed Ed still held smiles of ridicule on their faces as they watched the reactions of their enemy. Ha ha ha. One laughed loudly just like Dagash used to. You think that's tough? Wait till I'm done with you. Another boastfully declared. Ed couldn't help but roll his eyes. Ed then took a couple of steps forward to grab the indignant orc's attention. For some reason, they weren't charging out. Surrender. If you surrender I can spare you, Ed said commandingly. His deep and threatening voice made some feel rather pressured, but their belief trumped their fear. FCKU. One yelled furiously as they waved their battle axe menacingly. The other similarly cursed him out and showed expressions of deep-seated hatred. Ed smiled. It was the response he was expecting. Truthfully, he didn't give a damn if they surrendered or not. At most he would capture them later for experiments. Mercy was for those deserving of it. Plus, for these blind believers, death could be a type of mercy. Not only that, but those that attacked Sanctuary needed to face the consequences. Only then could he establish himself as an important figure, an unrivaled leader. He had to admit, he definitely had the makings of a hypocrite. Did he not muse on whether or not others would form a religion surrounding him? Whether they would exalt him? To what extent will a man strive for his goals? How far would you go to make an image for yourself? Ed's axe cut through the air as he suddenly swung its blade horizontally. Gehrk's head was cleanly lopped of his neck. It flew into the air spurting blood. Everybody froze. Silence had overwhelmed both sides as they had not expected such a response. Nonetheless, they understood what was happening. Ed was making a declaration of war, a declaration of battle. Woo, yeah, roo-oo-ah. The silence was broken. The orcs behind Ed were roused by the unexpected decapitation. They suddenly had an itching to spill blood, to see head flies. They all started to run forward with fervent expressions. They, a mere group of no more than 30 individuals, were running towards a secured building, one being defended by armored and well-equipped adversaries. But they didn't show signs of hesitation. Faced with the overwhelming enthusiasm, the orcs on the enemy side could no longer hold back. Roo-oo-ah. Some screamed at the bright moon as if asking it to illuminate their path, to spotlight their bravery. They ran forward to meet their opponents. Seeing the orcs running past him with thundering steps, Ed had no intention to stay behind. As a matter of fact, he planned on doing the exact opposite. He stepped forward with one foot and the earth raised to form a pillar. Ed jumped atop it to use as a foothold for his forward leap. He arced past his allies thanks to his overwhelming leg power and experienced maneuvers. He landed directly in front of the enemies with frightening momentum. His eyes seemed to send a chill down their spines. The ones that could see directly into them felt that they would die. But Ed had no intention to stay as he once more took to the sky. Let's see what you are defending. For the amount of hatred the orcs had, they showed a whole lot of self-control. He wanted to know if they intended to stall for something. Checking on the state of any captives would also be convenient while a lot of the orc forces were being stalled outside. Hey! One exclaimed in protest before being met with a hearty punch. It wasn't a normal punch though, as his teeth flew out with intense momentum. Ha! The orc went in for another swing of their trusty jagged rock. The orcs had no weapons, but nature had plenty of means. The orc who had become distracted was thus pummeled by a sharp rock until one of his comrades dug their axe into their opponent's ribs. Ed only threw the whole spectacle a brief glance as he landed behind the line of orcs ready to enter the plain building. He opened a locked door and bolted in. Not even 5 seconds after, there was an obstacle in his way. Another giant orc. They were like mini Blarax. Emphasis on mini. Still, They were larger than Ed himself and made for very annoying enemies, like minions that you couldn't take down in one hit and served no purpose other than to slow you down. IMB the strong burly orc even intended to introduce itself in a boasting manner as the previous one had. Their brain-dead nature had to have been inherited from Blarak itself. Save it, but Ed didn't care who the orc was. He immediately leapt forward with axe in hand. If there were any orc he was interested, it would the person in charge of making their runes. The array expert behind it would make for a nice body candidate. The orc who was rudely interrupted activated their runes with the intention to fight back, but before they had a chance, Ed's axe had already latched into their meaty belly. Ugh. The pain the orc felt was mild, but the damage was not, as Ed then channeled some of his leftover fire mana through his axe into the orc's intestines. The smell of burnt meat radiated the area and the runes on the orc's body immediately became obsolete. The boiling blood and fried nerves made it difficult for the dumb orc to feed mana into their runes. In less than 10 seconds, the orc had fallen, and just as Ed intended to continue on his journey, he found two more large figures approaching. Damn it. Ed did not believe that they had an infinite amount of such orcs, but he also did not want to spend any more time with them. 169 Nice Schafgirln had done a good job informing all of the orcs inside the barracks. In response, all the orcs had come rushing out, hoping to be of any help to their elderly chiefess. Unfortunately, Lagaka was already dead. They were torn by grief and they swore in their hearts, some even swore in the name of God, that they would repay that slight. But Sanuk, the one that heard her last words, her last wish, could not feel their same emotions. He instead felt confused for the first time in his life. He told his brothers that the chiefess had a final wish and told them to guard the place until then, but what were the boulders of knowledge? Were they not their ancestry, their heritage? They were. They were a part of their culture and their history. Even as an orc of average intelligence, Sanuk understood that. The weight of orc iron could not compare. No, that analogy was too mild. It was as if he was being weighed down by the ancestors themselves from beyond the grave. Sacrilege. Was he really to comply with such an impure wish? But the answer was yes. After his tribesman took hold of the chiefess' body, his feet did not stop moving. For, even after all these thoughts raced and whirred over and over again inside his head, Sanuk did not find an alternative. To be frank, they had already lost the war the moment they lost their chief guardian. Sanuk finally came to a stop once he came across an iron door. He spoke with a solemn voice while facing the bolted door. He waited a couple of seconds yet still received no response. Just as he started to panic, the door was unbolted and passage was granted to him by a middle-aged orc. What is it? The orc asked simply with a sniffle as he turned away from the door. His target was a table with a large orc on it. Guardian. The chiefess is dead. Sanuk held back his pained expression and candidly replied. The orc, wearing dirty and old robes, the guardian, froze for a second and turned towards Sanuk with wide eyes. Before being overcome with confusion, did her age finally get the best of her? But her condition seemed stable. The guardian muttered, "No, there's an enemy attack. The chiefess says to destroy the stones." Sanuk let it out all at once. There was no time to waste and he had to put aside his reluctance to demand such a thing from one of the tribe's elders. Destroy them. He was flabbergasted. Who would go to a guardian to ask to destroy what they guarded? It was the chiefess' final wish. The enemy must be frightening. Sanuk said this with a tinge of dread. He had not seen the beast capable of taking down nearly half of their forces and an elder, but there was nothing more fearful than the unknown. Heoruk, as the guardian cannot agree, but as one of the chiefess' only friends. Heoruk did not finish his sentence and simply returned to look at the large orc sleeping soundly on the table. It was the finest of orc engineering. The orcs were treated from young with specially crafted herbs, and when coming of age, they would receive the burden of his runes. The herbs and runes would stunt their minds, but it was a sacrifice that he and Lagaka did not mind making. That is to say, with all that he had sinned, What more was it to destroy the tribe's only heritage? "Help me with something," Hyoruk told Sanuk in a pensive manner before gazing towards a simple desk. Sometime later in the confines of the barracks, Ed had lopped the head off another enhanced orc. The two that attacked him simultaneously could only stall 10 seconds, but that time was enough for the orcs from outside to start running in. His side was outnumbered from the get-go. It was an inevitable event. Nonetheless, Ed wasn't worried. He used some of his recovered wind mana to summon a blade of wind that cut dead one of the orcs. The others that had come crashing into the building barely ducked in time to avoid the sharp element. "Heretic, you'll pay!" one of the orcs yelled while madly swinging forward his two axes. Ed looked past the mad orc and saw the other coming with similarly maddened gazes. He didn't bother to dodge the orc's swings anymore as he took the attack's head. "You've been dealt damage, 2 horsepower." The two axes dug into Ed, dealing no more than 2 hit points of damage. Ed then grabbed the orc with both hands and tossed him at the nearing orcs. The body flew at unprecedented speed and the approaching orcs were pressed down onto the ground where the earth made quick work of them. 5 or so orcs were taken care of swiftly. The orcs behind those grit their teeth as they looked at the war god in front of them. In their simple minds, Ed looked like nothing less as he was surrounded by the bodies of 3 of their great warriors and bathed in their blood. "I need to get moving." Ed shifted his glance away from the orcs and peered down the cobbled hallway. His mana was not at its peak and wasting both time and mana was not ideal when dealing with unknown circumstances. Ed thus used some of what remained of his earth mana to separate himself and one of the orcs from the others. "Where is the prison?" he asked the orc he left with him. He however had a clasped mouth and he simply glared at Ed and lifted his axe. "Damn," Ed muttered before turning away from the orc and running away. He didn't have the leisure to interrogate the orc. Killing him would also be a waste of mana or time. It was best to run. Ed's hurried steps thus loudly sounded as he made a rapid turn. He attentively surveyed his surroundings, hoping to find a clue. The orcs were not ones to leave signs. Luckily they also didn't have very complex architecture. Ed could simply break down a door whenever he came across one to quickly take in the contents of said room. Where did those giants come from? Ed hadn't seen them coming, thus he assumed he needed to make a turn, but so far there had been no luck. Surprisingly though, Ed caught sight of something new at last, a large metal door. It seemed rather well fastened, won its place, but to Ed, it was no different from the others. With a bang, he fiercely kicked the door out of place. Well, it took another kick, but Ed was still easily let in. The metal door fell with a metallic thud, publicly announcing his presence. Still, the room was empty. Something's bound to be here. The room had all sorts of green plants growing in different pots as well as a large table. There were other types of tools and equipment, but Ed didn't pay them much mind. He instead focused on a crude wooden desk that felt out of place. To be specific, there were signs that it had been recently moved. Ed approached it with curiosity and pushed it away from where it stood. A hatchet was just as he had expected. It reminded Ed of Vorgarag's own secret room. It had a crystal and a special formation. That was to say, he was bound to find something of importance in there. Is it the boulders of knowledge? He had guessed that Safu might have switched where those boulders were stored, but who was to say for sure? When this thought entered Ed's mind, he instantly became much more alarmed. Why would someone go into such a place during a time of peril? Ed hurriedly opened the hidden hatch and didn't even bother to assess what he was getting into as he jumped on in. Unexpectedly, he didn't land straight away. There was instead deep darkness that hid the true depth of the shaft. FCK. Ed instinctively reached out with both arms, placing his hand against the walls of the dark shaft. This emergency maneuver proved effective as Ed's descent speed was lowered. There was a small price to pay for salvation though. You've been dealt damage, 1 horsepower. You've been dealt damage. Damage slowly accumulated and the pain of having one's hands grated against a jagged rock did not help Ed in any way. This carried on for a good bit before he finally landed on hard ground. Ed's hands, which Ed could barely see in the darkness, were bleeding profusely. Luckily, His large vitality quickly started to work on his scrapes. Ed assessed his immediate surrounding and spotted some light in the distance. It also helped him see the blue rocky walls. This should indeed be the right place. Ed was certain of that, but also became curious. It seemed impossible to get a boulder out through the entrance. He narrowed his eyes and noticed that there was a rope to grab hold of. Other than that, nothing suggested the shaft could fit a boulder. Is there an escape tunnel? This was also an alarming answer, as it meant that some orcs might take the liberty to escape with his knowledge in tow. He, therefore, didn't linger and ran towards the light. Whatever his adversaries were cooking, Ed would put a stop to it. 170 Releasing the captives. In other words, he was trying to find out if his traitorous thoughts and conflicting ideals had a solid foundation. If not, then perhaps his thinking was the one with flaws. His light steps thus echoed in the dark, as he tried to conceal his presence. He needed to pick a target of conversation, but unfortunately, none of the orcs that were awake seemed friendly. They either had imposing figures or were making threatening noises. That was to be expected, as Gurln was outside the cells and they were inside. Clearly opposing sides. If there was anything surprising, it was that some of the orcs still managed to fall asleep under these conditions. It could be said that they were rather simple, but Gurln's goal was not to judge the orcs. Well, it was. He would judge their lifestyle and customs. Gurln thus mustered some courage and stood next to a cell with a tall figure. "PST, I want to ask you some questions." Gurln first announced his presence, although the orc had already noticed it, as well as his intention. "Ha ha ha ha, what sort of interrogation method is this?" FCK off. A laugh incited, followed by an angry slur. Gurln was left both shocked and embarrassed. He remained stunned in place. But what was he expecting? "Not F-king off yet?" the orc said harshly with a piercing glare. Even under the cover of the dark, Gurln could see the wrath on the orc's expression by the way his face contorted. He backed off, wondering if he should give up, when he heard someone calling, "PST, hey." It was the feminine voice of an orc. Gurln glanced over and managed to spot a slim robing figure behind the orc iron bars. Curious, he made his way over. "What do you want to ask?" the figure inside asked as soon as Gurln was within whispering range. Somewhat surprised, Gurln decided to answer. "I want to know about your tribe," Gurln said with a hint of expectancy. "Why?" instead of an answer, however, Gurln received a question. Because was he supposed to admit that he doubted his tribe's culture? Both figures remained silent until Gurln decided to further expand on his answer. "I am curious. I don't want my sister to die." Gurln's answer was met by another short bout of silence. "How about this? You tell me what you don't like. I'll tell you if it's different," the orc woman inside proposed. Okay, Gurln didn't hesitate to agree. "We don't do that. We fight each other and the victor is rewarded with God's blessing," the woman inside said pensively. Well, Gurln continued to explain his doubts. Like the state of the women in the settlement and the teaching of the cathedral, women were not used in combat and were instead considered extremely precious. They were depicted as holy mothers capable of flourishing life. Gurln always found it to be a curious point, but most of all, it saddened him that his sister would be put through such a thing. To be honest, that wasn't his only sibling. His sister was his twin sister. The rest were random strangers that just so happened to have the same mother. There was some more silence, as if the orc woman he was talking to found everything a bit incredible. "We definitely don't have that," the response was expected. The very fact that he was talking to an orc woman who was captured as a captive made the question redundant, but Gurln was still unsure if he could do anything with this new information. Can you do me a favor?" Gurln unexpectedly asked while showing a tinge of reluctance. Sure, although skeptical. There was an agreement. "Take my sister with you." The unexpected query was naturally followed with an unexpected request. There was a short silence, but a reply did indeed come. "You are letting me go?" Truthfully, she had answered the young orc's questions hoping for such a result, but hadn't it been too easy? Yes, Gurlin answered, even while feeling a mix of shame and lament. He felt ashamed of his betrayal and lamented his shame. The sacred tribe had nurtured him to his current fit state. They had done the best they could, yet he was dealing with the enemy. These feelings made him feel ashamed, but the way his sister was being treated made him feel he lacked mental fortitude. He planned to remedy that. He spoke with conviction. Okay, I'll take your sister out of the village. She had no reason to deny. The boy had charisma. The boy also seemed rather foolish. Who would trust a person they just met? Who would leave important duties and ask for favors from their enemy? Gurlin undid a series of latches and cut apart a rope. The metal cell door swung open and Gurlin was now able to enter the cell to remove some more bindings. This time, on the slender well-endowed orc woman. The rope that tightly bound Sharog's wrist was made quick work of thanks to the dagger Gurlin carried. "Where is your sister?" Sharog decided to ask while stretching her lethargic body. She had plans to escape using magic, but a better opportunity came around. Even so, she didn't intend to go back on her word. The houses behind and beside the cathedral are the home of the orc women. "You can just ask for Lash," Gurlin promptly answered before turning to leave. Sharog couldn't hold back her curiosity as she saw the boy's retreating figure. "Where are you going?" While stuck inside, Sharog was still able to understand that something had to have happened outside. There would usually be guards in the prison which had prevented her from explicitly using magic, but they all ran out not too long ago. "I'm going to go fight," he replied and hurriedly left. Sharog no longer paid him any attention as she shifted her gaze at the other locked cells. It was time for her and the others to make their escape. Ed had continued down the tunnel even as the temperature lowered with each step. If anything, the lowering temperature piqued his curiosity and aroused worry. A loud explosion then suddenly occurred, shaking the ground beneath Ed's feet. The cold that prickled his skin was gone as a short blast of heat blew down the icy tunnel. Ed pressed forward with steady steps and his eyes adjusted to the brightness he chased after revealing a wide room illuminated by white crystals. The cold atmosphere was likely a doing of said crystals. More importantly, Ed lifted the ground and formed the shape of a dagger. He swung his axe cleanly, gifting him a dagger which he dexterously grabbed and threw at a distant figure. "Adept throwing has leveled up." "Ugh!" a distant orc exclaimed as a dagger pierced through his chest. The orc turned with a grim expression towards Ed before thudding on the ground. The throw had likely pierced a critical location. Ed was used to assessing the surroundings before taking action, but as soon as he saw an orc crouching next to a blue boulder, he knew he had to do something. It wasn't hard to put the explosion and the boulders together. "Sanuk!" another orc who Ed had not seen then exclaimed as he peered from beside the boulder. The orc wore an old dirty robe. He held a brush in one hand and a container on the other. "The array expert?" Ed's eyes twinkled as if he had found another treasure. The orc from before seemed like nothing but a layman, so Ed quickly took care of him. He couldn't do the same for this one though, be it for his knowledge or for his body. This orc held some value. "Who are you? Are you the one who killed Lagika?" The orc expert roared from a distance while tightly gripping his brush, threatening to crush it. "I am Ed. Nice to meet you." "Heoruk," Ed replied with a scary smile. "Heoruk, sacred tribe orc. The guardian of knowledge." Heoruk, adept mage, an expert with arrays and a close friend of the deceased chiefess. "You? How did you know my name?" Heoruk was instantly alarmed. He didn't know how a trespasser made it that far, never mind how that trespasser knew his name. "That doesn't matter. Are you going to surrender?" Ed avoided the question and made a prompt of his own, one arguably filled with arrogance. Of course, Ed had said it with good intentions. "Are you mocking me?" But to Heoruk, the guardian of knowledge, the expert on arrays, the experienced mage, was that not an insult? Who could know his name but not his might? "Is that a no?" Ed asked for a second time, this time with a glare as he assessed his mana pool. He held no doubts that the amount was below 100, but he also felt that amount was sufficient. "Of course," Heoruk said with ire before dropping his brush and container to bring out a wand from his robe. "Don't regret it," Ed replied as he prepared to rush towards his enemy. He had been meaning to try something for a while now anyway. 171 rousing the crowd as a guardian, he could be said to hold a monopoly on knowledge. He knew more than one or two useful spells. Water surged and grew into a large cube. Ed ran face first into it, creating a loud smacking sound. Apart from the initial surprise of being suddenly submerged, however, Ed was entirely unscathed, if anything a little lost. He shot a glance and found that the guardian of the boulders was chanting rapidly. Beads of sweat formed on the orc's head as he couldn't help sneak a glance towards Ed to both monitor the situation and maintain his concentration over his water spell. This alone can't stop me. Ed didn't know if he ever learned how to swim since his memories were mostly lost or incomplete, but it didn't matter. Ed mustered some strength and pressed forward with heavy steps inside the large block of water. His arm reached out of the water to take in the cavern's air. Then came the crackling noise of ice. Ed started to freeze over. Only one of his arms had gained freedom in time. Ed's hand that stuck out of it seared a scary image into Heoruk's mind. He was for one not prepared to face such a beast. That being the case, he knew that the ice would not be able to hold him back. He thus planned to destroy as many of the boulders as possible. He couldn't let anyone from outside their tribe or religion touch what could only be described as sacred texts. I just need to. Heoruk, who had crouched to make some more changes to his array, was interrupted by the shattering sounds of ice. With disbelief, he hurriedly looked towards where Ed's frozen figure should have been. There was a large cloud of grey steam and shards of ice that fell and shattered onto the ground. Ed's figure could barely be seen inside of the steam. Heoruk instantly started a new chant, but before he had the chance to let out even a single syllable, Ed's tall and strong figure dashed out of the steam. That was unprecedented, Ed thought as he pulled back his arm to perform a lunge. His fist cut through the air and hit Heoruk, who had been caught off guard, directly on his chest. It nearly caved in on itself and the middle-aged orc was sent tumbling backward. Ugh, ugh. His groans of pain as he tumbled were a testament to his occupation as a mage. While the orc was not as skinny as some, his body was still rather fragile when compared and fed against Ed's fist. Cough cough. The orc spurted blood with each troubling cough. Heoruk's expression contorted into a piercing glare of unwillingness and defiance. It's a small price to pay to be alive, though not everyone could be as privileged as him, especially not when he was the medium through which they acquired the body. Ed walked over with a slight hurry towards the orc, whose dirty old robe now bloodied. The latter's complexion had also become somewhat pale after coughing out and losing so much blood. I won't kill you. Ed used transmission, intending to put Heoruk at ease. The impression so far had likely made him seem rather scary and out to get him. But while the force of the punch might seem excessive from an outsider's perspective, Ed had still held himself back. His target was to capture the orc, so it was only natural. Well, he had to admit that he had underestimated the fragility of the orc's body. Luckily, the capture would still go smoothly. Cough. What are you? Heoruk asked with evident astonishment on his pale face. He could not help but ask with a cough after receiving the message directly into his head. Such an ability felt divine or magical. It was simply unbelievable. What am I? Ed felt rather amused when he received this question. The main reason being that Heoruk was likely a devout believer of the dungeon faith. How would he react if he truthfully answered the question? I am an emissary of God himself. Ed crouched down, putting his own face in front of Heoruk's while exhibiting a devious smile. No, that's blasphemy. But, no, we are blessed by God himself. It wouldn't do this to us. You phony. Heoruk, who could barely even look up, rambled crazily. His last words made him seem especially childish. One of Heoruk's hands scoured through his pockets. Ed grabbed it almost immediately. There was a red crystal in his hand. Is this what you were using to blow up the boulders? Ed said as he quickly snatched the crystal for himself. He rushed over to the Thundercry tribe's settlement directly after hearing the news of the battle. That is to say, he didn't carry many crystals. Of course, to Heoruk he just seemed like some sort of petty thief, but that was the least of Ed's concern. Kill me, Heoruk said with despair. Not so fast. As God's emissary, I can say you still have a couple of sins to atone for. Ed's words sent a chill down Heoruk's spine. He was now more so convinced that the orc in front of him did not originate from their god. Ed's hand started to slowly make its way towards Heoruk's head while Ed maintained a devilish smile. He had many experiments to try out. "Kill me," Heoruk yelled with fear. But the hand did not stop its descent towards his face. "Kill me, kill me." The hand grew ever closer until it landed directly on top of his screaming face. "Kill me, kill me," Heoruk essentially roared as he strained his vocal cords in a desperate cry for mercy. But slobbering over Ed's hand would certainly not grant him any mercy. Heoruk, who had been mustering some strength to look up, suddenly collapsed. Ed used his storage function and Heoruk's consciousness was now in his hand. "I'll make sure you make up for the lost boulder later." Ed didn't doubt that Heoruk knew some of the knowledge that the boulder he had destroyed contained. Ed also placed his hand on the body of Heoruk with the goal of storing it. It swiftly disappeared from in front of him. I should hurry to free the captives now. The direction he had taken was evidently not where his people were held. Still, it was a good thing he went the first, otherwise he would lose quite a lot. It would be even worse if Heoruk also escaped after destroying the knowledge. "Are we all here?" asked Sharog while trying to count the heads of the orcs in the dark. The prison they had been translated to was a bit large. It had at least 40 cells and they weren't all placed right next to each other with so much available freedom. "Yeah," some of the sanctuary orcs responded while Sharog finished her count. They were a total of 25 orcs. Their chances of escape were slim. Their original force had been taken out. It was a no-brainer. What would happen to them with a mere 25? The best course of action was to sneak out, but even in the black darkness, Sharog could see the gleaming and expectant eyes of the orcs. They were waiting for her orders to enact revenge from behind on the unsuspecting sacred tribesmen. We will break out. Sharog decided that. She decided that if a young orc could fight a battle to which he owed no allegiance, then she was also capable of giving it her all. "I have failed you, Ed. It was a shame." If she kept Sanctuary out of it, then they would have been much better prepared. She instead played hero and found herself stuck inside of a deep mire. "Yeah, let's FCK them up." "I think we left Bob. Let us show them." Sharog hid a subtle smile. She would dive deeper into the mire. She could at least then go out in a blaze of glory. "Let's FCK them up." Sharog herself yelled with a fist pump. "Yeah, FCK them up." The crowd of orcs instantly became rowdy. Most of the warriors were men. How could they not feel that much more aroused after hearing the composed Sharog say such words? The escaped orcs kicked up a large commotion. Some of their screams made their way out of the prison to be held by the occasionally passing orc. The door to the prison was bust open and a burly orc holding a torch entered. "FCK, they've escaped." The orc yelled as he was eyed by 25 bloodthirsty orcs. "Ru'uah!" Fierce battle cries then resounded in the stale prison cells. The orc who had busted in quietly retreated, closing the door behind him. "Let's go," Sharog declared, and the orcs all started to dash madly towards the only exit. The orc who had run away saw not too long after, saw a bunch of orcs appear behind him. His running gait sped up significantly as he began to run for his life. Their faith advocated brotherhood. Although the orc might be seen as a coward by savages, his main priority was to inform the orcs outside the building. Fugitives. The captives escaped. The orc yelled loudly as he sprinted down the hallway. His cry and the heavy steps of the mad group of orcs were soon heard by the orcs that had just finished their battle. "FCK, how'd this happen?" someone said as they dropped the corpse of a sanctuary orc. "FCK them up." The orcs basically chanted as they noticed the orcs near the exit. "Why are they so fervent?" another exclaimed in surprise before being knocked out of his stupor by a friendly smack. "They haven't paid the price yet. Kill them." The orc yelled with bloodshot eyes. The others adopted a similar attitude. "Let's FCK them instead," one suggested quietly as they all charged to meet the newly introduced heretics. 172 bloodbath. It was a savage fight by all accounts. Each side fought for a different reason, neither noble nor righteous. but nonetheless beautiful. Ugh! One of the orcs screamed furiously as an axe dug into their side. The orc took it personally as he gripped his opponent's safeguarded head and forced just enough space to bite onto his opponent's exposed neck. You beast! The orc promptly let go of their axe and tried to free themselves without much success. The crudely crafted armor had made his movements more rigid. The orc strained himself to knee the opponent that fiercely clamped their jaws onto their neck. Ugh! The orc grunted, but not even the blood that squirted onto his face from his opponent's neck became a deterrent. Never mind the simple knee. The orc pulled back like a wild animal that had latched onto their prey. The tender red flesh of the orc's neck was exposed for all to see. But as the orc's throat had been left mostly unharmed, the battle was not yet over. Taste my fist. Even with his neck feeling the cool night breeze, the orc still swung full force at his opponent. As he had let go of his axe, the battle had begun to devolve into an animalistic slugfest. The orcs could not hide their true nature as brutal battle fanatics. All the other encounters were not much different. They all seemed violent and lacking grace. The sole differences were instances in which both sides held weapons, in which case their hands would tremble from the potent vibrations as their weapons clashed with one another. They would muster their strength, going as far as burdening their muscles, with the sole goal of cleaving their opponent in half. The only hint of civility was the slim and aesthetically pleasing Sharog. Her soft voice seemed to sing to the surroundings as she chanted her deadly elementary spells. Enemy orcs would discover themselves being pushed into something they wished to dodge, or one of their opponents suddenly being saved by the wind. Some would notice that they couldn't find themselves as they were already dead from a sharp blade of wind or a well-timed push. Sharog continued to chant. This time the verse she sang had a deadly gleam to it. Get her! Someone yelled, alerting others about the true threat, but their screams fell on deaf ears. The sacred tribe's forces were already tired. The orcs they faced beforehand numbered no more than 30, but it wasn't as if their own numbers were catastrophically large. They still had to exert some force, leaving some more tired than others. Even though their armors and weapons gave them an advantage, it became plainly obvious that the casualties to be suffered were substantial. Regardless of the outcome, the sacred tribe would be no more. Make way! Sharog suddenly yelled to her allied orcs. The orcs who were in a fierce standoff could not turn to look, but those that did would see a cyclone of sharp wind that seemed to slice the very air around them. Nonetheless, as they noticed their other members retreating, even those in a fierce struggle were forced to scoot their way back. Sharog, who was meticulously controlling the vortex spell with beads of sweat, was now surrounded by the survivors of this first interaction. Naturally, as the sanctuary orcs retreated, the sacred tribesmen continued pressing forward. This was until someone finally saw the spinning whirlwind of death that immediately began to make its way over once the sanctuary orcs were in relative safety. The potent whirlwind started to make its way towards them, however, making it too late for regrets. The building's thatched roof even began to fly off, and the cobblestone would occasionally receive deep gashes as the tornado skidded across the stone-paved ground. Most orcs immediately tried to turn back. FCCK, one cursed as they turned tail to run. Having pressed forward, the orcs were restricted by the hallway, however, meaning that none would be spared. The only way out was back, but that made for a disorderly retreat. Some would trample over others and some would trip on their own to be trampled. The tornado, which had expended most of Sharog's mana, thus began its redecoration process as it painted the cobbled walls in red. Luckily, the vortex lost power as it minced one orc after another in its path towards freedom. By the time it reached outside and began to disperse, most of the orcs maintained their lives. My arm, ugh, my leg. They kept their lives, but a lot were crippled. Some cried of pain and some cried of anger. Regardless, they could breathe sighs of relief, having lived past the short ordeal. W.H. Watt, one of the orcs that had escaped much earlier, was dumbfounded as he found a wet fleshy bit stuck to his arm. It made for a terrifying realization. The winds that seemed to work like a blender shot off bits of flesh and raw meat over the orcs as it dispersed. It led to some orcs being slapped by what used to be their friends or comrades. Kill them all. One orc who had thrown themselves side yelled with extreme anger. Their green skin was red with fury, but their voice also carried hints of pain. They failed to see one of their close associates exit the plain building. The others similarly chanted, especially those that gazed into the corridor. It depicted a scene straight from hell as the viscous red blood tainted the surroundings and the bits of flesh that stuck in between the cobblestone created meaty walls. Kill them. The orcs chanted with extreme grief. If they were to survive, the odds were high of them suffering from PTSD. But they had a firm belief in their skills and they had a firm belief in their equipment. But most of all, they had a firm belief in God. With the help of God, they would trudge past this disaster and be met with new opportunities. With the will of heaven, they as the blessed would emerge victoriously. Thus, with newfound determination, they all stood up, grabbed their weapons, and entered the nauseating hallway. The carnage did not serve as a large enough deterrent. On the other side, Sharog collapsed onto her knees, feeling somewhat relieved. She felt that they now had hopes of winning. She shot a glance forward and was overcome with disgust. She suddenly felt fortunate to have been left to starve for hours inside of the prison cells. Ru'ua! Suddenly a loud roar came from behind Sharog, catching her attention. It was a lumbering tall orc that reminded her of a sturdy wall. It was also similar to one of the orcs that lead to her capture. God has not forsaken us. As the roar reverberated through the large corridor, it made its way towards the sacred tribesmen like a funnel. The orc had made its presence known to all, immediately improving the mood of some sacred tribesmen. Of course, that great mood would immediately dampen after taking a good look at the red hallway once more. Sharog's expression darkened. Close observation revealed that the casualties of the battle had left her with approximately less than 15 orcs. It was not a good enough amount to handle the meaty giant. Another roar then followed and the giant had its runes start to light up and activate. Its tumbling posture seemed to have straightened and its seemingly sluggish steps livened significantly. It began to madly dash forward, reaching her and the other orcs in no time at all. It reached her and with a bang, it slammed its fists on the ground, creating a powerful shock wave. Some of the orcs that were near Sharog cast her aside and took the brunt of the attack to become roadkill plastered against the ground. Ah! She screamed involuntarily and her face turned haggard. The ugly and lumbering orc, however, didn't even bat an eye. It most likely didn't even have the mental capacity to think about what it had just done. Instead, it swung its fist towards two other orcs who quickly dodged to the side. They felt a breeze hit their body, making them feel somewhat terrified. Their earlier enthusiasm seemed to have become doused. "Die, you heretics!" an orc yelled with a flushed expression. It felt as if justice was finally being served. The giant orc swung out again, actually landing one of its deadly blows on one of the orcs. They tried to defend themselves using their axe but were still sent darting towards the wall. It collapsed and their body did not lose its momentum as it slid further following the crash. The giant orc didn't pay that one any more attention and instead turned towards the weakened Sharog with a foolish grin. It clasped both hands together and swung down strongly. 173 last-ditch effort. The close proximity also helped her notice something. It provided an adequate explanation as to why she could still muster the strength to dodge. Not all of the runes on the giant orc's skin glowed. Those that did, glowed faintly. It was as if they were not receiving a constant or sufficient mana supply. "Get back! It's too strong!" Sharog yelled towards her allies who were already in the midst of charging forward or tossing their weapons. "Ha ha ha! They think they can challenge the champions of our tribe. Those are the chosen ones of God." The fanatics on the other side made fun of the orcs who had just begun their bitter struggle. Sharog ignored the jeers and sneers. They never even entered her ears as she hurriedly stood up to try and dodge another sharp fist. A crunching sound. Sharog heard a crunching sound. "Ah!" she consequently screamed. The bones in her arm were seemingly shattered. Not only that, her back was in extreme pain after being tossed aside like a ragdoll from the force of the punch. The cobble walls did not make for a soft crash. Chief! Nag screamed in shock. He rocked his simple mind trying to search for an answer. for a way to help. It hurt him in more ways than one to see the young and beautiful Sharog being so brutally thrown aside. But it also hurt to find himself as nothing but a mere bystander. Nag was not very smart. That had long since been established. He also didn't have magnificent skills. Simple-minded. Nag was simple, like his name which only held 3 letters, like his skills, like his loyalty, his thoughts. He was simple. The imposing and lumbering orc did not let Sharog be after simply grazing her. No, for some reason it found her to be most excellent. Was he perhaps captivated by her looks? No one would be able to tell. What Nag could see however was how it walked towards Sharog's position still holding a foolish grin. Nag grabbed a crude orcine axe. One of the allies had probably dropped their scavenged weapon. Nag took a step forward. A shred of rationality seemed to have found its way into his body as he suddenly faltered. But Nag then began to run towards Sharog and the giant who was just about ready to grab hold of Sharog. A simple person did not know fear. Was that true? Most certainly not. Most importantly, it depended on what it meant to be simple. Naive, innocent, modest, credulous. Stupid? Nag was not naive, innocent, that could be argued. Modest, he was certainly of humble origins. Credulous wasn't necessarily there. So, stupid? He picked up speed even after briefly noticing Sharog's glance that seemed to please him otherwise. Nag held the axe well above his shoulders as he ran. The giant orc frowned its brows as it caught sight of the axe's sharp gleam. Nag was trying to harm it. Sharog was suddenly less important. Nag jumped forward with his piled-up momentum. It could be said to be stupid to throw oneself into danger. Of course, it could also be bravery, or were they equivalent? The orc swept its arm horizontally. It was only more or less double the size of a normal orc, but that was still significant reach. Ugh. Nag was hit by the log-like arm. His overhead swing had left him exposed. Coupled with the exaggerated jump, he was an easy target. Although his body was heftier than Sharog's, he had received direct. Just like the previous flies, he was sent darting towards a cobble wall. The wall obviously didn't break his fall, if anything it broke his spine as he shot into another room. Ha, 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 the lumbering orc laughed dumbly. Its intelligence must have suffered a heavy blow at some point. Ha ha ha. The sacred tribesmen laughed alongside it. Some laughed with delirium and others laughed with contempt. The champion, as the tribesmen had named him, turned towards the other sanctuary orcs. They had all stayed back in response to Sharog's words, but none had run away. They were only glaring at the oaf. FCK this, SH it. Let's get M. One of the orcs suddenly yelled with anger. It had been pissed off by the way the orcs seemed to disregard them. It was simply unacceptable. The other orcs didn't think badly of that plan. They released short battle cries and ran forward with bloodshot eyes. Roar. The orc responded with a roar of its own. It threw a kick at the incoming orcs, sending some catapulting upwards. Others grabbed onto its legs and began biting at it. The orc tried to remove the rabid creatures off its body. It kept grabbing at them while trying to crush their arms or whole torso. Have this. One who still had an axe went over to the giant's leg and chopped at it like it would chop a tall tree. Of course, it made sure not to hit the other orcs who were piled up by its feet or knees biting at it. Ugh. The orc whose mental capacity was contested and whose runes were incomplete did not like that. As soon as it felt the sharp axe dig into its skin, it punched down on the skull of the offender, cracking it almost instantly. The other orcs only became more angered and bit down harder. Those with axes also started chopping, but their efforts seemed to be in vain. Roar. The orc roared once more after finally peeling off one of the leeches that bit down on its leg. It winded up its arm and tossed the orc out of the building with immense strength. Some of the onlookers felt their lives flash right by them as the orc was sent rocketing out right next to them. As more and more of the orcs were being killed without mercy, Sharog could only watch. She started to regret using so much power right off the bat. Realistically, Her plan was rather sound. She intended to open up a pathway for their escape. There was no way to foresee another of those giant orcs to appear precisely after that. Ugh! Sharog groaned as she attempted to peel herself off the wall she ended up stuck in. She wanted to make motions and chants to at least try and delay the inevitable. I didn't get to make up for it. Sharog knew it in her heart that escape was nearly impossible. Still, she had hoped that it was perhaps possible to clinch a miracle. Sharog began a pain chant. Her shaky and weak voice did not play too large a factor on the wind element's ability to understand her. Ugh! Another orc was sent flying, this time deeper into the building. The large orc continued to writhe and struggle. It twisted and turned its body, taking an orc with each step and turn. Suddenly, while it had its body facing Sharog and it peeled off an orc, a blade of wind flew at its throat. Blood spluttered onto the ground as its throat had been cleanly hit. Jigag. The tall orc's runes had made it so most of the damage had been mitigated, but those runes were also incomplete. Ugh! Ugh! It then began to throw a tantrum. It glared at Sharog with bloodshot eyes. The bite and scratch marks all over its body left red bloody spots. The gashes from the axes and its sliced throat painted an ugly picture. The orc skipped in a single step directly in front of Sharog. Its face contorted with anger, it clenched a fist and swung down towards Sharog. A déjà vu. It felt like only moments ago she had been in such a situation. The main difference being the circumstances. Her body refused to listen. It couldn't move. Roar! The orc snarled as its fist whizzed down towards Sharog. She closed her eyes waiting for her demise. The light in her surroundings vanished. A fierce bang resounded. The ground shook from the energy being transferred into it. Sharog could no longer see, and the only thing she could feel was the pain of her injuries. But she could still hear. You bet. Sharog heard the giant's words being cut off. She also heard a loud thud. The area was also filled with silence. Light suddenly returned. The pitch dark faded. No, to be specific, the dome that protected her came undone. The torchlight and the moonlight that came in from the thatched roof helped her easily spot her savior, Ed. Sharog was exhilarated, at least until confusion finally settled in. Ed? Sharog stuttered in surprise. Ed replied solemnly. He could see that Sharog had suffered significant injuries. He sent a glare down the corridor and into the outside. There, a party of sorts seemed to have been hosted as the Sacred Tribe's warriors were united in cheering and jeering. Of course, none uttered a single word anymore. 174 drama. Nobody else should be coming in here. He would take his time to analyze the arrays and examine the knowledge at a later time. Priority lay in saving his orcs. Ed left promptly after thinking so, only taking the liberty to block the hatch on his way out. There was a chance that a secret tunnel existed, but he obviously wouldn't take the time to find it. I need to hurry. That was the main thought that plagued Ed's mind. Realistically, there was no reason for this. He had only bonded with Sharog, knew the name of Nag, and lost pretty much everyone else. Why did he care? Was it because he was making a city, or was there a hidden reason? Did he want their souls perhaps? Did he want the manpower? It didn't matter. What mattered was that he wanted to save them. Ed continued to run through the plain and simple hallways while keeping his ears perked and his senses heightened. It didn't take him long to hear a commotion with his speed and senses. The sound of crumbling walls, the pained roars of unwillingness, bodies thumping and rolling across the ground after being thrown. They were the sounds of a one-sided battle. Ed knew it wasn't his side doing the trashing either. His body was reinforced by wind mana. His steps grew swift and determined. In front of him flew a body that crashed against the wall. Bola Sanctuary Orc. A quick scan proved their allegiance, and Ed wasted no time making a rapid turn. There he saw an image that boiled his blood. A tall orc with a meaty body. It was as if they were half-ogre hybrids. Its hefty fist hovering over a robed orc woman. The woman was Sharog. Ed shot into action, almost literally. His speed was astonishing. As the heavy fist started its descent, Ed rapidly controlled the elements of the earth he had recovered on his way back to form a strong and sturdy dome. He brandished his axe. It was in a poor state from the extreme battle conditions. but Ed trusted it would get the job done anyway. As the racket of a large collision sounded, Ed hopped to reach the giant orc's head and swung his axe. The sent-up dust and debris from the earlier collision was not enough to obscure view of Ed as his axe loomed closer to the orc's neck. You bit. The lumbering orc, unaware of the danger, didn't even get to finish its words. Ed's axe dug into its meaty neck and sliced right through the fat as if it were butter. By the time it slid away from its body, the head was already sliding off the burly body. Ed landed. The lumbering orc fell simply. There was no fanfare. It thudded without elegance under the silence of the watching eyes. Having survived the immediate calamity, Sharog was greatly relieved. That was until confusion settled. Ed, she stuttered in surprise. Yeah, Ed replied solemnly before casting a glance at the main culprits. Under his eyes, the earlier boisterous noise and intoxicated expressions were replaced with utter terror and fear. It was as if they had forgotten of the terrifying creature they had allowed into their barracks. WHWH. Why? One of the orcs collapsed to his knees, looking up at the empty night sky and its brilliant moon. With tears in his eyes, he asked himself that question. Why? His earlier excitement had been doused by the existence of a single orc. Had their prayers and pious beliefs led to nothing? Was the magnanimous existence that resided in his mind nothing more than that? Imagination? Or did it truly exist? Did it turn a blind eye to the suffering of its children? Did it ignore their desperate cries of pain and passion as they lost their lives following ideals set forth by its apostle? Was such a God worth serving? The orc suddenly felt lightheaded. The revelation of these thoughts had messed with its mind. They were something that went against their core beliefs, things that had been instilled in them since young. Of course, only the magnitude of the massacre that occurred that night could open his eyes. But it wasn't the same for every orc. Some still felt slighted, not by God but by the existence. The orc that stood victoriously in front of them. Some felt it was unfair. Why did such a strong thing exist? What did they do wrong to offend such a being? Were they not following their righteous ideal? No, they were. And as the ones in the right, they couldn't give up. They had the moral high ground. They had the backing of God. They had the glorious ancestry of the Dawn tribe. Failure was a sin on its own. Ah, you damnable devil. If I don't die fighting tonight, then I don't deserve to live. One of the orcs declared with a seething expression as they tightened the grip on their axe. Hearing this, Ed was disappointed. After seeing one of the orcs fall to their knees in teary contemplation, he thought that it was perhaps possible for the others to follow suit. But unfortunately, when one's thoughts were affected by their ideologies, when that dictated their actions and personality, when those ideologies were all they had to hold on to, they weren't themselves. They were hopeless. It wasn't a religion. It was a cult. You couldn't change the mind of a cultist. Soon other orcs mustered their courage for the last stand. Even if they were meant to die, it was surely as God willed it. They just had to do their utmost to reach heaven with accolades. Those that drop their weapons and sit down quietly will be spared, Ed said with contempt. People like this didn't make one feel only pity, but also disgust. Shut it, you devil! One of the orcs yelled as they pointed their weapon at Ed. Others seemed more hesitant, but the angry expressions of their fellow tribesmen made them hesitant to heed Ed's demands. You, get up, fight. One of the orcs addressed the kneeling and teary-eyed orc. No, the orc replied with a muffled voice. Get up. The orc's wrathful expression somehow managed to contort further. Their brows became capable of cracking open a nut. It's wrong. The orc responded in defiance. You are a lost cause. The orc's warped expression showed hints of disgust as they lifted their sword and swung at the neck of the kneeling orc. The hate-filled swing seemed to cut through the air, leaving no time for the other orc to respond. However, it broke apart. The great sword of crude orc iron was stopped by a well-timed skinny earth wall. You are a lost cause, Ed declared in rebuttal. He dashed forward, frightening some of the hesitant foes. The main speaker, however, was still being blinded by their hatred and wrathful emotions. They shot a glare at the incoming freight train rather than fear. Come at me, UFCK. Their words were cut short as Ed's palm sunk into their face at full force. The momentum carried over and their body was flung backward. They rolled on the dirt ground for a couple of seconds before laying motionlessly, like a puppet that had its strings cut. W.H. Watt. The other orcs that shared similar emotions but hadn't acted upon them were dumbfounded at the scene. Ed's powerful thrust left a clear palm imprint on the orc's face. But that alone wasn't that scary. The scariest part was how that strike alone had seemingly killed the orc. They died with their face frozen in wrath. Ed didn't dally anymore. He had allowed that one orc to spew enough nonsense, and his orcs were injured. "You all had your chance," Ed transmitted with pure animosity towards the orcs that showed furious expressions. That was thereafter replaced by a fright following a jolt of pure shock mixed with regret. "How? Why?" one of them asked audibly in response. Others fell backward in fright, feeling as if they were seeing their worst nightmare come to life. But Ed no longer stood by and watched these reactions. On the contrary, as soon as his transmission ended, he ran over to one orc. Their body fell lifelessly on the ground. He approached another. The same spectacle. One after the other the orcs fell. Some tried to offer resistance and others gave up, their hearts full of despair and misery. The orcs, the few that had actually noticed something was wrong and showed more despair than anger, were skipped. They noticed this after Ed passed next to them without minding them. They gulped nervously, feeling as if they had narrowly escaped death. The dropping of bodies started to sound like music. Some would try to run away, but the earth beneath their feet would betray their expectations. They would be dragged back to their spots or even brought closer to Ed. "Please, I am sorry. Great God, please forgive me." One of them seemed to have gone mad in the head and begged Ed as if he were the god himself. Nonetheless, he still felt the cold hand of Ed being placed on top of his head. With nothing but the lingering feelings of remorse, his life faded to black. 175 signing off. All that was left on the scene were corpses and trembling orcs. Some trembled out of fear and others trembled from excitement. "Ed, Ed, Ed." One of his allied orcs even began to chant with pure admiration in their eyes. "Ed, Ed, Ed." The others next to him also followed up and chanted Ed's name, each with fervent gazes. Ed, however, didn't have time to relish on their festive atmosphere. "Get together and stay," Ed transmitted to them before reaching out for one of the lifeless bodies. He took it into the storage. The orc body disappeared like some sort of magic, as if it had warped out of existence. The sacred tribe orcs shuddered, one reflex after watching the unbelievable sight. Ed, whoa! His cheerleading party had their eyes widen. The spectacle couldn't be repeated, however. His storeroom became full. That's troublesome. It meant that he wouldn't get nearly enough experimental subjects. Well, if the story on the cathedral is to be believed, then the bodies should still function. They wouldn't trot away or be taken by the dungeon, but the orcs could still die of starvation or dehydration. Now that I think about it, can they starve in the system space? Ed's thoughts began to wander, but he was forced back to reality by the sound of someone struggling to make their way over behind him. He turned and saw Sharog surrounded by a couple of orcs with awkward expressions. It seemed they had intended to help, but Sharog stubbornly refused. "Ed." Sharog with downcast eyes. She still felt that the situation was somewhat surreal. To have someone come and save them like that, it was timely and fortunate. What would she have done if Ed didn't come around? Die? Ed was arguably tactless, but he still picked up on this. He felt it was natural to doubt oneself after suffering from such a catastrophic defeat. "Sharog, you've done a good job," Ed said in consolation. In a way, Ed was right. Everything that Sharog did, Ed would have done. If the Thundercry tribe needed assistance, he would have provided it. Unfortunately, they would have different outcomes. Sharog was not to own an army. Ed was that, and maybe even a little more. But Sharog could not accept that, though. She looked dejected. Tears were threatening to well out of her eyes, but she held them in check. From a young age, she was trained to become the chiefess. She learned from her master that orcs adored and followed the strong. She thus opted to adopt such a personality. She braved all sorts of dangers for her tribe to the best of her ability, but it still almost fell to ruin. In a desperate attempt to recoup their numbers, she created a plan of infiltration that would leave the tribe without a leader. It was risky, and in the end, she gained nothing. Thanks to Ed, however, it didn't matter. Even as Vorgarag blew himself to bits in front of her, she mustered up the courage to deal a lethal blow to the human who clung to live. She adopted a strong personality. I've failed you. I've failed. No. Her whole life was a huge failure. Not once had she succeeded in anything. She didn't bring her tribe to prosperity. Her plan had failed. She didn't help as was required of the alliance. She stood by and watched. She didn't take good care of Sanctuary. Over half of their force had been eliminated. And now, she was crying. She was crying when she had no right to. Ed made an uncomfortable expression. What was he supposed to do now? The other orcs maintained their silence watching the two. Some felt that Ed was blowing it, however. It seems God is indeed benevolent. One muttered in the background referring to Ed's lack of social and romantic skills. Sharog. Yo, you didn't, Ed said with uncertainty before cutting off his own words and his uncomfortable expression being changed for one more carefree. No, actually you did. Was he supposed to mince his words? Sharog was a horrible tribe leader. Never again would he leave things in her care. Sharog paused her small sobs and hiccups to look up at Ed's face. You are a complete failure, Ed added while looking Sharog right in the eye. Suddenly, Sharog started bawling. Well, it was actually kind of expected. Right now, you are a complete failure, Ed repeated, not comforting her in any way. And mark my words, you will continue to be a complete failure, Ed ascertained while nodding as if trusting this verdict. Sharog's sobbing momentarily stopped. She was at a loss. She only looked at him with a flabbergasted expression. Because instead of helping your tribesmen after a calamity, you broke down to cry. No, not only did you break down to cry, but you also had the gall to come give me your sorrows. Just because you found the free time to laze around doesn't mean I can afford to. Ed's words left not only Sharog flabbergasted, but even the spectators from both tribes were also left staggering. Why did it feel like Ed didn't want to help anymore? Because you think you are a failure? You are a failure and will continue to be a failure, Ed said in conclusion. Earlier, he had been uncomfortable and unsure before coming to a realization. Did it really matter? Eloquence has leveled up. No, it wasn't that he didn't care about Sharog and her feelings, but rather that he didn't care to comfort her. Why did that fall upon him? If she wanted to insist she was a failure, then so be it. He had his own troubles, they all did. There was a doomsday clock ticking down the life of every single inhabitant in the dungeon. It was a doomsday clock with an unknown timer that could ring at any moment. You are right, Sharog said in between sobs. She had to admit she was acting rather pathetic, but after letting the dam burst she still needed the water to settle. Having heard a positive response, Ed turned his gaze away from her. Gather up the survivors and keep watch on them. I'll be right back, Ed said solemnly. He planned on running over to the Ogre Cavern to fetch some herbs. The Alivio potions were easy to make and the Ogre Cavern was actually rather close based on his thoughts. Yeah. Leave it to us, one of the orcs replied. You all better not even think to run away. Ed also transmitted his message for extra intimidation. The sacred orcs did not even think to do so before, but with such a clear and direct warning they couldn't feign deafness now, could they? Seeing their defeated expressions, Ed no longer wasted any time dashing away from the cathedral. Why? The frustrated cries of an aged man could be heard from a certain office alongside furious scribbling. The door to the office opened and the courteous Miller appeared. Sir, another one is on the line. Miller didn't even bother to address the evident anger that Cl held at the moment as he informed him of another call. Damn it. Cl stood up abruptly from his chair, reaching down for a bottle and taking a quick swig of alcohol. Who the FCK is it this time? Cl Lanseth, as the one in charge of the Union branch in Arbor Town, was bound to be busy giving the spreading rumors. It's from the Liberty Association, Miller responded. The what? Who the hell even are they? Cl, who was planning to answer the call, suddenly stopped and asked before starting to ponder if he should take another sip of alcohol. Who answered calls while sober anyway? Sir, they are an organization from the bordering country, Miller promptly replied while wondering if he needed to drag Cl away. The bordering country? Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down? Cl was pissed. He didn't actually care where they came from, but the mere fact that they didn't come from the Bosk Kingdom pissed him off. What business did these people have with his quaint Arbor Town? No one even bats an eye if he drunk all day at a bar. What bliss. Sir, please hurry. The magic line is both expensive and inconvenient, Miller said with a tinge of exasperation. The fact that so many organizations were willing to use it meant a lot. Fine. But you better help me sign the papers, Cl said before promptly storming off past Miller, who made a way out of the office. The magic line was created by a large magic device. It couldn't be placed in an office. Miller watched Cl retreating for a bit before heading to the desk and taking a look at the papers. They were about adventurers who intended to temporarily lodge themselves in Arbor Town. Miller quickly signed it and placed the paper aside. He quickly read through the next one. Please allow. The next document was a bit more tricky. It was from a foreign adventurer. The Freedom Union was one of many. It just so happened to have a large monopoly in the Bosk Kingdom. Outside of it, they were nobodies. At most, they'd have a branch in key capitals. Adventurers were always logged. They weren't as free as one might suspect. It was especially so for those that worked for these organizations. They would be treated as a sort of foreign agent. They all want the Mana Forge potion, Miller muttered wryly. The main ingredient was a small bone that could be held in one's hand. The bone was only found in the nearby dungeon. Miller found it somewhat surreal that he had held such a valuable thing twice, but soon regained focus and carried on signing papers. He didn't need to muse on that thought for too long, as his life had long since been bought over. 176 relief efforts, vitality +2, constitution +2. Assimilation has leveled up, and to his surprise, it leveled up. Ed couldn't even remember when the last level up had occurred. It became plainly obvious that assimilation did not affect itself. As disappointing as that was, it could also be that I need to start assimilating more exotic items. Assimilating the same things over and over again yielded less experience. Ed had discovered such was the case for assessment, previously deduction, and it also likely applied to assimilation. It wouldn't be too far-fetched for the skill to eventually reach a standstill, given that was likely the case. Now that I think about it, I should probably check my status. He had yet to do so in the Orc Plains, although as the scriptures had told him, he was actually in the Orc Thicket. Name, Edward Hashu0026. Type, Orc. Health, 16,001,600. Mana, 271. Vitality, 12. Strength, 6. Agility, 2. Constitution, 14. Dexterity, 5. Skills. Transmission LVL. 4. Show info. Mental fortitude LVL. 6. Show info. Assessment LVL. 2. Show info. Assimilation LVL. 6. Show info. Thought manifestation LVL. 1. Show info. Language LVL. 1. Show info. System link LVL. 2. Show info. Instinct LVL. 5. Show info. Adept throwing LVL. 0. Show info. Mana manipulation LVL. 7. Show info. Axemanship LVL. 5. Show info. Eloquence LVL. 4. Show info. Craftsperson LVL. 0. Show info. Ed's skills were listed out and he made sure to pay each close attention. I can't go into the system space just yet. He needed to first settle things down following the tribal war. He continued to scan his way down the list. I need to work on the craftsperson skill. Ed had already noticed the benefits of good equipment after equipping himself with good items. In-game or reality, pay to win is a viable strategy. Great equipment required great resources as well as a great effort. Either of those things was quite costly, although in Ed's case he would only be paying out time to grind the skill. After formulating his thoughts for a bit, Ed reached the Ogre Caverns. Needless to say, it had changed a lot from his previous visit. For one, there were more herbs. He and Vorgarag had planted seeds in their last visit. The orcs were also tasked with tending to them and delivering the plants back to the settlement. Occasionally, he would spot a wilting herb. For plants with enormous vitality, that was rather odd. He thus briefly entered the cave to assess how crystal excavation might have affected things. Overall, the cavern had received an unwanted overhaul and much of the mana in the air had diminished. Of course, with the abundance of crystals, the mana was still substantial. It was just a bit less appropriate for the herbs which used to flourish without outside interference. He'll have to arrange to surround the farm with crystal sanctuary. Already picked the entrance clean of crystals. They wouldn't need more for a good while. Let me do the last mining though. Ed still needed to rightfully gather some more crystals for his own consumption. Only after doing that did he start to pick some herbs. On his way back to the sacred tribe, Ed seriously pondered on the matter of relocation. The current settlement is still too far from the cave. The cave was where they planted the herbs as well as where they mined the crystal. The boss was also located there. It made for the safest and most ideal spot. Luckily, Blarak can't escape his boss area, otherwise getting as far away from it as possible would be truly the most ideal. Nonetheless, apart from how troublesome it was to move again, Ed saw no downsides to taking over the sacred tribe's settlement. He would also need some time to decipher the boulders of knowledge and secretly experiment on his foes' bodies. He'll take it up with Sharog. Then she had been acting as the deputy leader. Her opinion would be valuable. Ed's trip back and forth was no less than an hour. A surprisingly short time compared to what it could otherwise be. Here Ed popped out of nowhere and handed Sharog a handful of herbs. Ah, Ed. Sharog, who had been waiting by the barrack entrance, was given a good shock. It was especially so because Ed had even started to apply the herbs himself. Alivio herbs. They can help even without being turned into a potion. Ed was afraid that if he delayed the healing of Sharog and the others that they would be left with nasty scars or even a medical problem. I know that, but Sharog replied, but stopped to look down at her arm where she felt some tingly sensations. Looks like they are quite effective. Raw. How were things while I was gone? Ed then proceeded to ask as he controlled the earth to form a large cauldron. He was going to immediately start making the potions. The surrendered orcs are in prison and the unconscious ones were also locked up. By unconscious ones, Sharog meant the one that had their consciousness taken. Since their body was still alive, it was a normal assumption to make. No matter how faint their breathing had become, they were still alive. Good. Ed would probably cry if they burned the unconscious orcs while he left or something like that. Since you didn't kill them, I figured you had a use for them. Sharog also didn't miss how Ed absorbed some of them into nothingness only to stop for no apparent reason. Thank you. Ed definitely made a correct decision when he decided to not only spare her but also bring her to his side. Even with all her failures, she was still much better than the likes of Duma. I wonder where he went. Ed didn't know if Duma had run away or if he had died in battle. If it was the latter, then he had to thank the cowardly orc for mustering up the courage to participate in the hectic battle. There are lots of hidden heroes among these orcs. Ed even felt some guilt for sacrificing the first captives he rescued. Sarul, Duma close aid, was one such lost hero. Ed was forced out of his thoughts by the sizzling cauldron as well as Sharog's continued report. After that everyone just took a nap. Well, some searched around for something to eat. Sharog then sat down on the floor, signaling some exhaustion of her own. You should go to sleep as well, Ed said before cutting a large wound on his arm. His blood flooded into the earthen cauldron. Ed then created an earth rod and reinforced it to start stirring the potion. Seeing the whole process, Sharog, who was about to agree, suddenly felt she wasn't doing enough. No, it's okay. I can help. Ed had mentioned her stopping the injured from getting help previously and she had yet to make up for that. Suit yourself, Ed said casually as he continued to stir the cauldron. His blood would occasionally bubble, creating a sizzling noise. It was the only noise they could hear during that silent night, making for a peaceful atmosphere. The potion was soon done and Ed made sure to rapidly conjure up some containers. Drink some. Sharog's entire body was more likely than not in pain now that so much time had passed since the battle. Adrenaline might have kept her blind to it previously, but by now reality had to have set in. Sharog didn't decline, although she felt a bit sheepish at the thought of drinking something with Ed's blood inside of it. She chugged down the whole thing and immediately felt much more comfortable. The potion tasted like a bitter tea mixed with iron. Nevertheless, Its healing properties made for a cool sensation. Where are the injured? Ed asked as he grabbed many of the containers himself. It would not have been a bad idea to concoct the potions but perhaps having gotten caught in conversation he didn't think of that. Follow me, I'll show you, Sharog replied, immediately picking up some herself. She led Ed away into the barracks. They eventually came to a dormitory area where their warriors likely slept on a regular basis. All things considered, the Sacred Tribe was unlike any of the other tribes Ed had seen so far. Their rule almost seemed militaristic. Let's start with the more severe ones, Ed told Sharog before promptly acting on those words. He scanned a couple of the orcs to find their status. Rollfish bleeding internally, Nag crippled, Agrob resting. The quick assessments gave Ed the exact information he needed to put his words into action. He hurried over to the orc woman called Rollfish. She seemed to be unconscious. He gave her the potion, making her break out into a coughing fit. Ugh. She even spat out a mouthful of blood. Rollfish seriously injured. The state changed to seriously injured. Ed wasn't sure if that meant things had become better, but he proceeded to administer the potions to others. Nag. Ed obviously remembered the slow orc. His status mentioned being crippled, giving him quite a fright. Upon further look, it became evident that he injured his spine. This might be beyond my abilities, Ed muttered dejectedly. The potions weren't all-powerful. For one thing, it worked better when healing tissue than bones. Ed didn't know if that also extended to nerves. Unless he made Nag a new body, he would remain crippled. Of course, he could also just use one of the enemies. But do I want to keep all of my orcs in tip-top shape? The answer was obviously yes, but at what cost? Would he force his subordinates to constantly switch bodies? Would he bring back from the dead those who died a valiant death? Those who were resigned to their destiny that might even feel better dead than alive? We'll have to see. The future was hard to predict. Ed couldn't guarantee he would always be the same person. 177 Unprecedented Chaos. Wily, did you hear? The voice of a young woman asked, towards one of her party members. Hear what? Prissy, the party member, Wily, said with a tinge of excitement. He was currently inside of a training field performing simple spear swings. He was a class warrior who often sought both profit and thrill. If there was anything he needed to hear, it had to be related to either of those matters, making him expectant. There are rumors of a profitable adventure in Arbor Town. The young mage, Prissy, informed him with a hint of chastising. Really? Wily instantly stopped his repeated stabbing as his eyes shone. He had indeed heard some good news. He actually had no idea where Arbor Town was, but it wasn't his duty to keep track of such things. Yeah, Agalia is already trying to find us a ride over. Their current location was the city temple located in the Flamewood estate. The town was also the nearest to the Forbidden Forest, thus the closest to riches and adventure. Awesome. I hope it's dangerous. Wily said, his eyes still dazzling with enthusiasm. You are too much. Prissy should have long since gotten used to Wily's words and antics, but she felt getting accustomed to his death-wishing was a tall order. A couple of hours later, Agalia, their party leader, returned. She seemed a bit gloomy, however, which was a sharp contrast to her usually positive personality. All of the carriages are either booked or have already departed. It didn't take them long to find out why her mood had sunk as Agalia informed them of the unfortunate news dejectedly. What? The Death Seeker, Wily, was particularly affected by the news. He fell to his knees, feeling as if his whole world had fallen apart. Impossible. Will I never be freed from my mortal coil? Gah! Wily's muttering was cut short by a firm slap by Prissy. I can't believe it. How popular are these rumors? Prissy had only briefly heard the news from Agalia, meaning she was not aware of the exact situation. Agalia, however, was significantly less surprised. A potion had sold for an insane sum of 2,000 gold. The main ingredient was actually a small bone dropped by a monster inside of a nameless Arbor Town dungeon. Agalia and her party of 3 were not the only ones being disappointed. As a matter of fact, Those that had expended the energy to head over to the simple-looking dungeon were far more disappointed. "What do you mean we can't enter?" one of such adventurers shouted in outrage towards a Freedom Union official. There were at least 30 other adventurers behind him. Each of them were peering into the dull cave covetously. The official was unsure as to why, since he was not privy to such information. He also wouldn't dare try and approach the beautiful and graceful Clarice lest he taints her with his mere presence. Rules: I heard that this dungeon had long since been auctioned off and explored. 1. You have to let us in. A more lanky and learned adventurer pitched in and demanded. "Sir, this dungeon failed the initial auction process. The occasions in which such a thing occurred were close to none. At the very least, the news of such a happening didn't get around. You are all just trying to keep the profits to yourself," the adventurer rebutted, choosing not to believe the official's words. "I didn't know the Freedom Union was so corrupt." Another adventurer not too far away audibly murmured, causing some to wonder if that was indeed the case. Under the Bosk's Kingdom Adventurer Jobs Act, all dungeons are accessible to adventurers. The learned adventurer continued to nitpick laws and regulations to try and legally weasel his way in. See, the official, who was on the verge of simply calling out sick, became quiet after seeing a sharp gaze from a tall and lean adventurer. "Move aside." The adventurers then naturally parted. This sharp adventurer carried a long-honed blade and had an imposing figure. His voice also made one feel some shivers down their spines. Azrael Clarice, who would pass by casually, happened to recognize the person. He was an A-class assassin and a friend of hers. They both grew up in an inconspicuous corner of Innerbark City. "Oh," Clarice Azrael was a bit surprised to see this old acquaintance, but that was it. "Why are you here?" Clarice proceeded to ask, although likely well aware of the answer. "I came to challenge this dungeon, to be exact." He came to obtain some profits. "You could have snuck past." No, Azrael was an A-class adventurer and an expert in stealth. Even if he was only a peak-class, Clarice, as a healer, would not be confident in identifying him. Pass. Her combat ranking among the A-class was at the bottom. "That's true," Azrael replied with a smirk. He could tell Clarice was still a smart girl. "Then why are you here?" Clarice repeated her question once more. Azrael and she had grown apart from an early age. Their relationship had soured by this point, but Clarice had at some point considered him a friend. Nonetheless, she was currently employed and had a duty to perform. "I already answered, no." Azrael answered as if to mock her. His way to gain profits was to create trouble for the Freedom Union. A-class adventures were the cream of the crop, but that didn't mean they were all saints or distinguished scholars. Most of them were actually employed by the kingdoms and organizations regardless of integrity. Some would take a different path, a path of their own creation. Azrael was the leader of a guild of assassins. It was a guild of his own making, an organization fueled by his own desire. He wanted to see it flourish. But his organization, Angels of Death, was overshadowed by the other long-established organizations on both the lawful and evil side. He found creating trouble for the top dogs to be a good way to get his name out there. Many black markets had assassin hiring services, but they weren't the same as things as a guild. Azrael's ambitions weren't so simple. He wanted his daunting shadow to strike fear into the hearts of the whole world, for the populace to know that their lives were not necessarily in their own hands. "So, can I come in?" Azrael looked at the official and asked. He was the leader of his organization. He wouldn't usually move by himself. "Yes." The official was frightened into agreeing, but "You can't," Clarice promptly said, and walked over in front of Azrael before he had the time to waltz his way in. The dungeon was off limits for non-affiliates. Azrael sighed and swiftly brought out a paper from his pocket. He unfurled it, revealing an officially signed document. "Will this do the trick? The Freedom Union was kind enough to provide this for me for only a couple of bucks," Azrael said, speaking up to make sure all could hear. His tone was laughable and his intentions clear, but the short-sighted adventurers, which had already been incited by members of his guild, did not catch on. Clarice and the official glanced at the document and found that it was actually legit. She was still suspicious, but she could no longer stop him from entering. Go ahead," she said in a soft voice. "Okay, I'll go in. Then Azrael pocketed the document and announced, "Hey, why is he allowed to go in? Just because he has some money you let him in?" Doubts were stirred among the crowd as Azrael's retreating figure entered the mossy cave. Azrael smirked after finally reaching the dungeon steps. He actually had no intention to explore the boorish dungeon. "Let's see, where else should I go?" Azrael stopped to ponder. "Let us in, let us in." A chant had begun on the outside. "Hey, put that weapon down," one of the officials yelled. Azrael decided on a next target and snuck back outside of the short cave using powers of death. Clarice didn't miss this though, as she had been prepared and cast some spells that sensed life. It could also be used to sense death, which was Azrael's element. Clarice couldn't do anything though. Even though she was aware of his escape, she could only sit by and watch. "Stop it!" A fireball flew into the crowd. "They are attacking us," one of the instigators yelled, and the 30 or so adventurers seemed to become red with anger. "You'll let us in one way or the other." The riled up adventurers were finally fed up as they now planned to force their way in. "No, hey." The weak-class adventurer could only do his best to dodge certain spells or even arrows while trying to calm down the crowd. "Let them in." Clarice's graceful voice entered his ears, however, forcing him to halt for a second. "What?" the official asked back. "You heard the pretty lady." "Step aside." One of the adventurers shoved the official aside. Clarice was not strong enough to stop all of them. She could hold them at bay, but she felt it wasn't worth the effort. As a healer, she had seen many things and got to know both the best and worst of people. New dungeons will go through an inspection process. This process is usually given to adventurers in an auction. Remember William from Volume 1, 178 Death? Realistically, there weren't enough injured that the situation warranted spending a whole night. The main problem was the degree of some of the injuries. Nag crippled. No matter how many potions Ed concocted from his nutritious blood, Nag's status never changed. "He's not better." Ed let out a tired breath after assessing the sleeping orc for the umpteenth time. "It's too basic. The Alivio potion was too broad. It failed to excel at a single thing. The only particularly exciting point was its ability to get rid of external injuries as well as heal injured tissue. My blood is not enough. The potion was not enough in its current state." That was the conclusion Ed came to. He pondered on the way to improve it, but so far all he could think to do was increase the quantity or quality of the gathered blood. He definitely wasn't planning on doing the former. That left quality. "But how can I?" Ed's question was cut short as he came upon an epiphany. He sent a glance past the settlement walls, eyeing a potential target. "Blarak seems to have lots of vitality." The voracious ogre had more vitality than it likely knew what to do with. Luckily, Ed was willing to lend a hand. Ed then racked his brain outside the barracks, formulating a plan as the rising sun highlighted his cold and pensive expression. Sharog, who had yet to catch a wink of sleep, didn't dare approach and only watched on from a distance, admiring Ed's hard-working personality. With him, there wasn't a moment of rest. That was until she suddenly remembered something. A certain kid had given her a mission. Ed, Sharog didn't really want to interrupt, but it wasn't as if she could simply leave things be. Ed, who was thinking up ways to coerce Blarak into giving him its blood, was thus interrupted. "What is it?" he asked casually. Seeing that Ed wasn't mad, Sharog proceeded to tell Ed of her brief meeting with a young orc of the sacred tribe. He said his sister and the other orc woman were kept near the cathedral. Sharog felt bad for forgetting until much later that day, but at the same time, it couldn't really be helped. The random orc woman of an enemy tribe paled in priority to the injured of her own tribe. Ed found this revelation to be surprising, as he had not once even wondered where all the women went. The place was run like some sort of military camp, but it was still ultimately a settlement. "Will we, be taking them back to the settlement, or?" Sharog asked. Now that Ed had returned, she found it necessary to make use of his head. She felt that the best way to avoid future failures was to both listen and learn from Ed and his actions. What? Sharog, who heard this, couldn't help but double back her train of thought, wondering what exactly she had missed. Her question was left open-ended, but the answer was nonetheless a bit unexpected. "This place is closer to the herbs and the mine as well as a third resource." Ed spoke with a thin smile. The third resource was obviously referring to Blarak. A third? Never mind. Moving again, especially so far, will likely not settle well with the other orcs. Sharog hadn't considered the option since it was simply too troublesome. Firstly, most of their fortifications and formations were at that settlement. Moving meant moving the basic magic cannons or abandoning them altogether and escorting back the batches of crystals. That was a simple matter compared to the next. However, the Anjkok tribe had already moved once, which might make them unwilling to move again. Still, they were bound to be less stubborn than the original inhabitants who grew up in the settlement before Ed dared name it so. Do you think there is no hope? Ed was still unaware of the brief trouble Sharog had gone through to take over the settlement. She could say there was a rebellion that had at most only been quelled at an early stage. The insurgents only buried their emotions in their hearts, but if an opportunity to reclaim the settlement arose, Sharog didn't doubt they'd take it. It is difficult, Sharog replied pensively, so it's not impossible. Ed was not willing to abandon all the orcs and inhabit the sacred tribe's settlement by himself. If he planned on doing something like that, he would be better off chilling with Blarak. Well, if it's you, it should be possible, Sharog declared with confidence, making Ed raise an eyebrow in concern. Was he some sort of miracle worker or? Seeing this, Sharog started to explain herself. The main reason why it might not work is if their leader isn't good enough, but you are more than qualified. Plus, the surviving warriors can also vouch for you. Sanctuaries orc warriors were not all on Sharog's side. Since she knew they would take any opportunity they could to rebel and take back their home, she split those in favor of her and those that weren't. Some stayed behind and others likely died in battle, but not all. Those warriors could vouch for Ed's strength, although Sharog also felt that wouldn't really be necessary considering Ed's previous display when facing against the humans. That's good, then Ed would simply use transmission if they planned on staying behind. Who would ignore a voice in their head? At that exact moment, some of the resting warriors started to wake up. The first thing one did was venture out of the barrack, hoping to find whoever was in charge of breakfast. Ed only spared them a short glance before giving out an order. Sharog, take some of them with you to investigate the women. While at it, find some food. After that was done, Ed would have to run back to Sanctuary and convince them to move out, but before that, he had another important task: to clean out his system space. If the experimental bodies died, he would be in trouble. It seems I can't enter the system space anymore. Ed didn't find it weird, but it was lamentable. He would have to readjust his schedule. In its vision, was a layout. To be specific, it was its own body. Inside its bodies were many lights of varying sizes, each going about their own business. Some were eating, others were patrolling, and others were dying. Yes, dying. The lights that made up itself were returning to itself. They were returning to itself at a frightening rate. It had to think, and it had to think fast. For never before had it seen such efficiency. No, in fact, it had seen such efficiency in numbers. But how could it be? For even with numbers, the disappearing lights would seem uniform, and now it knew. It had processed what it had brought itself and saw the many humans that littered its body. They were ample in number and varied in strength, but most all fearsome in action. So it panicked for the situation it found itself in was beyond unprecedented. It wanted to trash about and crush the pests that ran afoul inside its body, but it knew it was not possible. With rational thought came a calm mind. Thus, its panic diminished. It had long since learned to think, so it got to thinking. But as it thought, it found no suitable solution, for no matter the choice it would lose something. However, a thought had wandered in that brought it comfort. It shifted its gaze towards the life foreign to itself and tried to observe how the lives acted around it. It had noticed that the lights dwindled around it and it awaited for itself. But it had received no gain. It was odd. It couldn't see what it wanted to see, for itself had never returned to itself, so it thought. But as it thought, time flew and it came to no conclusion. It was alarmed, for it had yet to summon the foreign life, but the humans had made substantial progress with their numbers. There was no time to waste. It whirred its body and racked its mind. It sought help from its tool to bring back life, but it felt refreshed. It stopped in its track and thought, but as its life had not perished it thought nothing. But that was odd. How could its life not perish in battle? It was too weak. It shifted its gaze back towards the den of humans. Near its pillars used to exist a sea of lights, but the light had vanished without a trace of return. But how could it be? Itself could not vanish, for it was itself. No. Fear crept in after the dungeon noticed this problem. It slowly perished, yet it never knew it was doing so. It panicked and sought. It sought an answer to the problem that plagued it. But the refreshing feeling returned. It was the refreshing feeling that came with the death of foreign life. It was odd, for if its life had perished, then the humans should have run amok in its body. So it thought. And as it thought, it came to a conclusion. It shifted its focus back towards its foreign life. It had found a likely culprit. 179 Wary. He couldn't clean out his inventory, but that couldn't stop him from experimenting with the already available bodies. Since they could die, he just had to start early. Let's see. The ultimate goal is a golem. Kored's mind pulsed a bit, but he ignored it and continued to think of the best way to achieve this. He couldn't throw an orc into a meat grinder, for example, to form a cube of meat. I think I can start with limbs. Ed first had to prove the conjecture that only living things or things that used to be living could hold a consciousness. If an arm could not independently hold a consciousness, then the conjecture would be proven false. If that doesn't work, it might be all things resembling living things could hold a consciousness. Such a law seemed dubious, though, since a law of life or death wouldn't be conscious enough to determine what was and wasn't resembling a living thing. Of course, it was also possible that resembling a living thing referred to the way the thing functioned. Did it have a brain, blood, veins, a way to move, a way to express itself? Ed continued to think up more and more ideas as he made his way towards the prison. He knew of its location thanks to Sharog explaining it in her story, as well as when they passed by to heal the injured. Once there, he grabbed a torch to light the way and began his picking process with a brief scan. Just because he hadn't injured the enemy orcs, it didn't mean nobody else had. It was also possible that they possessed underlying conditions that might have led to deaths under the unsavory environment of a cage. Corpse of Nakgat. The cold corpse of a sacred tribe orc warrior that died of head trauma. Yambagorn's body hungry. The lifeless body of Yambagorn, blacksmith, and warrior of the sacred tribe. Azek's body injured. Several different messages appeared after the scan, but Ed only looked into a few of them. It turned out that some deaths had indeed occurred. Ed wasn't sure if it was a result of his own actions or a result of the actions of the ones that threw him in the cell, but Nakgat died of head trauma. It's fine, I can still use it. Creating a zombie was fascinating in of itself. No, if I can get their skeletons, I can give that a whirl too. It would be interesting to create skeleton orcs and have them fight battles either for the crypt or the sanctuary orcs. The only downside was that creating undead orcs could end up intimidating any enemies he might make on the orc plains in the future, which would inevitably result in fewer orcs to experiment on, as fewer and fewer orcs would decide to challenge him. As for the other bodies, they still seemed to be living, although labeled as lifeless by the system. It was illogical, but without consciousness, they could only be described as lifeless. Thoughtless works too, though. He didn't plan on arguing with the system on how it should label certain things, though. Ed decided to instead pick the first target. He swept his gaze past the many locked cells. Some of the surrendered orcs were also held there and noticed his glance. They all shuddered after noticing the coldness in those eyes. They were not convinced that such an orc knew compassion. That thought also seemed to be proven as Ed opened up a cell and brought out the body of a seemingly unconscious orc. He held a torch in one hand and lugged the body on his shoulder with the other. He then simply walked deeper into the prison where he could no longer be seen. As the torchlight became distant, the surrendered orcs were enveloped in darkness. Yet for some reason, they felt more at ease. Ed, unaware of their thoughts, dropped the body into a new cell. He didn't want the surrendered orcs to see what he would do, since his ability to revive the dead or something like it should be kept as a trump card. Corpse of Nakgat. Let's first give him back his consciousness. Ed wanted to know if all zombies were unintelligent or if there was a reason behind it, and using the previous consciousness seemed most fitting for such a task. He placed his palm on the corpse's forehead and began his spirit insertion. Or at least he should have started his spirit insertion. The dungeon is wary. Ed froze before he quickly pulled back his hand with furrowed brows. The dungeon is wary. It was a message from none other than the system. But it begged the question of why now? What did I do to alert it? Ed's business had gone about as usual in the Orc Plains. Nothing had changed. Is it an outside factor then? Something about the dungeon had to have changed, or something influenced it. Ed seriously pondered on the matter while trying to hide his unease. Truthfully, he never got over the dungeon's absolute power over him. As much as he liked to think cynical thoughts about the dungeon, he knew that it could always get rid of him. The sixth sense only made that reality more abundantly clear when he finally acquired it. His fears that the dungeon could easily eliminate him became a fact, and he learned to question more of the things around him, like the system itself. The system. That brought Ed to the topic of this second entity. The system was evidently capable of individual thought, even if it robotically expressed itself. I can trust you for now, at least. Ed grumbled inwardly. There were two reasons for this belief. One, the dungeon had warned him. For the moment they were both guarding against the dungeon. The enemy of one's enemy was ultimately one's friend. Secondly, the system was what gave him power. The dungeon was the one in charge of creating bodies for him, or so it would seem. Regardless, the one that gave him perks and skills was undoubtedly the system. Well, I guess I can't really be so sure of that, huh? The second matter was iffy, but for the moment it was nothing of too great importance. The first point was enough on its own to warrant some level of trust. Plus, since it lives in my mind, it can read my thoughts. The system didn't try to convince him it was a good party, nor did it decide to exact revenge on him for doubting it. That meant it didn't care. It could just be emotionless. Or the system was understanding. Regardless, Ed was more inclined to trust and believe it. We will be in this together for now then. Ed finally decided to start his official partnership with the system. He had taken advantage of it all along, but it was worth noting that he never permitted it to make him overpowered. Though I don't really know how to get rid of you either. That was a matter for future Ed, that was for sure. Can't I settle the loose ends? Carlton, Aiden Flamewood's servant, said with reluctance. Mind your words, Carlton, Aiden said in a rough voice, admonishing Carlton's lack of finesse when referring to him. Why yes sir, Flamewood. Carlton quickly corrected himself. His previous tone was a result of his confusion. As for the Count's tone, it was his son. The Count was currently inside the best hotel the town had to offer, simply observing the rain outside. His obscured vision didn't prevent him from seeing the large swaths of people coming and going down the street, and even those going in and out of the hotel in a bid to find lodging. This was his doing. This was his revenge. Sir, Carlton, who had not left the room, said with concern. While his loyalty didn't lay with the Flamewood estate, he couldn't help but feel concerned for the Count, who was clearly in an unstable state. But there was silence in the room. The only noise was the pitter-patter of the rain that hit the fancy hotel room window. I did all I could. The Count finally broke the silence with a pained and shrill voice. See, Count. Carlton didn't know how to feel when he saw this. He was shocked. He was a commoner. To him, nobles were lofty existences. Thus, his whole youth he studied hard under several different institutes with the sole help of getting one step closer to these lofty beings. But who knew that those in power could be so disillusioning? What he saw once there were not successful people. They were people burdened with pretense. They were pitiable beings fooling themselves into thinking they were of a higher class. Carlton had taken a second glance at himself and found that his dreams were shattered. He was serving humans like any others, but that was also fine. Not everyone could be perfect. The Count, who always kept to noble traditions and mannerisms. The scion, who felt himself above all else. They ran a charade that fooled the common populace. but who knew that beyond this deceit existed true bonds. "Mind your manners," the Count screamed at Carlton with a teary and enraged voice. "I raised him." "But that ungrateful beastard, that piece of SHT. This all that stupid woman's fault. It's all her fault." The Count suddenly started on a rant. He was ranting because his revenge left him empty. The crowd of adventurers that ran from the rain looking for lodging left him empty. It felt more like a loser's desperate attempt. Why couldn't she birth another son? Why couldn't she raise him better? That F-king woman. Ah! The Count kicked the wall in a fit of anger. "Sir." Carlton was scared more than anything now. "Be quiet." Aidan Flamewood turned and screamed with a reddened face. Bayard, I brought you from the dirt. This is how you repay me." The Count screamed at the ceiling as if speaking to someone from beyond. Carlton, who had reached out wishing to help, lowered his arm. It was pitiable. 180 iron will. The earth moved and formed letters. Spar. A single word. Nonetheless, the accustomed anti-skeletons already knew what to do with such a basic instruction. They all picked partners and began their spars. Instantly, the gate hall was filled with bright lights as spells darted towards opponents, and weapons clashed violently, causing sparks to fly about. Trench also found his own sparring partner. He was no exception to the rule. No, as a matter of fact, he was usually kept the busiest. His sparring partner was none other than Blaze. "Ready?" New words formed from the soil, this time addressed solely towards Blaze, who nodded after a quick read-over. Following the nod, the air became lit by floating flames. The summoning of the elements could be done in one of two ways. One was through chanting and the other was manipulation. Chanting was useful for creating predetermined shapes, thus becoming a prominent way of battle. Blaze and the other anti-skeletons didn't have such a privilege, however, as they could not speak. The lack of flesh also made it difficult to manipulate the mana with the movements of their hands or limbs. That left them with nothing but the archaic yet flexible method of mana manipulation. The flames that had been summoned by Blaze lived true to his name. They were a blazing fire without shape or container. They were wild and surely scalding to the touch. For the anti-skeletons, flames were a death sentence. Those same flames darted towards Trench with reckless abandon. It was as if Blaze did not care for a second about the fact that the searing flames could melt Trench and deform its body. Had Blaze not considered the potential consequences of its actions while being the third smartest skeleton in the horde? Maybe, but even if that was the main reason, it wouldn't matter. As soon as Trench noticed the darting flames, the word ready quickly shifted and changed form. He had them expand from the ground up and close to form a sturdy wall. The scorching flames met their match as they only managed to give the earthen wall a new black coat of paint. A duel or spar between mages was arguably a bore. That was because they were a game of wits, like a chess game but with the chance of being burned alive when performing a single wrong move. The main difference between both was complexity. There were far too many factors to consider in a real battle that a two-dimensional grid could not translate. The earthen mana in the vicinity gathered at a single point, turning into a large chunk of earth. The chunk was launched forward and the wall parted open, allowing the flames to enter. The chunk of earth quickly plugged the flames, however, as it passed right through the opening and sped towards Blaze, who immediately ran for his life. A skeleton, and a mage to boot, Blaze's moves were anything but nimble. However, the heavy chunk, which seemed to defy gravity by sheer will, however, was slow, and Blaze had also been expecting such a move. A game of wits required thinking ahead. Failing to do so meant losing from the very beginning. More flames darted towards Trench's location after Blaze ran aside as to not hit the wall. But the wall seemed to come to life as it crawled into the way of the flames. Once more, the radiant flames were stopped. Unlike a chess game, those disadvantages could stack against you to ensure a loss before even starting the match. Blaze would never win, but the flames kept on streaking across the sky with a single target because Blaze would also never give in. The spar thus continued for many minutes. The single wall became a large obstacle for the Blaze throughout the entirety, draining his mana. Trench had many opportunities to directly end the battle, but the purpose of the spar was to test one's ability not to emerge the victor. The spar had come to an end and Silence then returned to the gate hall as all of the other anti-skeletons also finished their respective spars, be it their first or second. All of the skeletons then entered an earthen temple. It was the place their lord slept. Trench stood at the forefront facing both Ed and Iron. Iron always stood next to Ed like a statue of a deceased knight. It was stifling silent. The skeletons didn't even allow the occasional clack of their metallic bones as they stood hoping for the return of their lord. It was a tradition that Trench had created. It knew full well that if they wished to improve further they had to receive the blessings of their lord. At that moment, outside of the temple, enemies were approaching. Stay alert. The rumors mentioned the skeleton was really strong, an adventurer said warily as they entered the gate hall with sharp eyes. The first thing that caught his attention was an imposing wall. It seemed simple, but what it represented made it fearsome enough. The adventurer motioned for his friends to stay put and unsheathed his long blade. He then began to slowly and quietly approach the wall. He wanted to find something. He knocked on it softly a couple of times and discovered it to be completely solid. He also scanned both ends and saw no hint of an opening or gate. The only thing that stood out was the intense silence as his party members and him both stood on edge. He quietly returned to his party members and provided them his 2 cents. The wall is solid and without opening. We need to break through it or climb over, the adventurer informed with a small frown. Let's break it then, an experienced adventurer who wielded a thick and heavy mace as well as sturdy armor suggested. We don't know what's beyond the wall though. The only mage of the party spoke words of reason. I say we go for it anyway. This was the 4th and last member of the party. She was a recent yet promising addition to the party. The adventurer knight who had checked on the situation pondered on it a bit. Their mage was of the wind element, meaning they couldn't easily climb over or under the strong fortification. There doesn't seem to be any other way, the adventurer said, convinced. They came up with a basic plan of action and then approached the strong wall. The man with the heavy mace lugged it over, gripped it tightly, lifted it, then swung. A loud bang reverberated inside of the closed corridor, instantly breaking the silence as the earth broke into chunks and stumbled around. An opening large enough to squeeze through opened up. The adventurer prepared to make another swing. On the other side, however, the anti-skeletons were shocked out of their quiet state of wait. The loud noise was alarming and many of them wanted to immediately jump into action. Yet, for some reason, the one that made the first move was actually Iron. The knight statue gripped firmly its iron sword. Iron was irritated by the fact that the moment of peace was disturbed as it was dedicated to their lord, but that alone didn't warrant it taking action though. What tempted it to move was the thought of a challenge. Iron had finally become a complete consciousness. That was monumental. But it also meant that his strength became stagnant. Putting aside the strength the armor granted it, the superior intelligence alone made it vastly superior to all of the other skeletons. It had no sparring partners. Stagnating strength meant it could one day fail to protect their lord. That was unacceptable. Another bang sounded. The hole of entry was made much larger, enough that a person could crouch in. You all go first, but with such heavy armor and gear, crouching in would still prove difficult. Okay, the woman responded before quickly crouching into the other side. Holy SHT. The woman, after taking the opportunity to assess the area past the wall. The mage and their small figure quickly followed after her, hearing those words, and was also shocked. The next to cross, and the knight struggled past but made it across. He narrowed his eyes and instantly adopted a cautious status. It's a temple, the mage finally spoke and said. Of the adventurers that entered the dungeon, they were one of the first to reach the 3rd floor. It was an untouched territory. Hearing all of this, a 3rd swing quickly followed. Hey, there it is. The knight was the first to notice the appearance of an armoring skeleton, a death knight. As soon as that thought entered, it gulped nervously. Truthfully, He had never faced such a thing before. He had only recently reached the class, meaning his experience against class monsters was lacking. Not only that, but his party members were of the class, meaning that they still seldom face such an enemy. This is it, what we have been waiting for. Focus, because this is going to be a tough battle. The knight was the leader. He was also their shield, and it was his duty to protect. Those words he spoke out loud were mainly targeted at himself. The last adventurer made it through and wore a similarly grave expression. He was the eldest and peak class adventurer with much experience. He knew many of the monsters by heart, even those above his own ranking. A man could dream, right? Ian, on the other hand, did not show any particular reaction. Its thoughts when it first faced humans were blank. It couldn't clearly remember them. This time, however, there was no bloodlust that blinded his memories. Ian dashed forward, lifting his blade and not wasting a single second. His steps each carried weight, yet he seemed rather nimble to the adventurers. This was due to the Windstone armor and its special properties. But they had no time to admire the gear. The knight charged forward with their long sword. Although he was their shield, he didn't actually own one. He was simply the vanguard. He had long since unsheathed his blade. It was a solid iron blade, sturdy and well made. He had yet to upgrade his gear, as such a thing required money. That was the goal of their current expedition. No, the two swords met, creating dazzling sparks. The weight of the knight was higher than the anti-skeletons, though, resulting in it being disadvantaged and promptly pushed back. At that very moment, the most recent addition came in with another swing. She used a simple broadsword, yet the sword itself seemed particularly sharp. She was applying mana. Ian took on the hit, leaving a gash on his armor. The adventurers were really surprised by the ease of their first exchange, but that didn't stop them from continuing to take the matter seriously. Before Ian could recover himself, she took another swing. Ian quickly retreated a couple of steps back and quickly reanalyzed the battlefield. The Wind Mage started to reposition himself, and the mace-wielding adventurer who wore heavy armor started to quickly close in. The situation seemed dire, but realistically Ian still had everything under control. First of all, Ian lacked battle experience. But it was willing to learn, and it had lots of room for growth. Its mind was an empty space with nothing but simple memories. The complexity of its thought found it lacking. "We got this," the eldest adventurer said from behind the duo, almost catching up. The air was cut apart. Blinding sparks flew, and the clanging of metal falling to the ground sounded. "What?" the swordswoman exclaimed in surprise before being pushed back by the heavy hand of her leader. Iron had not mustered its full strength. It had just then released a strong horizontal swing that nearly cut both her and their leader. Luckily he was a focused man. Not once had he lost focus. Each moment his breath was calm and his mind steady. Yet the sudden sharp swing barely gave him time to position his sword for a block. His hands were throbbing from the strong swing, and his long sword was flung right out of his hands. He was still wise enough to retreat, though. "This might be harder than I thought," the eldest adventurer with the mace muttered as he ran forward, correcting his earlier words. Books turned out to be quite different from reality. 181 Girl and Lash. "I guess he'll settle the matter with the settlement first, then Shell and the others were probably getting anxious by the lack of news. It would likely take Ed a good half a day to get there and impart some news, but it would still get there before the settlement falls into panic." Ed thus walked out of the prison. He left the body outside the cell, though since it didn't really matter, the dungeon would probably reclaim it soon now that it was dead. I wonder if some of the other captives were already reclaimed. Upon realizing this, it certainly made sense that he only found one corpse. Once out, Ed went in the same direction as Sharog and the others. He wanted to find out what they were up to, as well as tell her he would be going on ahead of her. As he neared the cathedral, he started to hear a loud commotion, making him speed up his pace. What he saw was a large group of orc women. Some had large bellies, likely pregnant women, and others had young children. The most important matter, however, was how they looked angry and were facing his own sanctuary orcs with such hostile expressions. The most curious thing, however, was that there stood a young orc next to Sharog holding the hand of an orc girl. Girl Sacred Tribe Orc. A spirited and curious young orc. Lash Sacred Tribe Orc. A naive young orc feels a sense of duty. Ed performed 2 quick scans and found their allegiance, or at least their origin, was from the Sacred Tribe. It made him curious as to what might have happened. Girl, you won't get away with this, one of the orc women up front said with anger. She seemed to be pregnant and at the same time surrounded by a couple of children. Ed could easily infer she was a mother who was expecting another child. This place seems messed up. Most of the orc women were either pregnant or had a child with them. Those that weren't pregnant more likely than not recently had a child. Ed could think of a couple of reasons for this. The main culprit was without a doubt the sacrifices. Killing one orc might provide for one day, so what about the next? To ensure a week's worth of food they definitely needed to kill more than one orc. That meant that the tribe could easily be eradicated if they didn't keep reproducing. I wonder why it's different from fighting others, though. If it wasn't much different, then the orcs would have been heading down the road to extinction without his intervention. I am taking my sister out of here, Girl declared in return. No one is going anywhere, Ed said, finally making his presence known. The orc women instantly turned their heads only to see a strong and tall orc with an imposing image. Ed. The orcs who were next to Sharog said Ed's name with a hint of reverence and pride. Ed only threw them a glance before focusing on Girl and his sister again. We are all moving here. Well, if you insist on leaving, I won't stop you, though. What Ed was implying was that Girl could stay safe under him since they would be occupying the settlement. If he were to choose to leave, though, he also wouldn't stop him. You heathens are not welcome here, one of the women in the crowd yelled after hearing that Ed planned on moving there. You don't have a choice, Ed spotted and glared at the woman as he declared so. Gasp. Some of the women were taken aback by the harsh and confident words of Ed. I would rather die than live with you. One of the pregnant women screamed and charged forward. Ed didn't spare her a glance and simply rooted her in place by controlling the earth. We can explore that option in the future. Ed was still lacking subjects. If he couldn't undo the brainwashing on these women, he was better off waiting for them to give birth before freeing them. The sanctuary orcs, hearing this exchange, held obvious sneers mixed with pride of forming part of Ed's side. They felt he was everything an orc leader should be: powerful, strong, willful, mighty. Powerful again, as it was a very important requisite. The women all felt more infuriated, as if they would charge forward at that very moment, but they couldn't actually move from their spot. Some were still holding the hands of their children and weren't willing to die pointlessly. There just might be hope, but Ed didn't put too much emphasis on it. Sharog, I will be heading to the settlement first to put things in order. Ed quickly shifted gears. The small charade would soon be over. What about here? Sharog said, obviously asking how they should handle the women. Just throw them in jail cells for now. It was the only way to ensure they wouldn't do anything unnecessary. Sharog then turned to look at the kids, accompanying indirectly asking if they too should be incarcerated too. Just keep them in a single building and have someone watch over them. The orc children all seemed to be extremely young, like toddlers. If the boys were strong enough, they would have likely been sent to battle, but they weren't. They were still with their mothers. I do think I saw a couple of younger orcs. The one that broke down to cry was on the younger side, along with some others that surrendered. It spoke volumes of long-term indoctrination and what it could do to intelligent creatures. The younger ones were only redeemable since they spent less time following the traditions set by Safu. Okay then. Sharog no longer asked questions and simply nodded. The orc women who heard this entire exchange only held tightly onto their children. They looked like tigers protecting their cubs. Ed fixed this problem by swiftly shifting the earth. One by one the orc ladies sunk into the ground, leaving only their upper bodies exposed. For the pregnant ones, Ed simply made the earth swallow their legs all the way to their thighs. He didn't want to accidentally kill the babies. Sharog then instructed the orcs behind her to take the children. The orc woman all yelled madly. Some of the pregnant ones seemed to almost be possessed. Perhaps the excess hormones had made them quick to ire. Girl had all along only watched, somewhat dazed. He found it a little unbelievable that the matter had been so quickly resolved. It was worth noting that he had been dealing with this issue for many hours now. He initially planned to head into battle, but by the time he left the prison, the battle was already over. He, therefore, decided to take his sister by himself. The orc women let him in with ease, but as soon as he showed intentions of taking Lash outside, they became an impenetrable wall that blocked the entrance. When he eventually snuck past them with his unwilling sister, the matter ultimately devolved into an argument, and when the sanctuary orcs came, it almost devolved into a fight. Amazing. Gurln was honestly a little jealous. If he was strong as Ed, then he wouldn't have had to mull over whether or not to escape with his sister for so long. Heck, chances were the tribe would be under his control. That realization sobered him up, leaving a little bitter. "Are you going to leave?" Sharog had expected the boy to die. He did not. She wasn't interested in why, but she was interested in helping him. She did still owe him a favor, seeing that he retrieved his sister on his own. Gurln wasn't sure anymore. Why was it that he wanted to escape so desperately? Was it not to save his sister? At that moment, he felt his sister attempting to release her hand from his own with an indignant gaze. Having spent so much time with all of those mothers, she was very angry. "I think I should stay." His sister hated him right now. Gurln wasn't sure what to make of it. Orcs weren't known for their familial piety. Gurln was an outlier. They both grew up without an actual mother. She hadn't been chosen as a sacrifice, but she couldn't take it anymore. Nonetheless, Lash was too young to understand any of this. Since then, a sense of duty had been instilled into her, and Gurln knew he couldn't break through that brainwashing easily. Most of all, he was a little curious. He wanted to know why Ed was so strong and what it was he worked for. Ed's solemn expression and harsh way to lead others suggested he had no time for horseplay. What made him even more curious was that Ed always seemed to be thinking. That's right, thinking. Until recently, Gurln had assumed that thinkers were a rarity. He felt somewhat ostracized in his own tribe. That was why it took so long for him to finally express his dissatisfaction with the tribe. "That's a good idea," Sharog said before gazing at the other working orcs. She was just about ready to leave. "Wait. See, can you do me a favor?" Gurln said while his sister struggled to release herself. Sharog, who had planned on repaying the favor earlier anyway, was intrigued by a new request. "What is it?" she therefore asked. How can I be as strong as him?" Gurln said, watching as Ed finished overseeing the orcs' works and darted off. "That's hard to say." If Sharog knew, she would be at that same level, right? But she still took the question seriously. She was also curious as to what made Ed such a powerhouse. She had never even seen him train. 182 at Sanctuary, I don't know, she plainly admitted. That also got her thinking, though. If she were to ask, was there a chance she would receive an answer? Well, something told her the answer to that question was also no. But, "I will one day." She would make it so. Gurln ignored her mutter and after a short pause finally said some words. I see. Gurln was disappointed. He expected a rigorous workout routine like 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, 10 km running, or something else of the sort. Still, he wasn't entirely willing to give up just yet. "Then I can change my favor, right?" Gurln was left yearning. There was something in front of him just out of reach. That was power. He knew that these foreign orcs had power. "Let's hear it." Her previous answer had been less than satisfactory. "Can you teach me magic?" Gurln said, facing the ground while still holding on to his sister. It was a bit of an awkward request to make. He was more interested in learning from Ed, but that seemed like a pipe dream, especially considering how busy he was. He would have to settle for Sharog, who he was already acquainted with as well as more comfortable. As for Sharog, who was unaware of this, she was shocked. She had never even thought of getting a disciple. For one, she was still young. She wasn't a teenager or anything, but was it really time to consider a disciple? Her second issue was, she was unqualified. She had never expected to be asked by someone to teach. She knew like 3 spells apart from basic wind manipulation. Plus, what if Gurln and her weren't compatible? I can try, Sharog said somewhat absent-mindedly. She felt a bit overwhelmed by the turn of events. Receiving a positive response, Gurln clenched his fists in success. As for Ed, who had long since sprinted up ahead, He was busy planning things as he hopped over the sacred tribe's walls. What was he planning? I need to start by learning how to increase my craftsmanship. The skill was left collecting dust, yet Ed was really desperate to see it level up. Increasing it might help him kit out the skeletons in the crypt. I also need to get back there. He felt as though things had been left somewhat unfinished. Pioneer and the others who had received mana cores were not sufficiently smart, and although Iron had reached a higher stage, Ed was met with a dead end. Do I need to improve his armor from now on? An unnatural death knight like Iron would probably not need much else. Whatever he needed to focus on getting the sanctuary orcs back with him. Thus, Ed disappeared into the thick canopy with hurried steps. Ed must have forgotten about me. Those were the thoughts that entered her mind each and every hour that passed. But it made complete sense. While Ed may or may not have been trying to enamor her during their first encounter, it was a certain fact that by now such feelings had worn off. I'm not strong enough. She inspected her scarred and ripped arms. She was without a doubt the strongest orc woman in the settlement. She had no doubts that were the case, yet it was still insufficient. A strong orc man needed a strong orc woman, and Ed was at a level far too high to reach. Ed could even return from the dead. What did she have to entice such a strong man? Nothing. She had nothing. Not brains, not brawn, not beauty. At this rate, she was afraid that Sharog could take Ed for himself. She qualified for at least 2 of the 3 requisites. She felt lacking. Shall come eat some of this boar. One of the orc men invited her to eat something for breakfast, but Shul shook her head. Such actions reminded her of Ed, as she often invited Ed to eat after a workout. That also reminded her how quickly Ed grew up. He turned into a powerful force in a matter of weeks. Shul had never experienced anything like that. After a couple of more hours of idle rest, Shul headed to eat something. This was her lazy routine following both Ed's first departure and her injury. I think they are dead, a nearby orc said flat out while talking to another. What? No way. The other responded. Shul had obviously spread the news of Ed having passed by. Still, she was worried because after nearly a day without news, people started to suspect she was making things up. PSST, why else would they be taking so long? The orc even rolled his eyes as he completely denied the possibility of them having survived. The main reason was prejudice. This particular orc was undoubtedly against Sharog's leadership and one of the settlement's original inhabitants. Shul simply nibbled at her boar meat as if their words had nothing to do with her, when suddenly, Ed is here. An orc barged over and yelled with obvious excitement. Before even registering what the orc had said, Shul had already stood up from the chair she had been lethargically sitting on. Many of the orcs in the settlement got this same exact message, and they all ran towards a plaza located in the middle of the settlement with evident anticipation. There, all of the orcs got to see Ed's imposing figure watching over the increasingly larger crowd as if waiting. Ed also managed to spot Shul joining the crowd but didn't address her. He instead waited for the orcs to finally settle into place before opening his mouth to speak. I think everyone is here, so we'll start. Ed needed to tell them all of the latest happenings. First of all, come here, Dakka. Ed called over the young tribal leader whose role was short-lived. Dakka, who was previously standing a couple of meters behind Ed, walked next to him briskly while holding a solemn and pained expression. Ed had found the youngster still at his settlement, rebuilding it without purpose from the ground up. Naturally, he couldn't just leave him there doing something so pointless. The Thundercry tribe was annihilated from the attack of a distant tribe, Ed announced after a couple of seconds, and as soon as Ed said this, the crowd was left stunned. At the same time, Dakka's expression twisted as he held something in. The reinforcements from our sanctuary didn't get there in time, and once they did, they too faced near annihilation. Ed didn't care for their reactions and continued with a solemn tone. It was a serious matter after all. They captured some members of the Thundercry and many of our own and attempted to sacrifice them to God. Ed's tone now seemed to turn fervent with anger as he delivered another shocking piece of news. They beheaded one of our own right in front of my eyes after I gave chase. They were audacious. The crowd seemed rather curious at the beginning, but now They all seemed angry or incensed. Even those that weren't with Sharog were starting to feel as if they were humiliated. Some of their own brothers and sisters were there. But I defeated them. I killed all who witnessed that gruesome moment and avenged our fellow tribe members. Ed made another astounding declaration. These strong statements one after the other left many of the orcs agape, unsure of which of these statements to take in and react to. Huh? One even said, subconsciously blinking awkwardly. They had been riled up by Ed's short words previously, but what were they supposed to feel now if not speechless? But the battle was not over just yet. Ed continued and started going into detail about his encounters with the sacred tribe. He spoke of the unjust conditions under which the captives were held and how valiant both the Thunder Cry and those of their own were when he asked if they would help. He did this to create a sense of kinship between both tribes. He would be stupid to let Daku wander off randomly. He had to poach him as a subordinate, and leaving the Thunder Cry tribe as simple losers of war would not leave them a good image. After this epic retelling, most of the orcs present broke out into cheers. Most of them were too simple to consider if Ed was telling the truth, but it didn't really matter too much to them either. They already knew Ed was strong. This is going well. Ed smiled faintly as he observed the rowdy crowd. He made sure to glorify himself in that retelling. Realistically, he didn't exaggerate things. He had indeed done what he had done. He just further exaggerated the already grand moments. Ed allowed the cheery atmosphere to continue for a good bit, but as he was on schedule he needed to keep things moving. Settle down, Ed said, causing the lively orcs to immediately quiet down and listen. Ed had already become a sort of unreachable idol in their minds. Daku will be joining us from here on. But that's not all. We will be moving to the Sacred Tribe's settlement. At first, everyone found Ed's words too reasonable. Daku did need a place to stay, but the latter part caught them off guard. What? A strong orc at the front, one of the original settlers under Duma? Exclaimed. The attentively listening orcs got a fright from the sudden exclamation. Ed expected this reaction and came up with a simple remark. What? Isn't it natural we take over the spoils of war? How could they take advantage of the things they won from such a ridiculous distance? But this orc didn't buy into this. Bullshit. He yelled loud enough to be heard by all in the silent plaza. Some of the orcs were still unwilling to cave in, especially when it suddenly involved leaving their home. Ed found this to be normal, but it didn't mean he condoned it. How do we know you didn't sell out to the enemy, huh? The angry orc exclaimed, throwing out a wild accusation. Ed's previously solemn expression turned into a glare. It seemed he needed to set an example, so he took a step forward. All of the orcs jumped up in response, having felt a vibration on the ground. Then came another step. The earth trembled once more. These slow yet steady steps continued, heading one direction, shaking the ground as they did. The orc who called Ed out was paralyzed in shock as soon as he noticed the direction Ed was slowly heading towards. It was his own. The other orcs that were next to him also noticed this and immediately separated themselves from him. The earth-shaking steps continued until he was face to face with the pale orc. To be exact, Ed was actually looking down on him. And what would I have to gain from that? With his overwhelming strength, what did the enemies have to give him? In retrospect, the orc felt very stupid now, but to move, and by the orders of an outsider to boot. As soon as he looked up at Ed, however, any of such thoughts instantly vanished. Shell, who watched from among the crowd, was perhaps the most shell-shocked. She had really overestimated her own strength. 183 hopeless. Some were happy that Ed not only returned but also that he brought with him some good news. It was unfortunate that some of their comrades had died, but ultimately that wasn't enough to sour their mood. As for others, they were extremely reluctant to part with their settlement. At the same time, Ed's overwhelming strength left them with a deep sense of awe and admiration. They couldn't choose not to follow him, over nothing but a simple building. Some orcs lingered around the plaza and, although wary, began to chat with Ed and Daku. Normally they wouldn't pay Daku a second glance, but given that the young kid would not only be a part of them in the future but was also endorsed by Ed, they had to treat him preferably, even if subconsciously. Of course, Some other orcs had especially distinct expressions and thoughts. Shul, for example, was deeply depressed. She didn't even bother to consider walking over to Ed to talk. The small crowd of orc men and women had discouraged her. Ed, on the other hand, was doing his best to keep up with the many voices conversing with him. Wahahaha. Some even laughed oddly, causing him to form even more question marks. I think you should all start packing up your things in an attempt to escape. Ed made a suggestion that the others should not be able to refuse. What are you talking about? I only need my head on my shoulders and a woman on my head, if you get what I'm saying. Wahahaha. His odd remarks made even Ed, as a fearsome warrior, a bit creeped out. While he understood the message, it didn't mean he could sympathize. If he had done anything like that before, he certainly had no memories of it. Which reminds me. It was an odd reminder, but Ed looked past the small crowd trying to find the muscular Shul. She was always acting cute or making obvious advances towards him. He found it odd that she wasn't one of the first to run over. She didn't seem to still be injured from last time either, which was a relief considering she had fallen from the tall walls and onto the roof of a house. The injuries must have initially been rather severe. But since Shul wasn't injured, then where did she go? Daku, come with me. Ed decided to cut the conversations short and directly addressed Daku to leave. While humans might find such a thing rude, the orc women seemed to have fallen in love while the men showed deep respect. Okay, Daku was still preoccupied with his own thoughts and insecurities. Thus far, it still felt as though he had completely failed Dagash. When we head back, you'll have a chance to pass by your settlement. Until then, just practice on your own. Ed didn't know what Daku might be thinking, but since he had taken him in, he needed to at least provide him some basic instructions. After lots of walking and asking around, Ed finally got to know where exactly Shul was located. While he was heading there, he dropped Daku off at a training field. I didn't think my simple words would bring him so much passion, Ed muttered as he finally came across Shul's house. It was still the same one she had been assigned when they all first entered the settlement. Does eloquence have such an effect? While thinking idle thoughts, Ed knocked on the door a couple of times. Shul. After hearing nothing, he finally decided to call her name. That seemed to finally garner him a response, as some movement could be heard inside of the small cozy shack. The door opened with a creak and revealed a depressed Shul. What's wrong? Ed was a bit surprised to find Shul so dejected, but he still knew to show concern. Shul, however, only walked back into the house, which had all of its windows closed, creating some darkness. The whole place was depressing. Ed walked in after her nonetheless and even closed the door. He thought it was best to maintain whatever privacy they might be able to achieve in the place. He especially didn't want to see Shul looking so dejected. Shul then turned to him and attempted to talk to her, although some sort of inner struggle seemed to prevent her from opening up further. Yes, while confused, Ed decided to be patient and hear her out. Do you hate me? Seeing that Ed was willing to listen, Shul got her question out in one sitting. Her previously reluctant expression even turned solemn. The question left Ed at a loss for words, but he quickly gathered his bearings and answered, of course not. He wasn't even sure how she came to such a conclusion. If anything, he was supposed to ask her that question, then prove it. Shul then came at him with another bombshell, still holding a serious expression. No, she seemed more than just serious. She was treating this as some sort of battle, but to prove it? How exactly did she want Ed to prove such a thing? Ed's mind raced to look for possibilities, but ultimately drew a blank. That was at least until he saw Shul draw closer to him. No, wait. That was an understatement. Whoa! Shul came upon the stupefied Ed and pushed him to the ground. Not having caught up to the events, her push was successful. Wait. You mean? Ed finally found himself the only explanation, leaving him even more stupefied. Wasn't this a bit too assertive? He seemed to be asking himself inwardly. Indeed it was. Shul finally became tired of playing fruitless tricks and was instead far more straightforward. If he were to decline him at even such a moment, then Shul would finally have to give up. As for Ed, he was filled with thoughts and questions following the introduction of this new possibility. Did the dungeon? Ed wasn't sure if the dungeon had added such functionalities into the body. Well, He had already checked it was there, but Ed Shell then screamed, breaking him out of his stupor. With the muscular women on top of him, he needed to make a decision. And you are sure about this? Ed had known all along that she was interested, but he had convinced himself he was not interested in dating an orc yet. He suddenly found himself to be hesitant. He was certain he had not fallen in love, but the thought still seemed to fill him with an indescribable feeling. Yes, Shell quickly ascertained, even moving her head up and down as if glad that things were evolving in a positive direction. Well, if the dungeon did add the full package, it seemed he would soon find out. FCK, he yelled in complete frustration as he rolled away from a sharp sword swing. The party of 4 had been placed in dire straits, and while it initially seemed they might be able to make it out of the situation unscathed, reality proved them otherwise. To make matters worse, out of the weird earthen temple came out various metallic grey skeletons. Upon closer look, one could even spot a shiny core. They were liches. Every single one of them. They were all liches. Despair had overcome each of them, but for some reason the Death Knight they faced motioned for the liches to stay put, and they did. While that came as a blessing, it also signaled an undeniable truth. They weren't worth anything. Liches were beings capable of summoning the dead, and they were all more than sure that one of the liches had to be the master of the Death Knight. The master didn't need to get involved at all. It would handle them. Being so sorely underestimated ignited their fighting spirit, but glancing past the Death Knight would throw them into the deepest ocean imaginable. Change of plans. Run. The party leader, Dax, finally decided that things would not work out for them. Gug. I'll buy you guys time. The seasoned adventurer with the mace, Monty, declared with a face that suggested he would brave through the toughest of disasters. As for the other two, the Wind Magician, who had all along been in the backline, didn't need a reminder. As soon as the order fell, he went with the wind. The morality of abandoning his own teammates made him reluctant, but once the orders fell, it was no longer a problem, right? As for the newest member, Brenna, she also didn't need any reminder. She was a new addition to the party. She didn't have loyalty, only pride. As a person with high chances of entering the B class, she was certainly above certain things, and abandonment just so happened to be one of them. The hole is too small. Brenna yelled through gritted teeth as she watched the Wind Magician, Gusty, squeezing through the only hole. The liches, Trench, Pioneer, Blaze, Zephyr, etc., weren't willing to let them go so easily though. As Monty charged at Iron, Trench sealed the hole in which Gusty was in the middle of traversing. Ugh! Gusty's leg was caught as he attempted to make his retreat. The great distance made it so Trench's manipulation was delayed. Damn it! Dax didn't miss any of these events, and he was forced to consider how to handle the situation. His sword had already been broken in several places, and his armor was full of gashes. Monty was bleeding profusely and would soon be sending himself to his death. Gusty was stuck almost out, but that left Brenna without a chance to escape. We are fucked. He, as the leader, saw no way out. He was right. With a sharp swoosh, his head was cleanly sliced off by a sword. As for Brenna, gag, her throat was then impaled by an earthen stake courtesy of Trench. And Gusty, let me f***ing go. He was screaming hysterically at the earthen wall. Once he started to hear the battlefield grow quiet, he knew his chance was lost. FCKU all. Gusty did what any sane person would do when faced with little alternatives. He sliced off the stuck section with the help of the wind. The clean cut led to profuse bleeding, but as long as he was able to make it out, Gusty was confident that it wouldn't matter. He limped and skipped on one leg, using his somewhat short staff to barely stabilize him. His expression was pale and sickly as beads of sweat rolled off his body. He was essentially making it rain on the ground beneath. Finally, he heard hope. It was the sound of approaching footsteps from the merging corridors. Save me! He screamed loudly towards the direction. Soon, a party of adventurers came out. Yagara. Gusty's happiness was short-lived, though, as flames suddenly came and charred him alive. The adventurers who suddenly witnessed this were left frightened as they saw a skeleton atop a fortress wall. Whatever had happened there was beyond their capabilities. 184. End of the day. The wine tainted his robe as he sat on on the throne, but he nonetheless let it be. Damn it. The king instead threw out a meaningless punch before gripping his head tightly with both hands. He let out an annoyed grunt before inevitably looking up. The ceiling of the throne room, the elegant curves and steep inclines combined with the sheer height of the room made for a feeling of grandness. Anyone that was to step foot into the throne room would feel tiny, like an ant. All except for one, the king. The large throne elevated from the rest, the throne decorated with intricate designs that stood out even among the artistic pillars and elegant walls made the king feel grander than the world itself. But it was a lie. Brennan knew more than anyone that when the sands of time were blown away by the wind, he as a mere man could only clutch at the air helplessly watching the grains seep past his fingers. What brought the king this drastic change? His son. He had acquired more power. I regret it. I regret everything. Brennan was average among the great and great among the average, but that alone was insufficient to rule a kingdom. His son had surpassed him, and he did so with a potion. 1. I should have listened to Ian. Ian had advised him to take care of the dungeon immediately. But who could have expected it was such a treasure trove? Would he still be average among the great if he had an illimitless supply of these potions? The answer was obviously number. He needed to have it. I need to have it. Need to have it. Brennan was this close to throwing all his forces at the unconquered dungeon, but that damn rationality. It kept stopping him. Those sensical messages that kept his madness at bay. Those logical thoughts that dissuaded him from acting on his rageful impulse. They stopped him from taking a crazed route. It took the king a while to compose himself. Though average among the great, he was still among the great. He wasn't keen on simply watching things fly out of his hands even if he had accepted them as a certain fact. He tapped on the armrest of the golden throne while thinking. He thought of many things before finally coming to a decision. Ill contact. The Galeburst dynasty. If the sands of time insisted on seeping past his fingers, then he would make sure to hold on to at least one grain. Instinct has leveled up. After the deed was done and a new message appeared on his peripheral, Ed was finally brought back to reality. FCK. He had done so indeed. That was my body, a carnal desire to a more literal sense. Ed had previously speculated that each body had a unique trait or skill that gave them an edge among his other bodies. Ultimately, that was a good thing. However, he had just seen the side effects. Am I going to be a father? There was obviously no prevention in the Orc Plains, so it was a definite possibility. His vitality was rather thriving too. While Ed wasn't sure if he should be excited or worried, he soon regained his focus. He needed to look into himself and his actions. The side effects could be affecting me without my notice. It could be an act of violence, an act of love, compassion, indifference. Whatever it was, the body he possessed encompassed. The skeletons, for example, were bound to act cruel when facing the living, and the orcs were wild like beasts. Cruel thoughts and actions. If he remembered doing any such thing as a skeleton, his theory might just be confirmed. But I don't recall being unnecessarily cruel. His methods were ruthless, but he felt they still fell within reason. Or had his mind been polluted to such an extent where he could no longer discern cruelty? Ed ultimately shook his head and decided to move on with his schedule. At some point, after they were done, she seemed to have fallen asleep. He gently stood up and carried her over to a bed from the floor they both had been on. It was a bit embarrassing to consider that they had been on the ground, but Ed decided not to mind it for too long. Mental fortitude has leveled up. I suppose that's a sign of fortitude. Ed quickly ignored that message and instead decided it was time to continue with his own duties. He opened the rickety door, only taking a short glance at the satisfied Shell laying on the bed before closing the entrance and leaving. Some time had passed since the announcement by then, and the streets of the settlement were busy with orcs preparing to move or those who were ready. While walking down the streets, occasionally taking in the fervent admiration from some of the orcs, Ed started to think about the future. I confirmed that the dungeon didn't limit me. While it was an experiment he hadn't been planning on conducting, getting results was still optimal. Orcs don't have great familial ties. They did have lots of camaraderie, which was good on its own, but it didn't necessarily protect him from betrayal. Orcs were also susceptible to strength, though, meaning betrayal was not something Ed had considered. Still, For other bodies, knowing that he could set up a dynasty of sorts would be a good way to make sure things didn't get out of hand during his absences. The smarter the mobs become, the harder it will become to tame them. Ed was 1000% sure that the skeletons would never betray him. He had created them. He was sure that the orcs wouldn't either. He overpowered them. But I can't guarantee the same on other floors unless he could split his mind to control multiple bodies at once. It would be a tall order to manage his territories. Wait. Are there even other floors? Had he gotten ahead of himself? Ed had no way to know for sure. What he did know was that time waited for no one. As Ed roamed the streets, time seemed to move on rather quickly. With less than an hour until sunset, Ed and all of the sanctuary orcs were ready to depart. That included Shul, who acted openly flirtatious in front of him and everyone else. Do you really have to act like this? Ed felt incredibly awkward. Of course, those beaches don't know boundaries. Shul cursed while glaring at the orc women near them. As it was time to leave, everyone had gathered and Shul was not missing the many different types of gazes. I'm not sure you are much different though. She had literally thrown herself on top of him. So, what should we name our first child? I was thinking Shield if it's a girl, or Edshul if it's a boy. Shul's glare turned affectionate as she directed this question towards Ed. I don't plan on having he or she hate me. Ed muttered audibly, thinking it was best for no child to be born at all. If they were to bear such names, then he truly had no doubt they too would agree. The orcs up front who heard this exchange could only laugh with knowing expressions. What a Casanova! While the women glared silently, some men did too, though, since their partners had no business reacting so strongly in Ed's stead. Ahem. Let's begin then. Ed quickly interrupted Shul before she somehow conjured up some even worse names and decided to give the orcs a short speech. My tribesmen, I, Ed, will forever remember this moment as a monumental occasion. That's because this isn't the end of your life in this settlement, but rather, it is the start. It is the true beginning of a sanctuary. Ed spoke with heartfelt emotions, meaning that while some of the words were lost in translation, the intent was more than well understood. So I say, we cheer to new beginnings. Ed also made sure to spur them on to new beginnings. The crowd quickly resonated with just as much passion. Ed nodded with a light smile and turned to face the direction of the Sacred Tribe's settlement. As he left the settlement, he had Daku and Shul alongside him. This time, this would also be the last time he would go there. The distant setting sun also gave him a feeling of closure, as if an arc in his journey was coming to an end and a new chronicle was being written. A new tale or a legend, an origin story of a great yet savage civilization. Because at the end of the day, life was a journey. 185 Dagash hatch. The sun would soon set, and Ed was well aware of this. Thus, he planned to have them rest at the Thundercry tribe's settlement. That would also give Daku enough time to gather his bearings. I can probably take a peek as well. Ed had no way to know if the knowledge of the Thundercry tribe was unique or not. Rather than gamble on the chances that he could find it back at the Sacred Tribe, it was best to get a good look at the techniques while he could. My assimilation is also ready. This meant that as long as Daku had no intention to return, Ed could assimilate it without him ever taking notice. Ed had to go about things that way since he didn't plan on souring the relationship between him and Daku. Daku also thought the same. As a matter of fact, he was still unsure of what to do about Ed's previous request. He certainly owed him, but revealing top secret techniques seemed foolish. He had assured himself that the tribe could and would live on as long as he was still living, but that was a tall task for a young orc like himself. It was also impossible given the current circumstances. Was he supposed to repopulate his tribe by himself? That was obviously impossible. The sanctuary orcs continued walking and inevitably reached the Thundercry settlement. At this point, Daku had finally made up his mind. He would give Ed what he wanted. Daku didn't want to ruin his relationship with what would likely be the strongest tribe in the entire plane due to something so small. The main reason that convinced Daku to let Ed have a peek was how easily Ed could overpower him and take the techniques. However, there was no need to respect his wishes or those of Dargush, who was already dead. This showed that Ed not only had principles but that he could also be trusted. We will rest here, Ed declared, watching over the crowd. Hearing this, Most of the orcs had set up basic beds on the ground while others claimed rooms inside of the Thundercry tribe for themselves. As the walls were made of stone and so were many of the buildings, fires from the attack didn't proliferate. Ed paid particular attention to the orcs carrying goods. There were carts full of crystals as well as some with boars. He planned on making more changes in the future to the technological advancement of the orcs. I need to see how well they can adapt to it. While Ed didn't plan on including anything too complicated, as such things were undoubtedly beyond his capabilities, the orcs were still not very bright. The carts were a fine creation since they relied on brute strength in that regard. And it's not like he'll simply remember everything I've ever seen. While some memories that people forget were simply concealed by a mist of forgetfulness, some would be lost forever in there. Ed, let's go find our own place to rest, Shell suggested to the pensive Ed, seeing many of the houses being claimed. It wouldn't do for both of them to not have some privacy. You can go grab one first. He'll find you later. Ed knew what Shell wanted, and while he wasn't opposed to it, he also didn't plan on jumping at every opportunity. The time wasted on nightly activities could be spent on increasing his mana count or the level of his skills. Are you sure? Shell asked with a hint of confusion. She had to consider if Ed was actually understanding her properly. Yeah. He'll help Dagger first. The young tribe leader seemed to be in a state of deep thought after seeing the abandoned or destroyed houses being occupied by other orcs. Ed needed to make sure all was well. Shell didn't insist anymore and simply went on her way to consider what else she could name their children. It was necessary to have a hefty name stockpile just in case they were twins or triplets. Seeing the muscular woman retreat, Ed finally let out a sigh of relief and headed towards Dagger, who had by now walked on over to Dargush's house. Are you not going in? Ed asked while casually scanning the stone building. Well, yes, Dagger replied, some of his shy personality seeping in. Go then, Ed told Dagger, who after replying did not move an inch. After hearing these words, however, he blinked in realization and quickly headed for the door. He opened it up and then paused. He turned to Ed while still gripping the open door. I want to say thank you. Dagger had assumed the position of tribal leader, but he was most certainly not prepared. While simple orcs would order the others around and make sure that they had enough to eat, smarter ones would worry about more intricate problems. They might also think of the future and ways to improve their conditions. For Dagger that was simply too much. He felt burdened, and given his outspoken personality, the burden felt that much heavier. It's no problem, Ed replied matter-of-factly, seemingly suggesting not to worry about it. Please come in, Dagger finally said after mustering the sufficient courage to betray his ancestors. Ed, not having expected this turn of events, was left rather surprised. I expected this to take some more effort. For now he only planned on seeing and hearing where the secret basement might be to infiltrate it right before they left. Are you sure? Nevertheless, Ed couldn't jump onto the opportunity. He didn't want to seem too greedy. Yes. Dagger's head was filled with second thoughts, but he still agreed in the end. Seeing that Dagger wasn't planning on changing his mind, Ed followed him and they both entered the stone home. While Ed looked around curiously, Dagger headed straight into Dargush's room. Ed, over here. Dagger called over Ed, who entered inside the room immediately after. Once in, he saw that Dargush's bed had been moved over to reveal a hatch. It was the same hatch that he was used to seeing. These orcs all carry the same craftsmanship that told Ed that it was very likely they all originated from the same place. Then again, it wasn't like the hatches had any symbols or designs that would allow him to accept such a conclusion. Dagger then opened the plain wooden hatch and jumped down. Ed wanted to do the same, but he found that the drop was small. The roof of the place could hardly reach his neck. This will be uncomfortable. Dagger was small, so he naturally had no problems as he simply walked further and further in, his body eventually fading from view as he turned a corner. Ed sighed and dropped to follow after him. There were no lit torches, but the corridor was not only short in height but narrow in length. Still, Ed begrudgingly continued onwards and turned the same narrow corner. Immediately, he felt much more reassured of his decision. Lightning crystal. A fist-sized crystal that emits violent streaks of blue light. It is made of crystallized lightning element mana. Aside from Dagger, What awaited Ed at the end of the corridor was a small blue crystal. Unlike the water crystals which glowed a deep blue like the sea, the lightning crystal's glow was basically non-existent. The most eye-catching feature of them being the small jolts of blue electricity that coursed round it. This is a remnant of our ancestors' power, Dagger informed Ed. He had seen the many crystals that Ed and his tribe owned, so he was certain Ed knew what the crystal was. What he most likely didn't know was its origin, however. Really? Ed asked doubtfully as he finally continued into the small chamber with the crystal laying in the middle of it. The lighting in the chamber was dark and poor, but the crystal was still able to illuminate some carvings on the walls. Lightning stride technique. Lightning application. Advanced lightning application. Ed scanned the entire small chamber and only received 3 messages. That meant there were only 3 things for him to learn, but that was fine with Ed. This is still a boon. Ed now only needed to find out whether or not he had an affinity for the element though. Deku, seeing Ed immediately gazing around the small circular chamber while crouched, felt somewhat relieved. To him, the most important thing was the lightning crystal. The element was a rarity in the place, since it wasn't a simple pseudo-element. Deku didn't know why, but Ed could probably take a couple of guesses. The weather in the place never changed. This meant that lightning couldn't even be acquired naturally. The only other potential method of acquisition would have to be plain electricity. Lightning was essentially just lots and lots of electricity. Gather enough and you would have lightning. Obviously, that would take far too long though. But then, how exactly did the Thundercry tribe come to be? It was evident that they had no access to either of those methods. Well, actually, everything had electricity, even if the amount was too minuscule to be considered a viable source. Thus they did have access to one of the methods. That can only suggest one thing. The lightning steps technique is fake, since the orcs weren't traveling as fast as actual lightning. That was already obvious. The technique had to apply some small amount of electricity. This was a benefit as it suggested that with enough energy it was possible to go faster. The lightning stride technique also advocated this, although there was a chance that it was something else entirely. Deku, do you still need these writings? Ed suddenly asked Deku, who was picking up the small lightning crystal. No. Deku probably believed that the reason why Ed was asking was related to the fact that they would be moving away. Good. Let's destroy this place then. Ed planned on assimilating the advanced lightning application. What? Deku was rightfully confused. Ed helpfully provided an explanation. It would be bad for others to find this place, right? Ed was planning on using this as a cover-up. I guess so. Deku did not want orcs other than Ed to see the techniques, so he was easily sold on the idea. Okay, you head out first then, Ed said with a small smile. Sure. Deku immediately agreed, as he never doubted that Ed could blow the whole place up. Now, time to assimilate this. Ed was excited at the thought of acquiring the power of lightning. Well, electricity. 186 Willed away. Assimilation is on cooldown. It was all the information on the advanced lightning application. That was obviously to be expected. Still, describing it as nothing more than that was downplaying its effects. The advanced lighting application technique provided general information on how to take one's mana manipulation to the extreme. It was almost on an entirely different level. The only potential problem Ed now faced was that electricity was scarce in the Orc plains. That was probably how the technique even came about. Any major warrior looking to benefit from the lightning element would find themselves inside a desert, and they would need to make the most of any water they were to find while there. Scarcity can create necessity, and necessity drives innovation. Such a saying seemed fitting for the particular situation. After a couple more seconds of receiving information, the carvings on the wall disappeared. They were now in Ed's head. Mana manipulation has leveled up. Ed wasn't expecting any of his skills to receive a level up, but if he had to pick one it would be assimilation, given that he had just used it. I guess assimilation can also be used to level up skills. That also made one thing clear for Ed. Techniques and skills were not that much different. Learning certain procedures could translate into learning a skill. But Ed didn't pay too much attention to that and refocused on the new knowledge he had just received. What he was most interested in was learning to use the lightning element. But I guess that's what happens when you learn to run first. Ed now had no clue how exactly to test whether or not he had an affinity for the element. Luckily, mana manipulation lets me control pretty much any type of mana. That meant it would still be possible for Ed to borrow Dagger's crystal and insert some lightning elements into himself. Would it kill him? Probably not. Putting aside his constitution, his vitality was more than strong enough to heal any small injuries. Ed then proceeded with the next logical step, planting a bomb in the form of fire magic. He walked into the narrow corridor, took out all of his fire and wind element crystals, and tossed them on the ground. Afterward, he sealed off the small chamber and proceeded to walk out of the tunnel. He could still try to preserve the other carvings. He couldn't guarantee he would have any usage for them, but it wouldn't hurt to simply hide them. Let's hope that's enough, Ed thought as he turned the corner. I could have just sealed the area, but then Dagger could one day return and find the missing scripture. Ed's biggest trump card was a mix of thought manifestation and assimilation. He couldn't leave any clues about either of those. Dagger is probably trustworthy, but it never hurt to go the extra mile. Right? Not too long after Dagger exited both the room and building, he heard the sound of a small explosion and some soft vibrations. Some seconds and he caught a glimpse of Ed. He came out of the house and, like the secret chamber most likely had, it too collapsed. Ed did that by manipulating the earth. Orc architecture wasn't up to the necessary safety standards. He might need to create some sort of occupational safety and health administration for Sanctuary. 1. The surrounding orcs had only vaguely felt the explosion and its soft vibrations, but they most certainly didn't miss the sound of the house crumbling. Some came to take a look but found nothing other than Dagger resting on the remains of the collapsed building. Ed had only briefly communicated with Dagger and left the settlement almost immediately after. He wanted to compare the effects of mana manipulation after leveling up through assimilation. This should be far enough. The Thundercry settlement was half its size from the current distance. Before Ed could even try and cast anything though, recalling Champion Soul, he was interrupted by a message and his stirring mind. His body soon thereafter, and by the time he recovered, he was already inside the boundless black void. Ed was instantly alarmed. Putting aside that the dungeon was now wary of him, the adventurers returning so soon and him being summoned every time they did would make it difficult for him to truly create kingdoms. Can't you just summon a new boss or something? Ed asked, expecting that the dungeon would get the message. Ever since the previous boss was defeated, he had not had peace. It was as if the dungeon planned on using him as the boss for every flaw. He could only call it stingy, although I suppose such an arrangement could have its benefits. He would get to audit the adventurers and get used to their fighting styles after facing them a couple of times. That would result in him wiping them out at later stages. Champion is required to kill intruders. As Ed pondered on this, he surprisingly received a response in the form of a glowing message. This made him hopeful that they could perhaps hold a conversation. "How did you fare before my existence then?" Ed said, implying that the dungeon could do just fine by itself. "Although I have definitely become a great hindrance for the adventurers, the beefed up bosses that this dungeon has is enough to give anyone a headache." The Lich and Bliraku are both strong characters. Champion is required to kill intruders. Stubborn. Ed grumbled inwardly while also feeling cautious. Why was it insisting? If it wasn't for the system's warning, Ed might have passed it off as normal dungeon behavior, but now he felt it was some sort of plot. I can't underestimate the dungeon, especially not while residing inside of it as consciousness. Let's wait and see for now then. Ed didn't have much of an option in that regard. The new party of adventurers, having seen someone getting cooked alive in front of them, instantly ran for it. "We need to warn everyone. Let's get out of here," so screamed the young man, the leader of the party. He had two other party members next to him who also understood the importance of gauging situations. They didn't hesitate to turn tail and run alongside their leader. As for Blaze, he couldn't give them chase. It was simply impossible for him to catch up to 3 human adventurers. Being dead did have its consequences. Nonetheless, it also had its upsides. Blaze stayed perched atop the fortress wall while on the lookout for intruders. Due to being dead, he didn't really get bored at all while staring at the merging corridors and the dim flicker of the torches. It was only after many minutes passed that things finally settled down and the skeletons were able to relax their guard. Blaze hopped off the fortress wall at that point and Trench gave them all new orders. Gather the loot. It was the customary next step. Like worker ants, the skeletons all worked together to move the items from the dead adventurers to respective piles. While they did this, Iron returned next to the side of Ed's body as if it never left. The main difference was how its armor now had small gashes or cracks. Eventually, peace returned and the skeletons prepared to continue their usual routine. Some trained their mana and others in their martial arts. That same routine went on for a good couple of hours. Remember, class adventurers should stay in the back line. A man spoke with a tinge of contempt. They were a class spearman and a leader of a class party. That being the case, how did class adventurers join him? The adventurers didn't just relay warnings, they formed alliances. They formed a sort of impromptu extermination squad with those they found on the third floor. Their efforts were leeched off by the stronger class adventurers, however, as they felt much more confident in their own leadership skills. This punitive force headed into the gate corridor where they faced the bland yet intimidatingly tall fortress wall. Tear it down. One of the class party leaders yelled to their own members and some class adventurers who also yielded to their command. Instantly many spells flew towards the wall from the merging corridors. Aside from that, the melee-based adventurers all ran up ready to cross over as soon as it broke down. Pioneer, who just so happened to be training close to the wall, heard the darting spells and alerted its comrades, who all dropped their training and watched as cracks were formed along the wall created by Ed. Thick killing intent emanated from all of the skeletons, feeling that they had been slighted. On the other hand, the adventurers that had been too rude to even knock were overcome by fear after being blanketed with the thick killing intent. What? You said one lich? The class leader exclaimed with a mix of anger and trepidation. The number of liches in front of them was at least half the size of their party. He went ahead and asked for the wall to be knocked down so confidently, but it was because there was only one lich. Who was he to court death? As for the reporters, they could only awkwardly take in the glare of their fellow adventurers. But how were they expected to know that a dungeon could casually toss out mini-bosses? Don't falter. It's too late now. Killing intent meant that the skeletons intended to kill, they weren't statues. Spells had already started to be cast. Most of the mages snapped out of their stupor and cast defensive spells to aid the large party. Knights and the like took to the front where they had to trust in their armor's capabilities. Just like that, the gate corridor suddenly turned into a chaotic battlefield. The Occupational Safety and Health Administration OSHA is a large regulatory agency of the United States Department of Labor that originally had federal visitorial powers to inspect and examine workplace. Adding an R makes for a pun. 187 Requiem in the Black Void. The timer had stopped and Ed's mind was sucked into a vacuum and tossed into a body. His skeleton body. The familiar sense, or rather the lack of a sense of touch, returned to Ed. This meant he had regained his lucidity. That also meant he could hear a violent commotion and see sparkling lights in front of him. Intruders. Ed was shocked. This was the first time he had ever been summoned while already being besieged by adventurers. To make matters worse, all of the dazzling spells that flew past were getting rather close. A stray fireball even blasted into the temple. Iron, who acted as Ed's bodyguard, did not miss this either and stopped playing statue to immediately jump into the line of fire, but the ball of fire was instead stopped by the earth. The temple, which had been brightly lit by the red roaring flames, returned to its usual ominous red as the crystal torches once again became the main source of light. Iron then immediately turned to Ed with a mix of awe and respect. It hadn't expected its lord to suddenly defend it when that duty fell on it and not the other way around. Iron Rugged, an artificial Death Knight created through the efforts of the system and the intuition of its host. Its armor has been roughened up in battle. Ed's first step when dealing with anything unknown was to first discover what exactly it was and whether or not it posed any threat to him. It, therefore, didn't come as a surprise that the first thing he did was scan the beaten iron. Looks like the Windstone armor isn't that durable. The speed had come at a definite price, but Ed had more pressing matters to attend to. He slowly stood up from his adorned stone throne before suddenly dashing out of the temple. In the chaotic battlefield, nobody noticed as Ed suddenly exited from the unique earthen temple wearing a simple robe. Ed on the other hand couldn't miss them even if he wanted to. With a bang, a skull spiraled backward and the anti-skeleton in question dropped to the ground lifelessly. On another side, Blaze fought brilliantly with its dazzling flames but soon found that the fire was working against it. The heat had caused his already frail body to weaken and smoothen out enough for sword wounds to cut deep into his bones. If it weren't for Trench's timely backup, then he would have perhaps already perished. Ed couldn't tell for how long this particular battle had been in action, but he knew that it was long enough. His skeletons, his hard work, was being washed down the drain as some of the anti-skeletons were literally melted into puddles. Stop. Under normal circumstances it wouldn't be a bad idea to simply attack with the element of surprise as his partner, but his main goal was to stop all of the adventurers. It was also to give his anti-skeletons an opportunity. Ed's broadcast reached every single one of the adventurers at the same time, making for a weird phenomenon as all of them flinched in synchrony. Ed had foreseen such an effect. Still, perhaps due to the level up, it went even better than he had expected. Many recovered from their short lapse of judgment in less than a second or two, but in a battle that may as well have been a millennium, Pioneer, who had been fending itself against two swordsmen simultaneously, saw an opportunity to thrust its blade onto one of their necks. Due to their short lapse in action, neither of them could act, causing one of them to suffer a quick death. Prairie performed similarly as it sliced up 2 or 3 adventurers at the same time with a manipulated blade of wind. Due to the skeleton's relative newness to being a mage, however, the effect was nothing more than a deep bloody gash in the ones wearing armor. Trench, on the other hand, knew better than to waste such a phenomenon. The mages in the backline, who were usually protected, were suddenly caught by the earth. Unfortunately, that was basically as far as Trench could go, given that most of the mages were rather distant. Nevertheless, Ed could tell it was thinking, which was exactly what he wanted from many of his subordinates. Hey, stay sharp. The effects were less pronounced on some of the more experienced class adventurers. Some were lucid enough to avoid the sudden opportunistic strikes as well as warn their temporary teammates. Others simply had the skills to move out of harm's way even with a less than opportune time window. Still, just because they had snapped out of the momentary daze, it didn't mean that they couldn't once more be distracted. Hey, that's the skeleton, a class mage excitedly yelled from the backline after having spotted the source of what it could only describe as a mental attack. Usually when coming out of such an attack one would be worried or anxious, but most of the others that heard these words also beamed with excitement. That was a walking pile of 1,000 plus gold. For them as mere class and class adventurers to have the opportunity to even come across such a thing and still have a fighting chance could not even be described as a rarity. No, it was an impossibility. The big boss has left their lair. These lashes aren't much. Let's get our loot. One class adventurer took this as an opportunity to rile up its fellow allies. Many similar voices echoed this same sentiment. These piles of rusted bones aren't a threat. Hands brings Flammenwerfer. Pointless cannon fodder, let mama get her treasure. How they spurted themselves or others on was different for each, but the members of every party received a serious morale boost. This left Ed somewhat speechless. Am I that valuable? The transmission had indeed allowed his skeletons to get a short upper hand, but with a sudden boost to the adventurers' morale, he was no longer sure if the exchange was worth it. Or, are they underestimating me? A cold glint flashed past Ed's empty sockets as his undead energy briefly materialized as a result of his anger. Ed, therefore, decided to teach them a quick yet painful lesson. Thehotuegthiastire the Ulp, and that lesson began by chanting. That was right, chanting. U003C Requiem LVL. 0U003E acquired. The dimly illuminated corridor that was filled with the remains of the anti-skeletons and the blood and corpses of dead adventurers somehow turned even creepier as deadly prose rang in the ears of the adventurers. Whatever it's doing, stop it, an adventurer pitched in and yelled, but could they actually do anything? The reality was that while the anti-skeletons didn't pose nearly as much risk as Ed, they were still tricky. Mishaps could create casualties, and the current situation could not be any more stressful. Abruptly, the dimly lit hall turned bright orange. "Keep me clear," yelled a class mage through gritted teeth as they held a red crystal and amassed a large ball of fire that slowly took the shape of a volley of arrows. Hearing this, all of the experienced adventurers pushed out any confused adventurer out of the way to help protect the casting mage. But against their expectations, the anti-skeletons didn't actually charge out. No, they looked calm. Undead were well known for craving for the living. That was at times attributed to deep-seated resentment or jealousy against them. Regardless of the reason, however, it was standard behavior. Higher-level undead might be less affected, but it was still in their nature. The atmosphere thus seemed eerie. All of the violent undead were peacefully listening to garbled speaking. This in turn made for still quiet. The sizzling flames as arrows formed overhead and the eerie vocals were the only sound. Of course, there was also the sound of fearful heartbeats. Hekaeth of Iviamtni. The ominous sound continued when a realization dawned upon one of them. "FCK, Requiem," screamed out an experienced mage, breaking the temporary silence. They hadn't realized it at first since they had never seen it for themselves, but mages were known to hole themselves up in libraries from time to time. They were especially fond of researching liches as some of the magical monsters closest to humans. This realization had come late though, as they heard something behind them. It sounded like munching, as if someone was taking bites out of a hearty meal. The ones closer to the sound turned only to see a zombie crunching down on a fellow adventurer. As if that on its own was not terrifying enough, their zombie was one of their own. It brings back the dead. The Bosk Kingdom had a serious problem with its education system. That was to say, it didn't exist. Most adventurers were commoners who had missed out on an education and who were raised by parents that simply worked tirelessly to provide them with shelter and food. What did that mean? This meant that they knew nothing. Most smart adventurers would study things intensively before engaging in such dangerous endeavors, but they hadn't. No, it wasn't just at that level. It was at the level that some in the class found themselves to be high and mighty. They carried themselves with an air of arrogance, many never even returning to their hometowns. Plus, even if they did try to research this particular dungeon, they would have found little records. The Freedom Union did not provide or sell that information to outsiders. The rumors had only given them a basic understanding. It's a little dangerous, but money. With this alone, they had pitted themselves against the unknown. And when facing the unknown, who could ascertain victory? 188. Be careful, Dutinthsati. And with those final words, Ed's speech concluded. The dazed anti-skeletons snapped out of it, and for some reason even showed hints of renowned vigor as the ones with experience in melee combat all charged out with little regard for their own safety. As for Ed, he was a bit awestruck following the end of his chant. What the hell was that? He was actually in fact frightened. The gibberish that had entered his mind from seemingly nowhere and forced him to chant an eerie tune could not be described as anything other than frightening. Only after reanimating the bodies of the dead adventurers did the clarity of both mind and body return to him. Requiem LVL. 0. Mass of the Dead calls the dead to gather. Existing undead are pacified before receiving a short boost in strength. Suddenly a volley of fire arrows rained down on his anti-skeletons as they charged forward, prompting Ed to quickly snap out of his inquisitive state. he could explore the significance of the event later. He called upon the Earth to protect each individual anti-skeleton as they charged forwards. This resulted in some of them running into a wall, but what mattered the most was that they were protected. The heat from the arrows was a much greater concern. Plus, since Ed was basically guaranteed victory at that point, it was a good idea to minimize damages. Ugh, let me go. An adventurer was fumbling around while fighting one of their party members returning as a zombie. This inevitably resulted in them receiving a bite. An axe then dug into the zombie's neck just as it was sinking its teeth into what used to be their party member. The hack nearly lopped the head right off, but the adventurer had held themselves back as to not injure an ally. The party member then finally mustered the strength to push the zombie off of their neck, causing them to fall on their butt. Their ex-party member now had an egregious wound on its neck that spurted out blood like a fountain. Their head, which had been nearly lopped off, fell off its location thanks to the push, but it still held on by a thread. It was now dangling lifelessly to the side, still making creepy moans and groans. A second swing finally disconnected it though, and after a couple of seconds, their zombie collapsed. Focus. They are nothing but filthy creatures now. The adventurer who had saved them yelled to the adventurer sitting on their butt. They were frozen in place with fear etched into every pore of their face. Even as the hideous and painful bite mark bled incessantly, the adventurer could not get over their shock. DSK, you'll pay for that, the axe-wielding adventurer said, and glared in the direction of the anti-skeletons before lunging at another zombie. Although he had threatened the anti-skeleton, it was actually out of reach. Too many charging anti-skeletons and dead comrades, now zombies, were stopping him. He was also not the only one suffering from this trouble. Similar scenes played out in many areas, each with different people or circumstances. No matter how different, however, they all had one thing in common: despair. No, brother, adventuring was a dangerous business, one where the person needed to be willing to risk their lives for riches. But for many, this lesson doesn't settle in until they are face to face with danger. It was important to learn from one's mistakes, but it was also important to learn from those of others. Failure to do so meant death, pointless death. The battle, which was initially in favor of the adventurers, had a change in momentum. The anti-skeletons now held the upper hand after the adventurers' tight formation was broken from the inside by the zombies. This led to them being slowly overwhelmed. Requiem has leveled up. To make matters worse, Ed had found the situation to be ideal for leveling up the newly acquired Requiem skill. That was to say, the zombies just kept on coming. The more of their own were killed, the harder things would get for them. Realistically, that shouldn't have been too large a threat, but as they were nothing more than an unruly mob of adventurers that came together due to greed, they couldn't settle on a way to diminish their casualties while backing up one another. This skill is rather handy following the level up. Ed could tell it could be used for more than just reviving the dead. This must have been how the Lich communicated. Requiem was listed as a skill rather than a spell. That meant it was rather versatile and all-encompassing. If one improved sufficiently, it was very much possible to speak something other than gibberish, even if coarsely. Of course, that was only Ed's conjecture. It wasn't a definitive fact, but he definitely felt it held some weight to it. He'd be hard-pressed to teach this skill to all my skeletons, though it took him so long to acquire it and he didn't even know what exactly were its requirements. As he casually pondered on this, the number of adventurers started to dwindle until Ed at last finished off the remaining overwhelmed brankers with the power of the earth. There was a sole exception that was out of range, but they were getting jumped by the remaining mob of anti-skeletons and zombies. Go to hell, the class mage yelled as they blew up the fire crystal they carried. Unfortunately, as they had been using it in battle, the explosion barely did anything. They were still ripped to shreds by swords and biting. Only after their bodies stopped twitching did the anti-skeletons back off with blood-covered bodies. Some who had gone for bites with their sharp spiky black teeth were still dripping viscous scarlet blood. They left their handiwork of exposed entrails and tossed around limbs and headed excitedly towards Ed, or so the brisk in their steps suggested. Finally, they all knelt. All of his skeletons knelt regardless of their location. This caused Ed to finally notice an anomaly. In the distance, there was a fleeing white skeleton. It headed into one of the merging corridors, but the prospect seemed somewhat inane. The regular old piles of bones were incapable of thought, and their movements were also sluggish, making them rather impractical as far as spying went. Zephyr, go after it. But Ed still needed to make sure all of the skeletons maintained their reverent pose, and only Zephyr, the green crystal skeleton, stood up to leave. With the power of the wind, it agilely left the premises. It didn't take Ed long to wait for it to return either. Unexpectedly though, Zephyr returned with a pile of dusty white bones. What the? Did Zephyr kill it? Ed found that to be strange, since transmission basically made it impossible for such misunderstandings to take place. His go after it definitely expressed his intention of capturing the interloper rather than killing it. Then, it just died by itself? To Ed that just seemed stupid. Why would it suddenly die? Nonetheless, as Zephyr dropped many bones in front of him, Ed had no option but to believe it was the case. When asked whether he killed it or not, Zephyr would also shake its head. Ed didn't think Zephyr was capable of lying, and even if it was, it certainly had no reason to. Was it the dungeon? Or could this instance be chalked up to some weird skeleton behavior? Ed didn't think so, as he had never observed such behavior during his many expeditions around the dungeon. Looks like he'll have to put it aside for now though. Ed now needed to assess the damage his anti-skeletons had suffered, as well as what he had gained from this Sword of Disappointment. A disappointing sword crafted by the disciple of an expert craftsman. The result was less than exemplary. Wristbands. Spooky and scary skeleton daggers. Bone daggers made from plain old human bones. A quick glance around told Ed that he actually didn't get much. Why were you all so poor? Ed suspected that those adventurers must have had some weird delusions that they could finally break out of their impoverished situation if they entered the dungeon. Well, I should be closer to a new level up now though. Ed thus quickly shifted his sights towards his skeletons, whose numbers were cut in half. That's a bit troublesome. Ed couldn't afford to linger in the crypts, meaning that he wouldn't be able to recoup the lost numbers. It was also worth noting that any injured skeleton would also be left without healing. At least the major characters all held their own. Even Kenny Jr., who was known to be on the dumber side of things, seemed rather energetic at the moment. All of you can return to your usual business. Ed didn't intend to stay around much longer, so he decisively turned away from the kneeling skeletons and started to walk over to his earthen temple. He was still curious about the various zombies he had summoned, but unfortunately, any experimentation with them would have to wait for another time. Leaving his orc body exposed and so close to the settlement had left him on edge. Ed sat on the throne, and before he could beg the dungeon to recall him, recalling Champion Soul, his wish was granted. His mind started to waver and his senses began to fade. It took him a couple of more seconds to finally recover and be met by the sight of a deep red. The color was nearly black. What? That left Ed utterly confused. Why had the dungeon suddenly turned more dangerous? But those thoughts soon drew a halt. More accurately, were forced to draw halt. You've been dealt damage 300 horsepower. Ed's whole outlook turned blurry and dazed. His thoughts were thrown into random disarray. He could only muster what would in a normal body sound like a high-pitched scream of excruciating pain. Champion is advised to be careful from here on out. A glowing message also appeared in front of Ed's consciousness, but the pain had drawn him into a short fit of madness. The message never even registered in his mind as his body of light writhed and distorted itself from pain. But if he had read the message, there would only be one question in Ed's mind. Be careful of what? 189 body recollection. It felt like when your parents or a teacher punished you without giving you a single explanation or a chance to explain your point of view. That feeling was simply infuriating. Of course, the sheer pain he was feeling prevented Ed from thinking any such thoughts. It would be simply impossible to do so with all of his senses thrown out of whack. 5:21 minutes until respawn. It was only until the usual 10-minute timer had been cut in half that Ed was able to regain his ability to think clearly. His whole body, even though it was nothing more than ethereal light, was still numb and throbbing with pain. However, you piece of SHT. Ed didn't like to curse out the dungeon. Well, just a bit. but he felt it was necessary on this particular occasion. It was worth noting that attacking Ed while he was being recalled did not benefit either one of the parties. Name, Edward-0026. Type, Level 7 Consciousness. Health, 500,800. Bodies, Skeleton, Orc. Skills, Transmission LVL. 4-3 Show Info, Mental Fortitude LVL. 7 Show Info, Assessment LVL. 2 Show Info, Assimilation LVL. 5 Show Info, Thought Manifestation LVL. 1 Show Info, Language LVL. 1 Show Info, Show Info, Eloquence LVL. 4 Show Info, Sixth Sense LVL. 1 Show Info, FCK, My Skills. The damage suffered to what was basically his soul caused his skills to deteriorate in level once again. The last time he was attacked, his transmission skill had been the only one affected, but this time, perhaps due to the severity of the strike, Ed had lost a grand total of 5 levels on 3 different skills. The only saving grace was that none of the damage was permanent, even if it would take a good while to recover from it. On another note, the affected skills seemed to be somewhat random. It also looks like my sixth sense leveled up. It was ultimately pointless given that the dungeon had just made him temporarily lose that level. However, Ed then glanced at the corner of his vision where an envelope with an exclamation mark was located. Opening missed messages. Sixth sense has leveled up. The missed message was about the level up, just as he had expected. The skill must level up when it helps me discern active danger. Whether he was capable of avoiding it was another matter entirely. While the final throes of pain started to subside, Ed decided to confront the dungeon. I don't know what I did wrong, but you should be able to tell I am helping you. There were a couple of things that the dungeon could be mad about. Ed received a short response. The only problem was that he wasn't sure if it was a result of the dungeon not meaning to reply or the system withholding the dungeon's response. As a matter of fact, I could do much more without your interruption. Ed decided to continue. If the dungeon was not hearing him, then so be it. He would vent out his frustrations and hopefully receive a response. He had already decided to cooperate with the system. What more was it to get the dungeon on board? Champion is advised to be careful. Another warning. Ed was still unsure if that was from the system or the dungeon though. All I ask is that you stop keeping such close tabs on me. Decreasing his levels for an offense that he didn't know he committed would set some of his progress back. Not being able to enter the system space would also set some of his progress back. The dungeon was not being helpful whatsoever. Any rewards it handed him were also done half-assedly. Initially, Ed was rewarded rather often and even handsomely at times. Assimilation was one such great yield in fact. However, after the carrot and the stick method started to show results, the rewards had become further and further apart. The things he had to do had grown in difficulty, and once accomplished would give him nothing more than a couple of attributes and a regenerated body. The dungeon was starting to get complacent, like a boss or coworker after you decide to help them out with an issue once or twice. It didn't all of a sudden become Ed's responsibility to do these things. He was still expecting some sort of reward. Did he not just kill good 40-something adventurers? Where was his loot? The biggest disappointment was not the Sword of Disappointment but the dungeon and its complacency. I am living under your terms, but it's still a bit ridiculous, no? Being brought back to life was a big deal, and to an extent, it did demand some level of servitude. But who would be willing to be revived if they would end up as nothing but a slave anyway? They say that if you love your job you'll never work a day in your life, but there was nothing to love about mindless slaughter. The sight of the blood dripping from the teeth of the anti-skeletons after ripping open the humans was not pretty or exciting. Then, out of nowhere, a promising message. The system has observed your actions up until this point, selecting a suitable reward. Ed still felt the pain of having been attacked, but if the reward was hefty enough then it just may have been worth it, though he would still hold a grudge. Regardless, Ed's main concern was to send the dungeon a message. He needed it to know it was being cheap, so even if the dungeon didn't provide him a heavenly gift, as long as it learned to be more open to rewards, then Ed would have benefited from his rant. U003C Body Recollection LVL. 0U003E acquired sleep to slowly regenerate lost limbs through the power of recollection. The extent of reconstruction is proportionate to the amount of sleep and the severity of the injury as well as the complexity of the injured part. The description was rather lengthy, but that was only a testament to how valuable the skill was. As a matter of fact, Ed felt his mind being blown away by its utility. He could already see himself making the most of the skill. I can cut off my own limbs and use it to create new skeletons or even craft items with my own body parts. The dungeon more likely than not wanted to cut its losses by giving Ed the ability to regenerate for himself. It probably didn't expect Ed to start thinking in such an odd direction. Crafting is yet to be tested still. Ed was looking forward to slicing off his own limbs to recreate a skeleton, as odd as that was. Although I guess I would first need to know how long it would take to recover the more constitution he acquired. The more time it would take to reconstruct bones. That meant that it was very well possible for Ed to simply incapacitate himself for a period of time if he was to willingly. Sigh, it'll take a while to level this up. Then if the level up relied on how many parts he had regenerated or something similar, then he would definitely be fighting an uphill battle with the skill. Wait. Can I resurrect my body from scratch? As soon as this thought was birthed in Ed's mind, he felt like he should complain more often. Previously he had deduced that he was simply possessing a body and that his consciousness was his true form. He didn't know how to exit a body, meaning he was relying on the dungeon to keep himself alive. With this, I should be able to recreate my body. The skill was called body recollection and relied on memory. Then it might depend on whether or not the energy it uses is of mind or body. The description mentioned sleep rather than some sort of intangible energy. That was not to say the mind was off the table, but thinking in that direction might be too hopeful on his part. After some more short minutes of pondering, Ed's thoughts forced to a halt after feeling a strong sucking force being exerted on his consciousness. Summoning Dungeon Champion. Ed's consciousness was thus tossed away and delegated to a body. His orc body. But unlike what Ed was expecting, he wasn't laying down on the grass near the settlement. He was in fact inside of a house. This alarmed Ed, forcing him to push aside the usual grogginess that came with transferring bodies. He laid up from the bed he found himself on and darted a glance around. It didn't dart far. Shul was in fact laying next to him. Apparently his sudden movement had woken her up, causing her to look around in a daze. That until she quickly got up with elation. Ed, thank God you are fine. That was what she yelled, but Ed only held an awkward smile. I wouldn't know what to do if our babies were born without a father, Shul said while seeming legitimately downcast. Babies? Putting the plural aside, Ed realized that Shul was being a bit too clingy. In human society, such a thing might be considered to an extent normal. People with certain morals would choose to marry someone after having sex with them, but this wasn't human society. The orcs were wild and untamed. A father figure was not guaranteed. Breeding was in fact a sort of transaction. The women would pick the strongest male to have a strong child, and the relationship wouldn't develop much further than that. The mothers would then boast about their children as they grew up and become a strong member of society. Shul, you need to stop, Ed said solemnly, forcing Shul, who was still in the midst of speaking about her worries, freeze. What? She said, her voice somewhat broken in disbelief. 190 confrontation. This layout was inhabited by creatures of its own creations. All except for one. That one was a source of worry for it. Its loyalty remained in question and its motives unknown. What it did know was that it was helpful. It wanted to keep using this chess piece tactically. But how was it supposed to curb its fear? It couldn't. The things it had discovered could spell a slow demise, so it thought. And it didn't take long to think, for it was a professional thinker. It already learned the best strategy. Thus, it assessed how much energy it could muster. Plenty. It created a body, a plain old body. They were the bones of a creature, a human, ordinary and average, a dime in a dozen, one of its many stockpiles of deceased corpses. Then it shook, only slightly, just enough to remove a part of itself with a set of instructions and room for memory. A new small flicker appeared within the vision of its body, of its layout. So began its plan of action, and so began the wait. It waited as the small flicker slowly made its way through its body following the instructions it set. It bid its time. It watched the light reach near its pillar and remain in place. It was anxious. It anxiously spectated at the thought that the flicker could simply vanish. That flicker could disappear and fail to report. But it worked. The flicker retreated and was thus immediately recalled to its core, to its brain to process the memories that it had created for itself. With a plop, the small flicker returned to itself, and like a drop of water in an ocean made no quantitative change. But it still shook. It shook with anger. It was mad, for it had relayed itself a harrowing sight. The energy that belonged to itself was being stolen. A thief, a parasite, a leech. It felt ire, but it had learned. It had learned to think, so it thus bonded. But as it bonded and wondered, only a single thought surfaced: punish. It had learned to use tools, and through it learned to think. Thought brought emotion, and thus it learned to think of emotions. Thoughts of emotions made it think of actions, the reaction to the method it had thought to employ. So it called upon the light, the foreign lively flicker. It brought it to its core, and there it trembled with renowned anger. With emotion in motion, it struck the leech, the one it fed, that had taken from it. It shrunk in size and writhed in madness. The pain it faced would long-term harm it. But none of it seemed to matter, for at least it had learned to mind it. But that was wrong. It hadn't, as its favorite tool had informed it. The leech had screeched in fervent madness. It relented. It learned something new and relented. The leech inside it was greedy. With enough benefits, it could work for eternity. It thought, and remembered, that it had long since learned to manipulate greed. To Shul, who had been up on cloud 9 for the past 2 or so days, Ed's words came as a shock. About what? Her elated face was now nowhere to be seen, and was instead replaced by a crumpled expression of perplexity as she asked her question with unease. This is too much. At first, Ed had let it slide since he believed Shul would eventually return to normal, but she hadn't. She had instead for some reason held delusions about forming a happy family and given birth to many kids. Ed had no idea where she could have possibly learned of such concepts. Shul, who was trying to explain herself, was however interrupted as Ed continued to say his part. Forgive me for being too straightforward, but I don't love you, Ed said with a trace of sympathy. When dealing with orcs, it was better to be straightforward, even if the truth did hurt. He didn't intend for it to hurt. It was just how things worked out. He had no plans of tricking himself into thinking he could make a one-sided relationship work. For Shul, this news came out of nowhere. It was as if someone smacked her head with a ball leg. It was completely unexpected. Not to mention that the pain from being struck by something so delicious relayed both emotional and physical pain. As one would expect, she collapsed on her knees. Surprisingly, however, she wasn't crying. She seemed sober, maybe for the first time in a while. It had been a long time since she was brought out of her delusions and became forced to accept reality. So far, Ed's responses to her quips were either awkward or showed little care for her. All of her initial advances were also missed so blatantly that it was more of a miracle she didn't come to this conclusion on her own. I am sorry. She had forced herself upon him and deluded herself into thinking that Ed accepting to indulge in her desire meant he loved her. At that time, it was true that Ed declining her advance meant he didn't love her, but the opposite was not necessarily true. No. It's okay, Ed had given her too much hope as well. Since he first met her, he knew of her intentions, and yet, how much time had passed since then? He was essentially leading her on by feigning ignorance. But it's my fault. Shul's personality was forceful. Her first meeting with Ed was literally dragging him into a battlefield while living in a world of her own. She had set herself up for failure. She let out a sigh. You can go, she said meekly. It was clear that she was only acting strong, but Ed also knew this meant she would get over it. Thank you for bringing me here. He wasn't sure how she found him or how she brought him back, but at the very least she showed concern for him. That was something that could be appreciated while still remaining as nothing but friends. Ed slowly got up from Shul's bed and walked on over to the front door. He opened it and left. Shul was left by herself again. She sat on her bed and stayed there for a while. Maybe at some point, she would fall back to sleep. Ed on the other hand was not grieving. As he walked past the ruined buildings of the Thundercry tribe, he thought about the new skill. I should start off with a finger originally. Ed planned to spend the night practicing his skills rather than sleeping, but the new skill just so happened to make recoveries through sleeping. That made Ed worry, however, since he couldn't afford to waste too much time sleeping just because of a finger. While he doubted a mere finger could take upwards of a week to regenerate, it wasn't wrong to be wary. The only other problem with this skill is that I can't wake up as soon as the process is finished. That meant that Ed wouldn't really be able to gather any data on how long it takes. My body regains energy from sleeping, but it has already slept enough, no? Whenever he was recalled, the orc body would be giving a temporary rest. Ed felt it was therefore possible that he could indeed wake up after a short nap. Ed eventually decided to go through with the experiment. It was short and he would only lose a finger. He found himself what he presumed was an empty house and entered. Inside was nothing but primitive furniture. Let's start. Ed closed the door and decisively sliced off a pinky finger. If anything was going to regenerate fast, it would have to be the small finger. You've been dealt damage. 12 horsepower. It looks like in my biggest enemy that was the most damage he had taken as an orc since returning. Ed quickly cast aside the silly thoughts and grabbed his finger before it had a chance to fall to the ground. He had a plan. The experiments didn't have to start once he fell asleep. He took the pinky finger and placed it on the bleeding wound that already showed signs of intending to close on itself. There is a risk to having too high a vitality. Ed felt mildly alarmed by this short episode and made a mental note to properly plan out his attributes. Randomly assimilating whatever item was available was not necessarily the best way. Ed held the pinky in place and essentially glared at it as he narrowed his vision as if attempting to see each individual cell at work. Obviously, that wasn't the case. If anything, he was only straining his vision. After what felt like a long minute, Ed stopped holding the pinky finger in place and it held. But Ed was dissatisfied. For one, the reattachment procedure had been too risky and he didn't actually get to use the skill. That was just my vitality at work. This meant that Ed would have to either cut off a larger partition of himself to see the effects or that he needed to sleep for it to activate on its own. After the short analysis, Ed decided to continue making more experiments. He would surely lose a lot of blood in the process, but bloodletting was one of his specialties. 191. Back on track. I fell asleep again. Through the many trials, Ed had learned one thing. The skill was not automatic. He could fall asleep, but if he didn't will for the skill to act, then his body would not regenerate even the smallest nub. Body recollection has leveled up. Great. Ed thought as he glanced at his hand. He had cut off 3 fingers and all 3 had been regenerated following the short nap. Of course, he had cut many more fingers than just that. More than he could count in 2 hands, in fact. Well, that's kind of to be expected. Ed thought and glanced at the bloody floor. Surprisingly enough, most of his blood had still not been collected by the dungeon. I wonder why. Ed's brief scan also showed that many of his lost fingers and even a hand still remained on the ground. As Ed wondered how he should go about cleaning the evidence, someone called out to him. Ed. It was the loud call of a male orc. They must be looking to continue on our move. Orcs were wild and full of energy, so it was only natural for them to want to get a move on as soon as possible. Well, it's not like they have anything else to do, Ed thought as he casually incinerated the blood and fingers that lay on the ground before casually exiting the house. Oh, you are Ed. As soon as he exited, that same male orc approached Ed. Why do I smell something delicious? The orc, however, came to a slow stop after catching a whiff of meaty fragrance. Never mind that. Let's move on, Ed said, quickly diverting the topic. Okay, the orc didn't ask any further questions and they both left to what used to be the tribe's plaza. Most of the orcs responsible for carts or other sorts of products and items were waiting for him there. Shell too had gotten up early that morning. Ed spotted her standing casually next to one of the carts. Good morning, Shell said towards the approaching Ed. Good morning, Ed replied with a subtle smile. He was glad that Shell wasn't giving him the cold shoulder. She was a good friend to have and Ed certainly didn't want to lose her over such a small matter. Ed, and the orc who had taken him there, chatted for a bit while some other orcs were accounted for. Shul would also occasionally say or mention some of the things they talked about, especially when it was related to battle. Well, that was basically all they talked about anyway. They soon after settled breakfast by dividing some rations and started their march towards the sacred tribe once more. Dagger had already appeared at that point and bid the settlement goodbye. He had his qualms but had to simply cope with the fact that by the time he gets the chance to return, the settlement would be in a much more deplorable state. Things would be much easier with Vorgarag here. The whole pilgrimage towards the sacred tribe was nearly a one-to-one copy of his previous journey with Vorgarag. There, Vorgarag had taken charge of breakfast and departure times. This duty now fell on him, however, and he couldn't say he was doing a stellar job at it. Ed didn't know even half of the settlement's orcs. Ed still remembered their first meeting where Vorgarag had played a weird prank on him. The whole exchange was stupid, but Vorgarag's mention of knowing everyone spoke volumes of his beliefs. While that wasn't a necessity for taking on a leadership role, Vorgarag's cohesion with his tribe was admirable and created a sort of trust between him and his inhabitants. Ed, on the other hand, had them all in awe of his strength, but half of those same orcs still showed hints of resentment. Can't win them all. That was a truth that applied to many facets of reality. Ed decided not to ponder on it too deeply anymore. For one, Vorgarag had quite literally his entire life to bond and learn about them. Ed didn't have nor would have so much time. After some more hours of walking and short breaks, the caravan of orcs finally exited the deep forest and chanced upon the light of a clearing. As they drew near, the orcs could see the stalwart walls and their weathered vine-ridden state. A small minority was astounded by the implications, while most simply rejoiced at the thought of having a settlement with such strong stone walls at their disposal. Atop the tall walls were a couple of orcs. These orcs were some awaiting Ed's return. One screamed jovially in greeting, making rambunctious noise. On the plus side, it meant Ed didn't need to alert the other orcs of his return. The orcs were finally confronted by the settlement's gate, which was slowly opened and allowed them passage. By the time most of the orcs entered, Sharog had found the time to run on over. Ed, welcome back. You got here quick, Sharog said with a bright smile over the noisy reunion of many orcs. It would look weird or threatening in most other orcs, but Sharog had a slim and graceful figure. Were it not for her skin and the small tusks, she could perhaps be mistaken as human. Yeah. There are still many things left for me to do here. How are the captives? Ed replied before quickly shifting to a topic of interest. Most of them are still alive, but we haven't fed them, Sharog replied, putting Ed somewhat at ease. The latter part could be said to be concerning, but the orcs wouldn't starve to death in a week, never mind 2 days. Good. How about your own food situation? Ed hadn't forgotten that they never managed to find any boars while he was there. The food situation might not have been optimistic. It's all right. Girl was very cooperative and told us about their garden, Sharog said, darting a quick look back where Girl watched from a distance. As he was being taught some spells by her, he opted to tell her how they tended to ration their food and what exactly it was they ate. I see, Ed simply replied. He had already harbored his own suspicions on how exactly it was that the tribe managed to survive for so long. Sacrifices alone weren't in any way sustainable. I'm surprised they didn't breed boars, though. The thought was far more primitive than selectively breeding weeds or even magically breeding said weeds as a source of nutrients. Ed could only chalk it up to their religion. If there was plenty of food, the act of sacrifices would eventually be called into question by the less devout or smart believers. Sharog knew that Ed was thinking and thus maintained her silence, only waiting for Ed to make a new inquiry or request. It didn't take long for him to deliver either. Sharog, can you please help settle the inhabitants into the vacant houses? Ed asked sincerely. The leadership role came with many responsibilities, but Ed had no time for them. He needed to delegate the troublesome matters. It's no problem, Sharog nodded and said before briskly leaving to organize the matter. Finding vacant houses was actually rather easy considering the size of the settlement. The more important questions were where exactly should the boars and crystals be held. Ed could quickly suggest a couple of locations if he had walked around the settlement and explored it thoroughly, but he hadn't. He also didn't plan to. He immediately went on his way to the barracks where the captives were still present. My assimilation should be getting off cooldown soon, Ed had used overnight when experimenting with the new skill. He assimilated one of the hands he chopped up and surprisingly received a single point of dexterity. I thought a hand would be more handy. The usefulness of a single dexterity attribute could be called into question. Nonetheless, what Ed now planned to assimilate was a corpse. The dungeon isn't very fast, it's just a matter of convenience. The timing was never right for assimilating the corpses of orcs or others until now. Such is the assimilation skill, Ed remarked inwardly while finally entering into the barracks' dark prison. Assimilation is off cooldown. Last time there were many defiant stares, but now some of the orcs seemed feeble and pitiful. While they hadn't immediately slimmed down to the size of a stick, their countenance had certainly grown paler. God, help me God. Some had also gone down Cuckoo Road and decided to stay there a while, as the desperate raving made clear. Ed, however, didn't spare any of them a single glance of sympathy. His expression had remained cold and indifferent, like he was doing nothing more than picking chickens. Gatton starving. A name popped up after Ed threw a cursory glance and performed a random scan. The assessment skill made its choice. Ed's presence had long since been made aware of to the captives, but worry only settled once he approached a cell. With a simple grab, Ed unhinged the cell door from its frame and broke apart any rope that bound it. The display of brutish strength startled the starving Gatton to the point where he fearfully backed himself into a corner. Orcs were brave and fearless by nature, but spending more than 2 days without food in a dark, unkept cell would put any creature at the edge of insanity had they not already crossed into it. Ed then simply killed Gatton by puncturing his screaming throat. The resonating frightened scream didn't appeal to Ed. He found it best to quickly silence him. This action, however, chilled the other captives, especially those that still held the hope of escaping the ordeal unharmed. God. The scream made Mad Orc was now only more loud and incessant in their crazed rumbling. Assimilation is on cooldown. Constitution +1. Vitality +1. Surprisingly enough, the prompt assimilation only yielded a total of 2 attributes. I wonder if my body is reaching its limit, or if assimilating your same species naturally yields fewer points. From a logical perspective, the former didn't make too much sense, but if the decision was deliberate, then the reasoning had some merit. The dungeon certainly had no reason to encourage Ed to kill his fellow mobs. I don't think I've assimilated a body before, Ed thought casually before shifting his attention back to the screaming orc and their despairing cries. I can finally start my experiments. Ed trusted the dungeon would be less intrusive now. 192 Inhumane. How is memory affected? The brain is supposed to be in charge of memories. Would the revived members lose all their precious memories? Ed didn't believe it was the case since he existed, but he also knew that he was an outlier. Can they adjust to a new body? Ed was optimistic about this, since at most it would require a couple of weeks or months of physical therapy. If it turned out to be harder than he imagined, he might simply need to try and match bodies with similar characteristics. Things like changing genders would be off the book if such came to pass. How often can they die? If they could die once, they could die twice, and thrice, and many times. Would they become a different person along the way as their memories are lost and replaced by new ones? The psychological implications might result in having a group of lunatics instead of an immortal army as he had once hoped. With those 3 questions as a baseline, Ed began by picking out the maddened orc. He had singled himself out with the incessant screaming. After entering and cornering the orc in his cell, Ed cut his throat. It was one of the best ways to keep the body mostly intact and ready for the next experiment. As blood oozed from the split throat, Ed placed his hand on the orc's head and began to use spirit insertion. Just as he was about to start, however, nothing irregular happened. Ed was glad that he didn't receive any sort of warning. Whether it was due to the dungeon not watching or it allowing it was yet to be seen. The mystical cloudy swirl that exited from his palm was placed directly on the corpse's head and the original consciousness was plopped right back in. Quick and simple. After a couple of seconds, the body finally showed signs of life as it twitched slightly. Ed quietly backed off and observed warily with his sixth sense as the body became increasingly more lively. Ugh. It took no time for Ed to hear a bunch of incoherent words. It looked like he would have to pick a better way to kill them if he wished to hold any sort of conversation. The zombie orc that kept on bleeding from its neck stood up drunkenly before quickly collapsing onto the cold floor. As Ed had watched the whole act, he knew why. The consciousness keeps deteriorating. The sixth sense skill allowed him to see consciousnesses as well as threat color. Ed wanted to use the former skill to conduct his experiments, but surprisingly it was actually the threat color that came in clutch. Zombies through spirit insertion are a no-go. The consciousness would die alongside the corpse, rendering the option impossible. That did bring forth the question of how exactly death magic worked. However, I do recall the Lich saying they were more like puppets, that implied that zombies summoned through necromancy didn't actually have a soul of any kind, which made some sense. He'll have to follow this up in the crypt. His zombie research was short-lived, but it was nothing more than a curiosity, so Ed didn't mind it too much and moved to the next experiment. He approached another cell and made a short scan to remember whose consciousness it was. He then opened the cell and took the frightened orc's consciousness. Let's see how Gatun likes this new body. The orc hadn't done anything to deserve his animosity. It was only the fate of the losers to be experimented on by Ed. Or something else that justified it. The new consciousness went in without a single hiccup. This body, however, took much longer than the zombie to wake up. Gatun unconscious. 2 sacred tribe orcs for the price of 1. Gatun is currently inhabiting the body of Zebub. I guess he is still in shock from being killed. Ed too was in a state of disarray the first time it happened to him. It helped that he had fewer of his original memories, though. It also helped that his thoughts were garbled by the dungeon and that he was once more thrown into an unbelievable circumstance. Him becoming like the dungeoner, ain't I? A bell went off in Ed's head as he made a silent mutter in realization. What are you, system? The similarities between the dungeon and the system were surprisingly close. It made one wonder if they are one and the same. I suppose to answer that you'd first need to know what the dungeon is. Ed felt that the dungeon would be easier to decipher than the system, since there existed many human records on dungeons. I still have to assimilate the monster encyclopedia. Ed mentally jotted it down for his next assimilation and switched to wondering how exactly to wake up the sleeping Gatun. He went with a cruel yet simple method of casting water spurt on the poor orc. It didn't take long for the orc to awaken after that. What? Cough cough. Some of the water naturally entered the orc's nostrils and caused him to cough profusely. Gatun, do you remember anything? Ed ignored the confused state of the orc and quickly asked him a question. Whether or not the orc was able to immediately respond was a test in of itself. Cough cough. After some more hacking, Gatun finally got over his abrupt awakening and fixed his watery eyes on the imposing orc in front of him. You, Gatun exclaimed in both surprise and fear as he tried to back further away from Ed, only to clumsily hit their head on the cell's wall. Are there any foreign memories? Ed asked, continuing his probe. That sort of reaction to himself would be the expected one from any sacred tribe captive. What are you? Gatun then froze as he promptly scanned his entire body. It was not his own. Gatun then blinked confusedly. That confusion was only incremented when past the dark and stuffy environment he managed to catch a glimpse of the bloody corpse of a fellow orc. Was he going to die? Sigh. This is going to take a while, Ed said in lament. Working with others was not his forte. He could only hope to receive a skill that helped in that specific area. Although relying on the system for everything might not be a smart idea, still, what was convenient was convenient. You wouldn't have a calculator and not use it unless otherwise prohibited. Right? Ed spent the next few minutes catching Gatun up to speed on all matters pertaining to his current state. The orc had a hard time accepting most of it, especially since it didn't seem to remember dying. That was good news for Ed, since it meant that immediate memories were more likely to be lost than older ones. He had spent enough time with Vorgarag that he wouldn't forget Ed in his entirety. Despite that, Ed was not willing to leave it at such shallow findings. He continued to probe, and unfortunately, it seemed his previous conjecture was not entirely correct. Gatton would often pause as if forgetting something. Ultimately, Ed formed a simple conjecture. The things one remembered depended on how deep one's impression of it was. Shallow thoughts had no place in the core of one's mind. Consciousness. Vorgarag might forget a couple of minor words or things, but so far picking him a new body should be possible. Ed was getting somewhat excited, but he knew not to get too confident and quickly calmed down. He progressed into the next step. He taught Gatton to move adeptly and get accustomed to his new body. It resulted in various epic failures as Gatton fell on his own face. His muscle memory is both screwing with him and helping him. The brain and muscles were acquainted with certain actions, but Gatton's own memories caused certain disagreements. Walking wasn't really that complicated once he got over his initial confusion. Hand-eye coordination was entirely different. Things like which hand one used predominantly became key. Gatton, you have been very helpful. Thank you. Ed decided that the orc was not so bad after being left to rot in a cell, killed, and resurrected in a new body. Neither are you, Gatton said with hints of caution. He found it completely odd that Ed was being kind enough to guide him on how to properly use his body as well as gauge his memories. These actions meant a lot to the lost Gatton. He felt that their brief exchanges and the funny falls helped form a quiet bond between them both. Even now Gatton still felt iffy on what had led to this development, but it found the fact that Ed was the one it counted to be all that mattered. So I'm sorry, Ed replied with a legitimately sorry expression before decisively swinging his axe and cutting the orc's throat once more. He still needed to study how many deaths the average orc consciousness could tolerate and if it was possible to make a quick recovery. Gatton's, well no. Zebub's corpse thudded as it fell on the desolate cell floor. Ed moved on to the next cell. One treatment or management of physical disability, malfunction, or pain by exercise, massage, hydrotherapy, etc., without the use of medicines, surgery, or radiation. 193 might whack. This time, Gatton reacted with confusion rather than fear. He stayed rooted in place as he watched the surroundings with vacant eyes. Gatahash disoriented. 2 sacred tribe orcs for the price of 1. Gatahash is currently inhabiting the body of Jola. The effects of death might get amplified with each death. Ed noted casually, seeing the missing letter. He still needed to kill Gatton a couple of more times to be 100% certain. Before that, however, Ed had to once more probe the lost orc. He had asked it the same questions but also added a new query. What's your name? He asked him. Gatta. Gagatta? Huh? It's Gatta. Gatton seemed to have the remaining letter at the tip of his tongue, but the letter N remained ever elusive. He continued to mumble his name to himself, always reaching the same dead end. To Ed, his behavior started to resemble that of a mental patient. Your name is Gatton, so Ed decided to lend him a hand. He needed to know how difficult it was to make the revived orcs remember their past. If it was easy to help, then the immortal army was still a possibility. At that very moment, something seemed to click for Gatton. Yes, Gatton. Subtle memories began to return. Gatton slowly looked towards Ed with his eyes increasingly widening, the fear in them plainly evident. Gatton immediately took action. He lunged at Ed, but on account of his new body, he was missing a certain spring in his step. Not that it really mattered, as Ed would be able to strike him down regardless. Ed then smiled, a genuinely happy smile. Yet, the exaggerated nature of it caused Gatton's heart to chill. You sure remembered quickly, Ed commented, now holding greater optimism. No, Gatton yelled and lunged once more. This time at the wall. With his head. Unfortunately, that was also well within Ed's plan. That meant that Gatton's death was short-lived, as Ed simply moved on to another cell to start again. Each time, the initial stage was similar to the previous. In each instance, Gatton would start dazed. Once Ed reminded him of his name, he would remember bits of the past. After that Gaten would try to finish himself. It wasn't until 2 more body cycles that Gaten's response to his name was different. "It's Gaten. Joel, wait. I can't remember," Gaten said with a hint of sorrow. Ed on the other hand frowned. The memories of the brain still persist. Ed could immediately think of a couple of reasons why, but he only found one most reasonable. The brain power eventually catches up to the consciousness power, if you will. Neither side would hold supremacy, meaning that Gaten's personality and his memories would get mixed up with those that remained in the brain. I wonder. Ed was really curious why anything remained in the brain to start. It was odd to have both the brain and the consciousness hold memories. Unless the brain is a sort of temporary storage with the consciousness being more permanent. In such a situation the brain could be compared to RAM1 in a computer and the consciousness as a sort of hard drive. It's interesting Ed didn't know how useful such information might prove. It wasn't like he had any intention to make use of the brain, although studying it would probably hold some merit. He was simply too short-sighted. Ed, therefore, continued with his brusque experiments. He killed Gaten 2 more times before finally concluding that particular trial. He didn't learn anything from the other 2 instances, and Gaten even seemed to have become brain dead. The memories from the previous owner that remained in the brain also made it so he held an irrational fear towards Ed. Conversing had become impossible. The experiments had reached a wall, but Ed was still skeptical. I wonder if this is enough. He was still unsure of whether or not he could give resurrecting Vorgarag a try. The range of subjects with which he experimented on was not varied enough. The shape differences between these orcs were oftentimes negligible. This was mainly due to the lack of female subjects. Different heights and shapes wouldn't be a problem then. The men of the sacred tribe all carried the same diet and performed the same routines since young, leading to similar heights and widths. That was all due to the militaristic nature of the religious order. The dungeon also doesn't really dilute the genes very well. The first talks came from the dungeon, and if the skeletons were anything to base on, the first talks were likely identical. With identical genes, it would be near impossible for significant diversions between orcs to occur, and the rest is a blur. Ed had forgotten much about genes until recently, but he was obviously still lacking something. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He wouldn't get much from learning of the orcs' genes. He instead halted his killing of the orcs and attempted to enter the system space. Unsurprisingly, his eyes shut as his mind scampered off to dreamland. He managed to enter the boundless white space, where he got to witness the rise of the ethereal White Temple and its grand sacred atmosphere. Ed walked into the temple and headed straight into the storeroom, where many items were put into piles both big and small. There it is. Ed walked over to a medium-sized pile. This pile only had 4 bodies. 4 orc bodies. Heoruk's body. Ed had decided to bring back Vorgarag. His next set of experiments would be geared towards figuring out what exactly a body was. Such information was unnecessary for bringing his friend back from the great beyond, so Ed decided to start now. Wait. Does that mean that my mind is the great beyond? Ed then quickly shook his head. Every now and then silly thoughts would find their way into his head. Perhaps they were remainders of his personality as a human, or they were his way to cope with the great expectation he held for this project. He hurried over and grabbed the body. He then swiftly exited the system space with the body in tow. Heoruk's body was aged yet healthy. It was a middle-aged orc, one particularly skilled in arrays and formations. I wonder if Heoruk's knowledge of formations will help Vorgarag improve his own skills. The more Ed thought about it, the more expectant and excited he became, although at the same time he felt sorry that he couldn't prevent his death to begin with. Sorry I didn't revive you sooner, and sorry that he seemingly didn't place enough importance on him either. It had taken him long enough. The Vulcan Empire. Contrary to what one might expect, the place was cold. Real cold. Young master, please get inside, said a maid towards the young man with bright blonde hair who was watching the snowy outside from his balcony. It's fine. The young man casually dismissed her worry and continued to peer into the snowy wasteland. He looked at the tall trees, pine trees and their snow-capped leaves. He watched the fluttering snowflakes being pushed round by the mountain wind. Sigh. He eventually gave in however and returned to his warm room. There awaited him a cup of hot chocolate. "This is expensive, isn't it?" he said with a small frown. The snowy weather of the Vulcan Empire made it unfit for growing cocoa beans, which meant they were all imported and pricey. "It's not all right to always be so frugal, Your Highness," a woman said from a corner of the warm room. "Ah!" The maid was shocked by the sudden guest. "Well, old habits die hard," one of the many Vulcan princes, Might Vulcan replied as he grabbed the chocolate and leaned back on his seat. It turned out that all along he had only been waiting for a visitor. "That they do," she replied. "Anything new?" he asked while sipping on the warm liquid. "Yes, the king has gone into seclusion, leaving your brothers in charge of the people," the woman casually replied. "Foolish," Might Vulcan said in between sips. The Vulcan siblings' rivalry was a secret to no one. Leaving them in charge of the empire was asking for trouble. "What will we do?" the woman asked, this time with a serious tone. "This is what we've been waiting for. No? What do you think we should do?" the prince said playfully. "Show them the power of the Forsaken Prince," the woman replied with a stern expression. "Ha ha ha, that's right." "Well said," shade Might Vulcan. The Forsaken Prince was a motherless bastard. To his brothers, he was the same as Eno. The heir was at least useful. He may as well not exist. "I'll show them the power of the Forsaken Prince," he mumbled as he took another sip of his chocolate. "This is actually pretty good. Let's drink this more often in the future, Coralie," the prince told his maid. "Coralie, ... Why yes, young master," the maid replied, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. The relaxing snowy day had suddenly become a momentous occasion, one to be written in the annals of history. Though that was yet to be seen, the confidence of the young prince suggested just that. "Very good, ... as he seemed more preoccupied with appreciating every cent spent on the hot chocolate. One random access memory RAM serves as temporary storage. Unsaved files will be stored there, and when changes are made, be it manually or automatically, those changes would be saved to the hard drive. This applies to any program." 194. The attempt having taken it out, Ed returned into the system space. He was still in the storeroom. He swept his gaze all around the room, scanning the many consciousnesses that awaited him in there. He had never finished moving the consciousnesses collected through his passive soul calling. After the inclusion of the spirit room, the souls were automatically stored there, but Vorgarag's and many others were still floating around the storeroom. Vorgarag's piece of consciousness. There it is, Ed thought with a mix of emotion and shock. He felt as if they would soon be united, which was touching, but for some reason, Vorgarag's mind was also listed as a piece of consciousness. Most of the other orcs were mere wisps. However, Ed didn't think Vorgarag was dumb, but he also didn't expect him to harbor so much natural potential. He was the first dungeon mob he had seen with such strong mental faculties. "Let's get you out of here." This only made Ed feel more yearning. Vorgarag was not a mere wish but a necessity. The lives of the enemy orcs were not only being sacrificed for his selfish ideals. Ed stopped idling and instructed the system to let the consciousnesses loose into the hallway. There he had to audit each consciousness as they entered the spirit room. "I already have Vorgarag, but who knows if there are any other surprising orcs." If the orcs already started as a piece of consciousness, they were valuable. Ed was also keeping an eye out for Dagash. The tribal leader had left a deep impression on him, though their meetings were few and brief. My eardrums remember him particularly well. The plus side of a new body would be that Dagash would be able to speak at a normal level. But not every consciousness lost in that battle had made it into Ed's mind, and Dagash's was seemingly part of that group. The system space might not be able to recall too many at once. There was also the possibility that the system deliberately let some escape as to not alert the dungeon. It would make lots of sense since Ed found it to be near impossible for the matter to have been concealed for so long otherwise. Though disappointed, Ed quickly left the system space and awakened from his short dream. Heoruk's body was still awaiting for him. lying lifelessly on the cold dark prison floor. Ed wondered if it might be a better idea to provide Vorgag with a more welcoming scenery. Let's do that. He definitely couldn't picture doing so inside of the prison where some of the captives that had witnessed his experiments still remained. There was nothing to brag about in the methods he used to make sure it was safe for Vorgarag to return. Those were all true. At least until people assigned themselves and others value. People value their friends, they value their family, they value their pets, they value celebrities. But they are not worth anything, only as much value as one was willing to give them. Ed left the cold dark prison carrying Heoruk's body. Some of the sanctuary orcs shot him curious stares, but no one dared to ask. They could care less for the foreign tribesmen. Ed had the right to do whatever he pleased with them. In the first place, were it not for Ed, they would have been long since killed. Thus Ed was able to climb the settlement wall and leave for the woods with a body in tow while receiving nothing but cursory glances. No one thought he might harbor nefarious motives. Ed didn't wander too far from the wall though. What he was going to perform wasn't of utmost secrecy. He only wanted nice scenery. The unkempt grass blown by the soft wind and the woods in the background was ideal for this. He carefully placed down the body on the soft grass, and though feeling a sense of incongruency, Ed didn't choose to go for a younger target. Maybe in the future, once he revived Vorgarag, he would also be able to make his own decisions. Ed crouched down and placed his palm on the top of Heoruk's head. Soon the time he would call him Vorgarag would come. Ed let out a small breath and then activated the subskill. The spirit insertion that he had been dreaming of, the inner loss he suffered that truly pained him, the one that taught him a lesson. I'll conquer this dungeon, but I need your help. The consciousness had already gone into Heoruk's body. For Ed, it was only a time to wait. He backed off and watched silently. He listened to the blowing wind and observed the body's peaceful expression. He felt something. This isn't wrong. There was nothing wrong. Was there serenity in death? He wasn't certain. No, in fact, he couldn't say there was. Only while living could one know if it was their time to rest. Heoruk's body twitched. Ed grew unknowingly tense. He gulped nervously while the body continued to show signs of movements. Then finally, the eyes opened. They shot open. Heoruk, no, Vorgarag, laid up with widened eyes. Those same widened eyes scanned the immediate vicinity. He saw the green grass and the dark woods. He also saw the only visible figure. Ed. Vorgarag mumbled. Ed held back a wide smile and simply remained silent. The two of them simply watched one another for a brief couple of seconds. You are not going to ask why you are still alive? Ed said, curiously breaking the stalemate. I already answered that. Vorgarag responded, finding it curious. He could only say that Ed was a box full of surprises as he examined the body he found himself in. Heoruk was still wearing the tattered old robes that he may or may not have inherited from an important figure. He still carried the same tired muscles from the battle with Ed, and his brain carried the same alertness it had before being stuffed into the storeroom. This isn't my body, Vorgarag then said with a frown as he tried to slowly stand up. He felt queasy about the implications. He darted Ed a glance. How long has it been? Vorgarag then proceeded to ask, leaving Ed somewhat at a loss for words. He had let dictate the conversation's entire flow. The smile that previously threatened to sneak in had been cruelly subdued by reality. Vorgarag didn't show excitement, nor did he react with incredulity. His nonchalance almost intimidated Ed. I'm not sure. A week. Ed nevertheless seriously answered the question. There was no way for him to know since there weren't any calendars. The crypt also didn't have any sun, and since he didn't always use assimilation right away, it made for an inaccurate metric. I see. What happened in my absence? Vorgarag found it to be hard to swallow that Ed could revive the dead in a mere week. Many things, but you don't have any other questions? Ed asked doubtfully. Do you want me to ask how? Vorgarag shot back while massaging his temple. His brain's alert state was finally calming down, and Vorgarag's transition was being slowly more set in stone. Well, I suppose Ed's first impression of Vorgarag was a funny guy. He acted in an amicable way, in a way that aroused interest. As they got to know each other more, Ed then realized that he wasn't always smiling or messing around. He was a reliable leader and passionate to boot. Looking back, Volgarag also showed great self-control. There were many instances where he showed jealousy or where he seemed on edge, yet he never lashed out. He always prioritized his responsibilities, and each time their differences were settled with a conversation. At some point, Volgarag finally accepted Ed. Though it was a rocky road, they had both bonded over the experience. They grew to be more than just friends, they were best friends. Sigh. Ed, you are one stupid bastard, Volgarag said with a tired sigh. Was it possible that Ed actually never learned? Ed on the other hand stayed silent. He wasn't sure what to say about the sudden insult. I don't care, Volgarag simply declared. Why was he able to put aside his suspicion and wariness towards Ed? Why was he able to look past the jealousy and rage, the secret frustrations that came with the expectations of others, that came with the expectations of those that relied on you? He didn't. To be more precise, he learned not to care, to keep an open mind. You are related to God or something. Personally, I still don't like you for that, but there is nothing I can do about it, is there? Volgarag said and shrugged with a rueful smile. There wasn't. There were things that were beyond one's control, things that happened against one's interests or beliefs. They were things that once you took a step back, once you took a deep breath and made a decision, they were things that wouldn't bother you. That's right, Ed muttered, letting go of his previous nervosity. He loosened his muscles and looked up at the clear blue sky. What did it matter to die a second time? Though he would try his hardest to leave the weird situation he was placed in alive, he shouldn't mind the outcome. I've overworked myself to the point that he didn't have time for any sort of relationship, be that relationship intimate in nature or a casual friendship. I've only been looking at the usefulness of each person. Perhaps the worry of losing others had caused this, but he only knew the orcs strong in combat or those with wit. He didn't know the name of any other. Ed settled his hidden turmoil and looked at the Volgarag in a body that wasn't his own. You know, I wanted to apologize to you, but thank you. Ed's previous regret for failing to keep Volgarag alive was replaced with gratitude. It's no problem, Volgarag replied. The two stayed there for a while. Ed had plenty of things to catch him up on. 195 Introducing an old friend you lost, his wife said cheerily in a provocative manner. Grrrr. This game is nothing like adventuring anyway, otherwise it. Samuel's excuses were cut short by his wife. Hey, don't show your son how to be a sore loser. Maya, his wife, reproached him in jest. Samuel thus started his son a look. The young boy had grown quite a bit. Samuel hadn't been able to notice this until now that he had gotten a break, but his son was rather attentive and smart. He was indeed setting a bad example. Yeah, alright, but my point still stands, Samuel declared. Dungeon Adventure was an interesting board game. It depicted the dangerous randomness of dungeons by making nearly the entire game rely on luck. Was Samuel supposed to not complain? Wow. What a great adventurer you are. Let's clean up. His wife decided not to waste her breath anymore as she and Sammy began to pack up the board game. Samuel on the other hand left the wooden cabin to get some fresher night air. He gazed up at the brilliant stars and took in the large white moon. It's about time I return. His skills had improved by bounds and leaps. It wasn't boasting, it was an undeniable fact. Samuel was now also much more confident in his standing when compared to other A-class adventurers. I might need to get my strength reassessed. His ranking wouldn't change, but he was curious about how his score would hold up. The margins for A-class was rather large, as the current ceiling of strength. It was only normal. How could someone weaker than yourself properly gauge your power? Increasing one's score, in that case, would be nothing more than curiosity. Still, it wasn't like the scores were completely baseless. For a magic swordsman such as himself to be properly ranked, 3 things would be taken into account. First was strength. The test essentially consisted of doing nothing but heavy lifting. Basic as it was, it did help properly gauge one's theoretical combat power. Whether or not one was able to properly use that strength was another matter. The second was agility and dexterity. Due to limitations, The two were counted as one and the same. This was tested with two small exercises, one being to slice multiple magic devices in certain angles or areas. The time would be measured by a proctor. For agility, a simple track did the work. The third measure was the amount of mana. Unlike mages, swordsmen didn't need to meticulously control the mana they outputted. Of course, Samuel could now easily say such a thing was a misconception. Mana control would prove helpful regardless of profession. Having thought of this, Samuel found it curious. Why was it that the dungeons would grow stronger just as humans did? It was simply inexplicable. Or were the dungeons naturally evolving over time? It was a scary thought, as it implied that if humans tripped up once, they could risk extinction. I need to share this with others. Samuel felt a hidden sense of crisis. As an adventurer, he would have never asked himself why, but now that he was in a position of power and also had a family, he couldn't help but think of both the future and the past. Samuel was admittedly tempted to keep the method to himself, be lying if he said otherwise. The ability to protect only came with power. Giving others strength would ultimately mean making himself weaker. If everyone was rich, then nobody was. If everyone was powerful, then nobody was. It worked the same way. There did exist power inflation. The mere fact that there was a never-shifting ceiling meant that power inflation was a thing. Samuel had lots of things to consider when deciding to teach his methods to others, but perhaps he could start small. As in with a small child. Sanmi. I wonder how quickly he can surpass me, Samuel said to himself with a smile. Just like that, his itinerary for the rest of his break was decided. Ed and Vorgarag had conversed for nearly a good hour. This was simply because Ed no longer had any intentions to hide his adventures. The only key thing that he kept to himself was his humanity. Realistically, it had been long enough that he himself sometimes forgot. Being forced to swap bodies meant that his human past only felt like another identity and nothing more. It was funny. The more time he spent as an orc or skeleton, the more he would forget his humanity. The eventual bouts and surges of recovered memories would however undo that progress, leaving him in a strange stalemate. You are really amazing, Vorgarag mumbled, feeling a hint of admiration. With a mix of both luck and wit, as well as many boosts from an unknown entity, Ed managed to reign supreme. Well, I think anyone else could have done the same. Who was Ed? He was your average 18-year-old college student. He was a young man who followed the already trodden path. The lazy ambitions that were instituted into himself by society. One more of the mob. The two, Ed and Vorgarag, chatted about more personal events from there on, like his thing with Shil or Vorgarag with his past. My master actually died from eating too much, Vorgarag commented, puzzling Ed deeply. Vorgarag refused to expand on it, however, leaving Ed scratching his head. We should probably get back into the settlement, Ed told Vorgarag after hearing some more useless bits of information about Vorgarag's past. Sure, Vorgarag replied casually and waited for Ed to turn to leave. Ed, therefore, didn't wait any longer and started walking away with Vorgarag behind him. Vorgarag tried to follow after him but fumbled before inevitably tripping on the unkempt grass. I need help, Vorgarag said in a hushed tone. Ed turned around only to find Vorgarag on the ground, having tripped up on seemingly nothing. I guess he still needs more time to adjust. He already knew that some amount of physical therapy was necessary, so he was perhaps too hasty in letting Vorgarag have free rein. He walked over to Vorgarag and offered him a hand, but Vorgarag didn't grab it. What? Do you want me to carry you? Ed asked as a joke, only to see Vorgarag nod softly. Thus, Vorgarag returned to what was now Sanctuary, riding on Ed's back as if he were a mount. The sight was very confusing to the orcs inside of the settlement, who saw him hop over the settlement wall with the sun as a backdrop. The epic picture had their minds boggled, but it didn't stop them from asking themselves the real question. Why did Ed haul a body outside the settlement only to return giving that same orc a piggyback ride? Ed didn't mind their questioning stares as he made his way to where he presumed find Sharog. He went into the cathedral. Sharog was indeed there. She was surrounded by carts of boars and crystals. There were also some orcs dotted around keeping watch. All of these actions ceased however as soon as they spotted Ed carrying an unknown middle-aged orc. "Ed?" Sharog asked, perplexed. Ed simply trotted his way over with the unamused Vorgarag on his back. "Can you come with me to that room?" Ed said and pointed towards one of the cathedral's many auxiliary rooms. They were usually kind of small, but Ed only needed to hold a semi-private conversation. The resurrection of Vorgarag brought many things into question. For example, would Vorgarag get to lead his own people again? Realistically, the answer seemed unlikely, since many would be hard-pressed to believe that Vorgarag had returned in the body of a middle-aged orc. Those that did believe it would still find themselves struggling inwardly given Ed's magnificent performance as of late. Still, something along the lines of joint leadership was a possibility. Based on what Ed could see, the Dawn tribe used to have an arguably similar system. There were multiple heads of the large tribe, each bearing a great reputation. "With this orc?" she asked, still confused. The orc was obviously not part of the tribe. He was most likely someone from the sacred tribe. It wasn't that she knew everybody's faces, but rather that anyone with more years on their body would stand out among the much younger members of Sanctuary. Both Ed and Vorgarag nodded. Sharog didn't have any reason to decline, so the three of them went to the side and entered a small room. Once in there, Ed placed Vorgarag down. "This is Vorgarag," Ed introduced the middle-aged orc. "Hello," Vorgarag said coolly. "What?" Sharog on the other hand was completely befuddled. 196 Closet meeting. Vorgarag even talked about his thoughts and feelings at the time, and Sharog found that to be particularly interesting. Truthfully, she still held her doubts, but with evidence being so clearly presented in front of her, Sharog couldn't continue to live in denial. "But how?" Sharog asked and looked at Ed. She had heard of his small venture outside of the settlement even while working on organizing things around the settlement. Although the majority of the tribe did not accept her leadership, there were still many loyal orcs from among her bloodshed tribe. They were the ones that really appreciated how much effort she put into trying to rid them of their famine. These orcs were dotted around the settlements in positions that would allow her to know of any strange happenings. It just so happened that Ed was usually the most attention-grabbing and suspicious orc in the settlement, meaning she would often receive reports about him and his actions. It's a long story, but I'll keep it brief. Ed then began to speak about his origins. As he had met Sharog rather late, her knowledge of Ed's origins, as well as his powers, was shallow at most. She had, for example, been kept in the dark about Ed's resurrection. To be fair, only the orcs from the Anjkok tribe were present at the time, and even then little of them knew or completely overlooked the fact due to Ed's low recognition at that point. Therefore, all of the words Ed spoke and informed her of sounded completely ludicrous while being entirely reasonable. Who wouldn't be able to become powerful when provided with such overbearing advantages? Even if their performance was not as dazzling as Ed's, they would still get there eventually. Finally being enlightened, Sharog felt lightheaded. She didn't think she was trustworthy enough to know this information, but that only made her more likely to keep it a secret, odd as that might be. Nonetheless, she looked around the room trying to find herself a seat, only to fall flat on her butt. "I'd say that's a normal reaction," Ed muttered and nodded, shooting Vorgarag a short glance. Vorgarag simply shrugged in response while secretly justifying his reactions to Ed's oddities. "Anyway, what do you plan to do now, Vorgarag?" Ed decided to shift the conversation topic back to Vorgarag himself rather than his own unfair quirks. Hearing this question, Vorgarag stopped to seriously ponder on the matter. The first thought that popped into his mind was, why was Ed in heaven? It was a surreal moment for sure. Nevertheless, he had somehow managed to keep a rational mind and hear Ed out. Taking all of that in, however, was still taxing on his mind. The body he entered was also not very compatible with him, and the remnant memories of the brain had given him quite a headache. With all of that going on, he didn't stop to consider what exactly he was supposed to do now. Vorgarag did believe that Ed probably had some plans for him, given that he went through the trouble of reviving him, but He wasn't sure he wanted to take part in it. A sense of responsibility was what had kept him going. It was what allowed him to pour all his efforts into protecting and alleviating the problems that the tribe faced. But it was also that sense of responsibility that burdened him, that kept him awake at night, that kept him practicing and experimenting for a way out. Now he had a way out. The eyes of his tribe members couldn't recognize him. Plus, he had done all he could for them already. Did he not die for them? He had already lived a life devoted to the orcs and their necessities. Wasn't it time for him to catch a break? Who told Ed to revive him? Certainly not him. Thus, after a minute of careful consideration, he made his decision. I want to follow you with all of the things he thought. How did he land on such an inane decision? Well, yes, Ed had revived him without asking him. But how could he? He was dead. Instead of being angry, Vorgarag felt appreciated, touched too. The dumb orcs that followed him never thought of him and the burdens he might be carrying. They never even thought to bring him back from the dead. Of course, holding that against them would be unfair, but the fact that Ed thought to make it possible and did indeed make it a reality showed that he had been thinking of him highly even. He owed Ed this new lease on life even if he was now burdened with a new responsibility. The responsibility of living up to expectations. Really? Ed didn't believe in the possibility of Vorgarag retiring or anything but. That meant that he had considered it. The fact that the thought even crossed his mind was a source of worry, although now clearly unfounded. Vorgarag was not his skeletons. Ed couldn't guarantee undying loyalty. Actually, could he guarantee undying loyalty from the skeletons? If the truth of their birth were to be known, would they still treat him as they do? Ed believed that they, having lost their memories, took him as a pillar of support, like a baby chick, but far more creepy. Not only that, the undead seemed to have a fear of ones more powerful than themselves, which at a higher level took the form of respect or servitude. If he were to continue improving them, there was the chance that the effect would at one point be minimized. Of course, Vorgarag confidently replied to Ed's reaffirmation. Was he supposed to reconsider his decision? Thank you then, Ed said with sincerity, feeling genuinely moved. What do we do about the orcs? Sharog butted in and asked, having by this point got a grip on what she presumed was reality. Both Ed and Vorgarag started to think after hearing her question. Ed found no benefits in revealing Vorgarag to the rest. It would only make his rulership more unstable. Vorgarag on the other hand found that if he were to be working for Ed, then having some people on his side wouldn't hurt. His current body was that of the enemy, so that could spark both discrimination and loathing. Which reminded him, Ed, where is Nag? Vorgarag suddenly asked, making both Ed and Sharog flinch. While neither of them could tell what brought Vorgarag to this question, they knew that it was bound to be something important to him. He is undergoing treatment, Ed said, purposely downplaying the severity of Nag's situation. Yet, he wasn't lying. There were orcs in charge of feeding him potions and serving him food. It was a treatment even if the passing days had proven it was ineffective. Treatment? What happened to him? Vorgarag calmly asked. He knew the severity of the things that happened in his absence from Ed's personal briefing. At the time, Ed didn't mention who was injured, but Nag must have been one of the unfortunate ones. Vorgarag didn't think much of it, as he had long since been accustomed to the death and injuries of his tribesmen. Hell, he had died himself. One of the odd large orcs Ed had talked about smashed him through a wall when he tried to help me. Sharog, who was present when it happened and had pleaded Nag not to rush towards her, said to Vorgarag with a hint of remorse. Sensing the regret in Sharog's voice, Vorgarag started to get a bit worried. But he is fine, right? Nag was nitwitted, but he was loyal and he was also a friend. Though they didn't talk much outside of their individual duties, they had grown up together. That alone cemented their friendship. He might have trouble fighting, or walking, or, well, moving, Ed said, informing Vorgarag in a very awkward manner. Vorgarag didn't mind the awkwardness and was instead shortly overcome by a weird sense of defeat. His responsibilities as a tribal leader meant that he was always trying to protect his people. This inevitably meant that each failure would hurt him. Sigh. At least he is alive, but that also meant that each death or injury would make him stronger. These moments had tempered his will and made him share only brief moments of grief. Following that short interlude, the trio got back to figuring out the administrative matters. Ed found it impossible to delegate any tasks to Vorgarag without revealing him to the people. That however meant giving him a new name, which Vorgarag was vehemently against. "No, my mother gave me this name." Ed did think that Vorgarag was the sentimental type, but he also couldn't judge him for it. He wished he could still remember his mother. "Is my mom and dad now the system and dungeon?" Ed joked bitterly to himself while Vorgarag and Sharog continued to discuss the matter. "I suppose we'll have no choice but to say it's a coincidence," Vorgarag said and shrugged. Though Ed found this conclusion to be stupid, he also couldn't think of a better alternative. "I guess it's a coincidence then," Ed said in resignation. The trio planned to gather everyone in front of the cathedral in a couple of days and formally introduce Vorgarag. The decision to postpone it was made to give Vorgarag enough time to adjust to his new body. The case of Vorgarag's reintroduction into the tribe was thus closed. 197 competent job force. These separate families split apart and made themselves at homes in different parts of the frozen wasteland. Splitting apart seemed like an asinine decision when at threat of freezing, but human ingenuity knew no bounds. The first inhabitants kept themselves warm by making use of the large volcano in the center of the northern lands. The tall mountain that oversaw even the forested greenery of the Boss Kingdom and the windy prairies of the Galeburst dynasty. Of course, it was also a source of both jealousy and greed. These losers had to live with pent-up jealousy and rage at being cast out of what they felt was their rightful land. Ultimately, these thoughts didn't birth the war between the countries. The real killer was greed. They put aside their jealousy and anger to fight amongst themselves for the area near the peak. These internal struggles created many different kingdoms. It wasn't until many years later that these scattered families would unite under the banner of the Vulcans. They, with overwhelming strength, started to parade over the other families turned kingdom and forced them to serve under them or to perish. Their mighty display made it unthinkable for anyone to consider the second option. However, under this new banner, the Vulcan Kingdom continued to expand until absorbing the entirety of the northern lands and being labeled an empire. They were a formidable force. But Might Vulcan knew that this history wasn't so simple. No, in fact, there was a helper behind the scenes. Pyre. The Forsaken Prince closed his eyes and muttered. It was the name of a forsaken existence. One not forsaken out of contempt but rather out of fear. With the volcano as the epicenter, the ground vibrated and shook fiercely. It was a tremor of low magnitude but great significance. The dormant Vulcan Peak, as it was called, was a dormant volcano. While some dormant volcanoes could cause habitual earthquakes, this wasn't one of them. The Vulcan people ran out of the warmth and comfort of their homes in panic. This allowed them to see a monster, no, a dragon, a magma-spewing catastrophe, a creature clad in dark blood-red scales that bore sharp sword-like teeth, a creature whose wings were the span of your average house and whose height challenged some resident towers. That was a dragon of the olden tales, a beast capable of nothing but destruction, intentional or not. These beasts were a true menace, a true rank threat. Yet that alone could be considered an understatement, as even a full party of A-class adventurers would be hard-pressed to defeat the fearsome beast. The dragon, which had flown into the sky, quickly swooped back down and headed straight towards the Vulcan castle. No, the fortress that rested at the flank of the volcanic peak. Dragons were mythical existences, one thought to be scarce or extinct. Even the fiercest of dungeons did not seem to possess these creatures with awe-inspiring raw power. So, how exactly was it that these majestic creatures remained as a fairy tale or a long-gone creature? Well, the answer was quite simple. People. In fact, the Galeburst dynasty shared an interesting story. The story of Augustus Galeburst, the Mad King as many knew him. But wasn't he simply a bit eccentric? How could one say he was mad? That's because he was a dragon slayer. He was among the first and few to slay a dragon at a time where they were often compared to gods, by himself no less. Were it not for the dragon scale armor that the Galeburst dynasty passed down to each family head, no one would even believe it. Augusta Scaleburst, having slain a dragon and formed its body into his personal arsenal, became unstoppable in battle. This led to the inevitable persecution of dragons at the cost of countless human lives. To those in power, losing a couple of thousands was nothing if they could ensure themselves a legacy. Ultimately, the dragons that survived the initial attacks decided to go into hiding. Even if they could fight, they would only be chased again and again by new generations of humans, each growing in strength and wit from having analyzed and dismantled some of their own. It would be stupid to stay. No, they were smart creatures. Yet, this smart creature had revealed itself in front of a human. Might, remember your promise, the dragon spoke as it landed inside one of the fortress' many courtyards. Of course, Prince Might Vulcan replied without an ounce of hesitation. He was speaking to a dragon. Would he dare act out of place? Realistically, his encounter with the dragon was a strange one. One that Might would have never in a million years seen coming. On a fateful day, the Forsaken Prince contemplated throwing himself into the fiery pit of the volcano. At the time, perhaps having taken pity on him, Pyre, the dragon, offered him a contract. An unofficial one by all means, but a contract nonetheless. Help me create a land of dragons, in return I shall help you rid and rule over those you scorn. The verbal contract sounded unfair by all accounts, but in his eyes, he would be benefiting the most from such a deal. With many dragons at his side, it was very well possible to take over the entire continent, never mind the Boss Kingdom and its fertile lands. It was also worth mentioning that the dragons were few in number. With their slow aging came along slow birth rates. It could take decades for a dragon to hatch and decades for it to mature and be able to repeat that same process. With their scattered members, it would be hard to repeat the said process. However, outside of that, Might also cared about these dragons. There was something about their grandness that inspired both awe and admiration. Unlike many who would tremble in fear at the sight of a dragon, Might was fascinated. In that case, let's get started. Pyre was well aware of the reason it was called over, and it also knew that soon people would come to hunt it. Sure, Might said, watching as trembling knights started to gather in the courtyard. He then shifted his gaze away from the spectacle that was about to start and thought of his siblings. He felt pity at the thought of not being able to watch their deaths or doing it himself. That's the pain of having reliable and capable subordinates. A pain that many ached to have. That included Ed, who was for some reason tasked with some of the matters of the settlement. What did I revive you for? Ed thought when Vorgarag first ditched them in favor of exploring the surroundings. Realistically, he didn't mean it, as he hadn't revived him for the sole purpose of being a slave. The real problem came when they started to notice a lack of meat compared to the settlement's new population. Ed had to oversee this while Sharog continued to handle affairs with the new residents. Taking care of a bunch of pregnant orc women and their kids alongside our current population is too taxing. Ed had only kept them alive due to his increasingly unreliable moral compass. Once there, he simply found that the dumb orcs didn't know how to do anything other than fight. Ha ha ha, beat it. Come on. They were somehow smart enough to host boar fights. However, what the hell are you all doing? Ed yelled in frustration at the first sight of this. Until recently, the orcs were used to constant wars and struggles. These struggles kept them preoccupied and even served as a display of strength. Now, however, the time interval between battles had decreased. Not only that, but the new residents never even got the chance to participate in battle. The orcs were bored out of their minds. That meant that Ed also needed to propose a solution to this problem. After disbanding the betting crowd and admonishing them harshly, Ed had to feed the boars himself as well as try and arrange for someone reliable to take charge. But I don't have any more such orcs. Sharog was already busy. Vorgarag needed to get used to his new body, Shul was a bit goofy, and the others such as Dagger were too young. Well, he was technically a tribal leader once. Just like that, Ed found proper justification. Dagger had job experience. When Ed first approached Dagger with plans to leave this on him, however, he was flat out refused. Can I say no? Well, not quite flat out, but Ed certainly didn't take that as a positive response. Dagger, what are you training for? Ed, therefore, decided to put his eloquence to use. "Foe for my tribe," Dagger declared with vigor though bewildered. "That's why your training is all wrong. Think about it, if brawn was all it took, then why was Dagash always feeling regretful and incapable?" Ed asked the young orc, who was instantly hit by a mix of anger and realization. He was angry that Ed called Dagash incapable, but fell into realization once he considered the truthfulness lying in Ed's words. You are right. It also took brains to run an orc tribe. To learn to manage tribal affairs now would only help him in the long run. Thank you. Dagger then yelled and added in genuine glee. He was happy to know that even after taking his tribe's techniques, Ed was still willing to look out for him. Ed only replied with a smile before waving goodbye and going on his merry way. Now that I've dumped that on somebody else, I should check out the wisdom stones. Ed had considered over and over again on what exactly he could do to fix the tribe's entertainment issue, and found that hobbies were by far his best shot. There are definitely craftsmen here too. Ed hadn't forgotten about the crude Orcine axes and armor that the sacred tribe members wore and used. The knowledge had to be inside of the stones. Teaching them blacksmithing and other similar trades would ultimately benefit me as well. Having a reliable production line couldn't hurt. Ed's own craftsmanship skill also relied on learning this knowledge. Unlike previous skills, this one was too far-reaching. That meant that his knowledge of what bordered craftsmanship was at their beginner level for each trade. Ed found this all to be really convincing. With the excuse of fixing the entertainment issues, Ed got ready to improve his craftsmanship. 198 boulders of wisdom. He opened up the door and finally re-entered the lab. He found that nothing had changed since his last glance around. I guess Sharog and the others didn't need anything from here, Ed thought before glancing towards a certain dingy wooden desk. It was the one he had procured last time to block the hatch. He quickly moved it out of the way and then opened up the hatch. The pitch-black bottomless hole came into Ed's sight. Luckily, he had lots of experience being in boundless and desolate stretches. Ed directly jumped down just like last time, but whilst exercising more caution. Though still reckless, Ed's thirst for knowledge demanded he didn't waste a single second on his descent. You've been dealt damage. 5 horsepower. Even while being mindful, Ed couldn't get out unscathed from his hasty drop. Nevertheless, Ed could at most feel a slight discomfort at the soles of his feet, one which he quickly overcame thanks to the walking that followed. "Here we are," Ed said inwardly with a hint of anticipation while glimpsing at the many glittering ice crystals dabbled around the area and the boulders of knowledge that lay dormant in the center of the underground expanse. Not that boulders could come alive. Unless, It seemed they couldn't, which surprised Ed. To think I could get this knowledge so easily if the dead sacred tribe orcs were to read his thoughts. Given that many of them were technically inside his mind, they would probably die a second time. Ed's chirpiness was caught short however by the blown bits of what used to be a boulder. Even with assimilation and thought manifestation, I can't do much about it. Unless the skill could advance to the blatantly overpowered level of altering reality, making him akin to a god. That would imply that the system is beyond godly in a literal sense, at least since Ed already believed it to be quite great and omnipotent. Sigh. Heoruk will definitely get what's coming to him, Ed thought as regretfully as he approached the nearest boulder. Boulder of civilization. A boulder containing the wisdom of progress. Ed assessed the boulder with not just his eyes, but with his skill as well. It had become something of a custom nowadays. This must be one detailing on their architecture and craftsmanship. While the barracks complex and the cathedral could be said to be crude by human standards, they were unbelievably advanced for orcs. With the boulders of knowledge as a foundation, the orcs could have prospered. The dominating Dawn tribe would have eventually become a norm as the orc civilization continued to advance. Of course, due to the orcs' natural intelligence deficiency, it was very well possible for their civilization to hit a bottleneck. Hell, it was possible that what Ed was witnessing was their bottleneck. Regardless, without the famine that came from the dungeon recalling the consciousnesses of many, without the troubles that its desire to farm what essentially constituted itself, there definitely would have been a better future. When catastrophes strike, be them wars or natural disasters, one would often think about what could have been different, when in reality I should think about what I will do differently. Instead he was heading down the same path as the dungeon. He hated to acknowledge it, but it was true. He had already justified the use of others' consciousnesses and felt disappointment whenever they died beyond his reach. One sure way to guarantee that he would always be within reach was to kill them himself. It was the logical next step then, no, to set up a civilization, a so-called sanctuary. Somewhere where they feel safe thanks to Ed, where gratefulness turns to admiration, later worship. Worship to the extent that they would be willing to, and therefore would be, giving their lives to him. Where, for the sake of the advancement of the community, they could offer him a piece of themselves, a piece they could never get back. Ed shuddered at the thought of such a bleak future becoming a reality. I need to plan things out differently. He could advance the Orc society and have them die naturally of old age. Hold rituals where the old could die in peace next to himself, ultimately providing him their consciousnesses. Yes, that's the right direction. These dead could then be transferred to golems or even combined to form a more comprehensive task force. Ultimately, he would allow all in his kingdom to live eternally at the exchange of labor. In the end, it didn't turn out too differently, did it? While this second future was much brighter in contrast, that was in contrast. But, Ed would take it. Ill set that as the goal for now. Ed still needed to see what the next floors had in store for him. Would he learn something life-changing? Would something occur that would further skew his views? Would he see his lover die in front of his eyes, triggering a nationwide massacre? Assimilation is off cooldown. Ed didn't have a way to gauge the future. It was as if he was riding a ship through thick grey fog, only able to steer it left and right towards what he hoped was safety. He wouldn't be able to spot the rocks protruding out of the sea until his ship was already struck, or be able to see a cold iceberg approaching slowly with the power to destroy what he assumed was an indestructible ship. With these flurry of random thoughts and analogies still coursing through his mind, Ed firmly placed his hand on the bluish rock that was carved with the wisdom of civilization. But he didn't take it just yet. Boulder of struggle, a boulder containing the fruit of much bloodshed. He first scanned the second intact boulder and read the short description. Although he could use assimilation in 8 or so more hours again, it was better for him to choose wisely between the two boulders to better manage his time. The boulder of struggle depicted a past of bitter confrontation and sacrifices, where one learned new spells and techniques through being thrown into the violent fray of battle, while the boulder of civilization painted a more rosy picture, one where all of the minds of present and past came together for the sake of advancement, where people worked together hand in hand to build a better future. Ed found himself at a crossroad, one that could dictate the path he wished to tread down. The two things were not mutually exclusive. Ed was well aware of the fact that both paths likely lead to one equal future. Nevertheless, how one achieved that future still mattered. Wouldn't it be great to one day see happy orcs going about their daily business in a casual manner and to think back on the choices that lead to that present? What would you think if at that moment the deaths of many were the first thing that came to your mind as opposed to a blacksmith in his forge? The phrasing of that question alone said a lot about what Ed was thinking. Assimilation is on cooldown. He wasn't opposed to warfare. He certainly wouldn't play peacemaker. It was far too late for a pacifist run one anyway. Craftsmanship too has leveled up. There would be bloodshed and slaughter in his wake, but it would be in the process of advancement instead of for the sake of it. Craftsmanship has leveled up. Ed's mind was being pounded by a hammer. Each whack delivered a mix of pain and relief as his mind was slowly mended and healed. With each pang that reverberated in his mind came new knowledge. Maybe I need to see a psychologist, Ed joked while shaking his head and getting rid of the picture in his mind. The headache and knowledge kept on coming in, however, even though the picture in his head no longer remained. The picture wasn't the only thing disappearing though. The boulder of civilization also started to disappear as Ed somehow managed to absorb it in its entirety. This however revealed something alarming. A formation? Ed yelled inwardly in alarm. He had always wondered why Safu didn't move the boulders of wisdom even after having them stolen. Ed could now form an inkling. It's booby-trapped. Ed now also knew why Haoryuk didn't blow up all 3 boulders in time. If it were just blowing them up, then the fire crystals he had handy alone would suffice. No, yet Haoryuk took the time to jot down formations and to destroy the boulders one at a time. This time-consuming activity meant that Haoryuk was caught by Ed even while having a great head start. Ed now also knew why the first Orc ancestors only removed 1 single boulder. To carry away such a hefty thing was a problem on its own, but to also create an extensive disarming formation under Surface knows. One of the Orc ancestors surely created that formation, but it didn't mean he or she could dismantle it in a second. It was as if someone built a bomb. Sure, they built it, but that didn't mean that they could be careless when disarming it. Runic patterns that had been hidden around the cavern and under the boulder began to shine. Even the ice crystals themselves began to glitter with icy splendor, causing the atmosphere to grow cold in a matter of seconds. But that was the least of Ed's worries. The lit runes and glittering crystals only meant one thing: run. 1 to only use non-lethal and diplomatic means to finish a game as defined by Urban Dictionary. 2 a reminder that the name has been changed from craftsperson to craftsmanship. 199 Magity. At that same time, the many ice crystals dotted in the desolate cavern started to blow up one by one. To be specific, all of the ice pseudo-mana inside of them was starting to be released in a single burst, creating sturdy plumes of ice. One such plume darted its way towards the long-jumping Ed, who didn't even spare it a glance before using his space hop spell. The mana in his surrounding contorted until quickly forming into a fissure in space that teleported Ed closer to the entrance. To outsiders, however, it would seem as if Ed disappeared and reappeared much further ahead, which technically wasn't wrong. Damn it, Ed thought as he immediately took to the ground and bolted out of the underground expanse. He could hear the sound of solidifying ice and the disappearing soft light that used to emanate from the, causing him to suffer quite a bit. Why didn't any of you warn me? Couldn't they ensure a smooth transition of power? That old Haoryuk was too selfish to leave such a bomb inside of his treasury. Ed would have to charge him some extra rent for occupying his mind for this slight. Finally, Ed started to slow down into a jog and then stop altogether. The noise of the ice freezing over and looming ever closer had become distant. It was either that or had stopped altogether. Regardless, Ed decided to turn around and find out whether or not the boulder had any chance of surviving. He hurried over in the now pitch-dark cavern tunnel until, with his limited vision, coming across a wall of ice. It was spiky and coarse, but Ed still felt it necessary to test its brittleness. You've been dealt damage. 7 horsepower. He threw a casual punch, inadvertently damaging himself as much of the force of the punch worked against him. The shards of ice ended up puncturing his unprotected fist. To make matters worse, the hole he created was not nearly large enough. TSSSST. That caused Ed to quickly pull it back again in aching pain. Yet, that pain couldn't compare to the knowledge that the boulder of struggle would be stuck inside of the artificial glacier, only to be found by the later generations. As if Ed was definitely not willing to give up on the boulder so easily. While he wouldn't be able to assimilate it in 1 or 2 weeks, that said nothing about a month from now. He'll just have to set up a formation that constantly burns away the ice. Ed could even employ Vorgarag to do this task as a means to help him get reacquainted with his memories of writing arrays. Who knew? Perhaps the remnant knowledge of Haoryuk could help Vorgarag achieve success in only a single week instead of his 2 to 4 weeks. Ed started to filter through it even while being onset by mild headaches. He needed to accommodate this new knowledge into his mind, but he was running out of space. I need to level up again soon. The skeletons would receive a considerable memory boost whenever they leveled up due to the fact that their minds were entirely blank. Whenever his consciousness received a boost in size, however, he would receive his old memories back, leaving little space for new knowledge. Wait, am I really me? Ed would receive his old memories, but would it make any difference if he placed those memories on another consciousness, for example? I suppose I might be dead. It was very well possible that Ed's memories from his past life had somehow been acquired by the omnipotent system and it recreated him. That would mean he hadn't really transmigrated as much as he had been cloned. Scary Ed would never know for sure, but he would much rather not touch on the sensitive subject. On another hand, an army of Eds wouldn't be half bad, right? Ed would be able to do infinitely more research and things. I'll have to add researching how memory is stored inside of consciousnesses to my list of tasks. He would put it right behind assimilating the monster encyclopedia and creating a golem. Ed stood there for only a couple of seconds more, jotting it down before turning away from the ice wall ready to leave. He saw the long winding cavern tunnel and was then reminded of something. I have yet to test the advanced lightning application. Ed had postponed the matter following his sudden summon and forgotten about it since. Now wasn't too bad a time, right? He let out a short breath and stretched out a bit before closing his eyes to focus. He was hoping to find some lightning mana while at the same time being well aware that it was not much more than a pipe dream. Nevertheless, that didn't mean that learning advanced lightning application was useless. In fact, there was a lot to learn from just the way lightning was formed. Accumulating mana and compressing it created fluctuations in space, forming the basics of spatial manipulation. The advanced lightning application technique could help Ed lower the cost of using the space hop spell. He hadn't used it very often, but it wasn't that he didn't want to. It was simply too costly. He only used it to escape the fiendish ice because he wasn't planning on going into combat anytime soon. Killing all of your mana in one move could only be otherwise described as foolish. Ed focused on what might make the essence of space and it boiled down to compression. Let's see. I suppose the weight of the mana particles is important. Ed couldn't remember much about science stuff, but he did believe that compressing large masses together would result in a black hole. He could probably only remember this due to how cool black holes were in his mind. It sure would be nice to have a spell like that. Ed felt that he would probably be near invincible. Still, he knew not to have unrealistic expectations. Let's focus on this for the moment. Ed reeled back his thoughts and renewed his focus. The key to compressing anything was always to make use of gravity, or in the case of magic, whatever powerful laws bound mana together. Crystals would not form if the same elements repel each other, for example. Ed, therefore, thought that a different force was at play, some sort of magical force in play. Let's call it magity. Ed sounded the word out a bit before quickly tossing the matter aside. You know what, never mind. He decided that there was nothing wrong with gravity. At most, the elements were more likely than not simply light enough to float about everywhere without being significantly affected by gravity. Anyway, I can use this force. For example, what would happen if Ed placed lots of X particles and surrounded it by the opposing Y particles? Would they repel? If they would, Ed could simply focus on controlling the X particles and push them against the Y particles, forcing them to fuse into one another. Or, is that wasteful? It might also be dangerous, but Ed was not one to be wary of danger. He was willing to gamble on this. The main issue, however, was knowing which particles might repulse one another. Fire and water cancel out, for example. That meant that the matter wasn't so simple. If the same elements didn't repel one another, then Ed couldn't think of how opposing elements might be able to, unless the mana is alive. That was a skeptical point, but mana did seem to, at some level, form the basis of life in the world he found himself. At least Ed couldn't rule out the possibility that even the mana in the air was a living thing. Wait. Doesn't the mana in the air live in an eternal struggle? Ed still remembered the contents and basics of the books the Lich had provided him. The wind mana would in a volcanic area, for example, continue to vie for power. The elements didn't directly oppose one another, so the only other answer would be repelling each other. Right? Ed felt he might be heading somewhere, but then he remembered the wall of ice and his face formed into a frown. How can I explain pseudo-elements then? If the magity, gravity, wasn't forcing them together, then what was? Ed now had a new headache, but he knew it had nothing to do with his lack of mental gigabytes. It turned out that no matter the world, one would still be forced to suffer while studying science, or in this case magic. 200 Poison the king. The news of the Mana Forge potion was already putting it at the forefront of the entire nation and even the continent, yet the news of the danger was even more wildly spread. This was to cause chaos. "It's done," Azrael said with a bright smile after getting a report on the latest news. Death. Lots of deaths. For some reason, it just filled him with joy. Ha ha ha. There's just a certain thrill to it, isn't there? Azrael laughed and asked his subordinate with a creepy wide grin. Why yes, the reporting assassin replied with evident unease. Sigh. It's too bad I can't do this too often, Azrael said with lament. He was under orders of others, so it couldn't be helped. As an underground organization, it wouldn't do to cause too much trouble for the kingdom and its people. Otherwise, he would be quickly smacked down by the hammer of justice. An unfortunate fact. He'll just stay as a hidden power in the shadows for now. It was cool in its own way, no? Azrael, a voice then jolted Azrael out of his lamenting stupor. It was a calm voice, but Azrael still straightened himself. It was an instinctive reaction formed by his subconscious fear. Yeah? Nevertheless, Azrael played it cool. He dismissed the reporting assassin and turned to look behind him where a man stood. He was slim and had a graceful appearance, unlike the more extravagantly edge-looking Azrael. There is another task for you, the man told Azrael. Let's hear it, Azrael said with some reluctance. He didn't like being bossed around. He especially didn't like the man in front of him though, so he had no choice but to obey. The strong rule over the weak was a basic law that, while not always holding truth, was mostly correct. It also depended on the basis used to test the strength of either party. Azrael, for example, used to be nothing more than a poor sob, his heart more brittle than glass. That was a weakness, one that could be exploited and lead him to demise. And it was exploited. The man in front of him and his organization had made good use of his body. Poison this person, the thin man said, and passed him a small portrait which Azrael grabbed to glance over. For what did they use his body? For an experiment, of course. How he willingly fell victim to this was all due to his weakness. Azrael was always living in the shadows of others, particularly in the shadows of Clarice. She was both intelligent and talented. She had a bright future. But what did he have? It made him into nothing more than a slightly better duplicate of his parents' sad situation. While he was studying hard under his dad to take over his humble job, Clarice was being praised by the church for performing miracles. The larger she shone, the larger his shadow. In his eyes, she had it all. While Clarice didn't have parents, the entirety of the church took her as her daughter. Though Clarice also started without an education, there were many willing to teach her. But if there was one thing that Clarice didn't have that he did, it was luck. He was lucky enough to get in touch with the shady part of the world and volunteer for a dubious experiment, all for a chance at grasping power. Though that sounded unlucky, and it was the biggest gamble Azrael had ever taken part in, it was a successful gamble. The living couldn't harness the powers of the dead. That was a rule known to all. The dead couldn't harness the power of the living, which was also often foretold. Yet, Liches could use any different attributes as long as they had a matching core. A core. That was the key. Azrael was granted a core that could house death. This is my target? Question mark. Azrael asked, continuously scanning over the picture on his hand, wanting to verify whether he had perhaps made a mistake. That's correct. Try to get it done within the next 2 weeks, the man said before starting to retreat into the shadows of the Angels of Death's one hideout. W.H. Judas. Azrael yelled, trying to get an explanation from the man, but unfortunately, he was long gone. Sigh. It sucks to be under others. But this is fine too, Azrael thought with a wide grin. Poisoning the king, wouldn't that be much more thrilling than killing useless commoners? Azrael was once more reassured of his decision to work under these people. How else could he get such monumental tasks? Brennan Bosky wasn't a bad king. The king of Bosk was not particularly strong, but his intelligence was not bad. While he didn't bring his kingdom endless riches, he had at least maintained the status quo and done even a little more. Still, His fate had been sealed. Ed did not have an answer to most of the questions he himself proposed, but he didn't really need to. Knowing how far he was from the truth was in itself a type of knowledge. He could digest the little and vague things and make them work. Mana manipulation has leveled up. That on its own had been enough to get him to the next level of mana manipulation, to be specific. Ed immediately put this knowledge to use as he manipulated the mana around him and made it aid him as he ran through the long winding tunnel. He used the wind to improve his air resistance and imbued his legs with the solid strength of the earth. In no time at all, he managed to make his way back to the entrance of the hidden chamber and climb out into the lab. From there it was as simple as placing the wooden desk onto its usual indiscreet position. I should switch it with something else. The conspicuous desk made it easy for what was now his secret to be uncovered. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter now. Most people would be curious as to what was down the butt once they made the trip. They'd be met with a giant block of ice. It would be disappointing, and at most any orc would ask themselves what could have possibly caused it before going about their usual business. For the sake of potential thieves, I need to get Vorgarag to work on this. Wouldn't it be sad if intruders weren't even able to catch a glimpse of Ed's coveted knowledge? As for how to entice Vorgarag, it was a no-brainer. The knowledge itself is enticing enough. Vorgarag wouldn't be in any way opposed to uncovering the knowledge hidden deep within the ice. Ed suspected he would even be just as excited as him, if not more. Vorgarag had always shown admiration towards the orc ancestors. After all, he would certainly be over the moon at the chance to grasp some of their long-lost knowledge as well as reclaim a piece of their history. Ed thus hurried out of the lab, planning to beeline over to Sharog to ask her about Vorgarag's whereabouts. He didn't need to head that far, however, since he managed to catch a glimpse of Vorgarag while passing the medical room. Nag, Vorgarag muttered under his breath while inspecting the sleeping Nag. It was at that moment that Ed made his way inside. "Hey Ed," said, making Vorgarag turn to look at him. This allowed Ed to get a good glimpse at Vorgarag's body, which was actually Heorux, causing him to feel a hint of incongruency. Nonetheless, Vorgarag's current state was his handiwork, so he tossed those feelings aside. "Is there really nothing you can do for Nag?" Like maybe. Vorgarag didn't need to finish his words for Ed to know what he was insinuating. "I can. But do you want that?" Ed replied honestly. Switching bodies wasn't a simple matter unless Ed decided to let the whole tribe know of it and have it become a norm. "I suppose not," Vorgarag said in return while glancing back at Nag. It was the same familiar face that he had seen grow up alongside him. It was also the same face that regularly interrupted him while he conducted his brief experiments. It would be a pity to see it change. Ed didn't have any qualms with revealing his capabilities, but unless it granted him immediate tangible benefits, he wouldn't jump the gun at the opportunity. If Vorgarag were to ask, however, he wouldn't say a number. Seeing that the body change was out of the question, Ed started to rummage through his mind for other possibilities. That was when he finally remembered a particularly promising option. "There is a potential other solution though," Ed told the mildly disillusioned Vorgarag. "Really?" Vorgarag looked at him and asked curiously. Any other option from Ed had a high chance of success. As the orc who had made it his job to listen to his suggestion in his past body, he knew this well. He perked up his ears and listened. "We just have to get the blood of the cave monster, of the ogre Blarak," Ed suggested to Vorgarag. The high vitality blood of Blarak would make him an ideal replacement for himself. The botany garden left behind by the sacred tribe chiefess also had modified herbs of all kinds. While Ed hadn't gone there himself, Sharog's information was enough for him to understand that there was a high chance he could make a much higher quality potion. Whether his alchemy skills could bring it into existence was another matter. One Azraal's Assassin Guild.